2, 1.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the June 25th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining here in Salt Lake City. We have a very full schedule today, and so we are going to chop, get busy right away. So we're going to turn this over to Director Thomas for the briefing session.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. Again, you're right. This is maybe one of the busiest meetings we've had in some months. So we'll try to be as quick and efficient as possible as we move through. I actually have a number of items I'm going to cover during the briefing session today. It's on your agenda. First, the 5-year review of oil and gas rules is going to be facilitated by Natasha Baloff. And then I'll get into the Executive Order 2021. We'll have some discussion about the new oil and gas rulemaking, specifically regarding bonding, and I believe we have a guest presentation on sureties at 10 a.m., and then go through more of the regular items. We'll be as quick as we can, though, and for that, I'd like to turn it over to Natasha. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Natasha Baloff. I'm the Legislative and Planning Coordinator for the division, and hopefully I am the shortest matter that you hear today, or short. Please don't ask any questions. I'm just kidding. Ask as many questions as needed. I'm coming before you to ask to renew all of the oil and gas rules. Every 5 years, the Office of Administrative Rules has us renew all of the rules and just make sure they are still applicable and they're still working for us. So I'm asking to renew R649 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. There is a form that I have to fill out with the Office of Administrative Rules that asks if we've received any questions and if, or to give justification for why we still need the rule. And I have to go through individually for each section and give justification. This is the first year since I started in this position. I've been trying to get all of the programs on the same schedule. So we're doing all of oil and gas at one time. We're doing all of coal at one time. We don't actually have any rules up for renewal this year, but I would like to utilize this year to get all of oil and gas on the same schedule. And at the same time, I think we'll also be getting carbon sequestration on the same schedule as well, so we can just knock out everything that kind of deals with oil and gas. I know that in previous years there was a question raised about minimizing some of the rules if they're unnecessary, and that is something that we have eliminated one rule or one section, but going forward we've been changing stuff and cleaning it up, reorganizing rules, and so we're trying to keep that in mind, keep things clean and clear and just nice and organized. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, I would gladly take them.
So I noticed you left off 13, which is the bonding rule.
Yes, so because we haven't started formal rulemaking on that one yet, it won't be included in this.
Okay.
If we do get it done this year, it will be included. But moving forward, I can just try my best to get it looped in to this year's schedule. But
when is that due? I'm sorry.
So none of them are actually due this year, but I would like to utilize it just so we can get them all on the same schedule.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, it gets a little overwhelming when it's one rule from coal, one rule from abandoned mines, and then like all of the oil and gas rules. So.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, if I can get your approval, I'll file those today.
Board, do you have any objection to her proceeding with this? Please go ahead and do what you need to do.
Amazing.
To move it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Natasha.
Thanks, Natasha. I appreciate you coming up and helping us there. Next item in the briefing agenda is a preliminary report on the Governor's Executive Order 2025-01. In January, Governor Cox issued an executive order, I would say, enabling the Department of Environmental Quality and the Department of Natural Resources, specifically the Division of Oil and Gas and Mining, to evaluate opportunities where a permit by rule could be added or improved upon to streamline the permitting process in Utah. Most, I would say, the executive order actually reflects this. The overwhelming majority of permits through DEQ especially are permit by rule, which a permit by rule approach essentially reduces a lot of the staff time and manpower in evaluating, let's say, a simple ask or a simple permit that doesn't require a complex evaluation. And one of the best ways to improve permitting time and reduce workload is to say, can we automate this? And a permit by rule essentially automates a lot of the approval process. Fishing licenses, some of our driver's licenses, those sorts of simple things. It's worth noting that the primary focus of this executive order was targeted toward enabling the programs within the Department of Environmental Quality to make changes. But we did appreciate them inviting DOGM to also evaluate some of our processes. The preliminary report is due on July 1st, which is next Tuesday, I believe. We'll have it ready and submitted by then. Summary is this. The mining program underneath Dana and the oil and gas program underneath BART looked at everything we're doing and determined, and we also reached out to other states. Are there processes we can learn from them? Is there processes on the federal side that we can improve on? Strangely, didn't find a lot there. Sorry, Selma, that was just a little dig, but you get it. But essentially what our response back is going to be, not much can change moving into a permit by rule. Compared to other states, especially, Utah, as you know, is one of the top performers as far as getting permits approved, especially to some of our sister states. I am going to introduce the fact that additional perhaps funding could improve our general permitting process. I don't think that was the impetus of the letter, so I don't know how far that will go, but it is something we found that we're doing things very well here, especially on the oil and gas side. I know that the team did a lot of research into what they could do there and how they could make it better. So I would say this in a summary, not much of a change. There may be some opportunities for some small mining permitting in the future, like a small gravel pit, for example. But preliminarily, we don't see any large-scale changes. But before I move on to the next topic, I'm happy to answer any questions you have or invoke a discussion.
Doesn't look like we have any questions if you want to proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Third item on there is the oil and gas rulemaking. As you all are very much aware, the oil and gas bonding rules specifically have not been meaningfully addressed in over 20 years. And this is a broken record compared to some of the other presentations we've given to you this year. So the division initiated bonding rulemaking, I think like 2019 or 2020, 21, something like that, and have been working diligently to modify these rules and update them. Candidly, because the blanket bonding that we set forth in 2002 is no longer adequate. We've worked, I would even say tirelessly, with stakeholders, including the oil and gas industry. Public comment period will happen eventually. I think once we move into formal rulemaking, we've also worked with the Environmental Defense Fund to get some technical input there. And we provided an initial draft to the board last fall. We received comments on that first draft. And today I'd like to talk about some of the changes that I'm proposing to the board in a draft 2.0, basically, for these from the division. And it's worth stating again, these are the board's rules. We are technical advisors to you. We have a robust legal team that can also help to make sure we're crossing the T's and dotting the I's, but ultimately these are the board's rules. And anything that you think needs to change or shouldn't change, it's your call. We serve the board in that sense. That said, there's some key themes that I want to go over. First, this is Rule 649.13, and 1 through maybe 8, 10, 13 are the rules that we're going to be touching. Operators first must provide a performance bond before engaging in virtually any oil and gas activity in Utah. This includes drilling, completion, recompletion of wells, oil or gas production, re-entering abandoned wells, activities by transferees or existing wells, underground injection control disposal, enhanced oil recovery operations, operations of exploration and production, and product recycling facilities. A separate division bond may not be required if another government or tribal entity holds an acceptable bond with jurisdictional primacy. That's something that I think deserves some clarity. In some of our first drafts, in trying to determine the health of an operator, we're considering their entire Utah-wide operation, including federal and tribal wells. The decision was made after some very valid comments back that doesn't really paint an accurate picture reflecting what the state would be responsible for. And these rules are about ensuring that the state is covered. So in the second draft, we're proposing that we do not consider federal and tribal wells in determining the health of an operator. I think that gives a more accurate reflection of what the bonding should be, again, to protect the state. I think I know that was a big research point, but I'll propose that to the board. Made sure I printed this out correctly. Regarding the bond liability, a bond liability, for clarity, covers the entire duration of drilling, operating, plugging wells, and well site restoration and reclamation of other permitted activities. Bonds must be automatically renewed or replaced at least 30 days before the expiration to ensure continuous coverage. And failure to obtain proper bonding within 120 days' notice may result in the division requiring an immediate cessation of all oil and gas activities until compliance is achieved. We really need to consider in all of this, what is the biggest risk, what is the true risk to the state for the oil and gas industry as far as orphan wells goes? Because when the state or the board has to come in and say, okay, these wells are orphaned, no one owns them, the operator is long gone, the operator declared bankruptcy, which is most of the time what causes this. Where does that most likely to occur? And the reality is this: it is sometimes the smaller operators. We have seen and heard excellent testimony from small operators who keep their books in the black and do an exceptional job. We're not really worried about those folks. But some operators have come up and unfortunately had to make decisions that left the state exposed. Those conditions most often occur after a transaction or sale between operators. One operator will take some of its wells and say, okay, let's say if that operator has 1,000 wells and 100 of them don't fit into their business model, any well can fit into the appropriate business model for a certain operator. There are operators that can make a lot of money off of 3 wells, and there are operators who do really well off thousands. And so in that transaction, there was it was an exposure to the state, and that is probably I would say that's simply where we had our greatest risk in some of the oil and gas funding, closure funding that we've had to put out over the past 2 years, especially 18 months. A transaction happened and the new owner wasn't adequately bonded. To do this, another proposal is, in the event of a transaction, the selling operator's bond will stay in effect until the new operator's bond comes into effect. That's a business decision and a business arrangements between the two operators, by the way. The state isn't going to engage a lot there, but we are going to be tracking it. And when the new operator comes in, if this changes, for example, I'll get into the tiered approach, let's talk about that. A tiered approach where if you have a large operator with a high percentage of volume, a large production, a low percentage of at-risk wells, which wells are shut in or producing less than 1 barrel of equivalent a day, if they're a robust, strong operator, they're going to fit into the highest tier, which is tier 1, which will have the least impact on a per well basis for the bond amount we're recommending. If you are below that 1,000, but you still have a pretty good at-risk ratio of, let's say, 20%, then that will fall into tier 2. And I'll get into those in a little bit. But to come back, If you're a tier 1 selling to a tier 2 or a tier 2 selling to a tier 1, if that modifies the operator's rank holistically, we need to give a buffer there. And we're proposing a 12-month period for the new operator to bring those wells online according to their business model so that they're not hit with a fresh upper bond, because it takes a while to turn some wells on, right? That's another thing that we're proposing, again, to build in some buffer for operators to make transactional changes without significantly impacting their books. During a transaction, there's a lot of money fooling around. It's a very exposed time for operators especially, and if we can give a little bit of time there, as we know there are bonds in place, then I think it's prudent to do so. I'd like to jump ahead a little bit as we cover this and talk more about the tiers. As I said earlier, there's a tier approach in Utah. We're proposing a 3-tier system. And these are based on your production, your at-risk count, and the total well count, frankly. So, for example, a tier 1 production that operates statewide on state and fee wells. We're not talking about federal wells. We're not talking about tribal wells. On state and fee wells would be 1,000 barrels of equivalent a day over the past 12 months, and an at-risk well ratio of 20% or less. So again, if there's 1,000 wells, 200 of them, which is 20%, are at risk, which is producing less than a barrel of equivalent a day, then these folks would fall into a tier 1 category. Tier 2 would be 500 barrels to 1,000 per day, and again the same 20% at risk, so it would be 100. If, for example, an operator had 105 at-risk wells in that scenario where they have a 21%, well, the other 5 would be under a supplemental bond, all right? But at least there's that 20% that they could include. And a tier 3 would be between 200 and equivalent barrels of equivalent a day and an at-risk profile of 25%. And again, the bonds for these would go up. So what is the bond? Most operations throughout the United States involve a blanket bond, even on a federal level or a state level or anything like that, whereas an operator can come in and say, okay, I have this many wells, I'm going to just blanketly give this amount of money to cover any risk for those wells. Oil and gas wells in the United States are not bonded at full value, whereas some of the mines are. It's a very striking difference. And this is enabled because, and in other states they do it as well, they really have to look at what is the risk. Is a large operator of 1,000 wells going to go bankrupt tomorrow or in the next 6 months? Highly unlikely, even if they have bad problematic business decisions. Usually the operator acquiring those wells can pick up the pieces and make something work. So very rarely are we going to have a holistic sort of a cataclysmic loss of oil and gas production and viability in the state. It hasn't happened so far, and it hasn't meaningfully happened in most states, although like Ohio and Pennsylvania have a large amount of orphan wells they're dealing with. Utah's not. We're a very new industry. So regarding this blanket bond, one of the comments that came in from stakeholders was, is there a way we can loop a certain percentage of our at-risk wells under a blanket bond? And we evaluated this carefully. We came to, and again, this is just a recommendation. We're not even in formal rulemaking yet, so these are the board's calls. But we decided to, with a tier 1, we could allow up to 20% of their wells to be an at-risk. It's not likely. Most of our tier 1 operators operate on significantly less than that. Some tier 1 operators have more than that, and they would have to, above 20%, provide a supplemental bond. For a tier 2, we lower the number, frankly, because the risk goes up a little bit. We lower it to 13% of the total well count could be at risk, covered by this blanket bond. And at Tier 3, we lowered it down to 8% of the total well count could be covered under a blanket bond. We think that this is one of the best proposals to make sure that the best aren't supplementing, frankly, the lower tiers with their bonding. It's a very innovative approach. I think you'll hear from other stakeholders in subsequent meetings that this tier approach is innovative. And by the way, not my idea. The staff came up with it a long time before I came on. But it's been called groundbreaking in some circles. So we're really trying to delineate the best way to protect the state while advocating for the industry, which, as you know, is the role of the board. Trying to move through as best I can. I do appreciate the time. I think I've covered most of the big topics here. I do have a summary document and a draft 2 that is pretty close to being finalized, but I would like to first get some feedback from you right now, board members, to see any direction you may have, and then we can hopefully tweak a draft 2 and have that ready as quickly as possible. So for that, Chairman and members of the board, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a clarification question, I guess. Under exceptions, you exclude federal and tribal wells, basically. A division bond is generally not required if operator has a bond somewhere else.
That's right.
But when we get over to calculating what tier, do you take into account federal and tribal wells in the total wells?
In the first draft, we did. In this new draft, I'm proposing that we do not.
So when you're calculating total wells, you're talking state and fee.
We're talking state and fee
Okay.
wells. I'll own it. My thought there is, well, if we're including an operator's well count and viability into federal and state, where does that stop? If we are already going beyond the wells that we would have to be bonding for, why don't we consider regional or national health? And it's a very slippery slope, frankly, and we're trying to put some sideboards on there to make sure that we're just evaluating what the state and the board would be liable for.
Great, I appreciate that. Board, do you have any questions for Director?
Yeah, so real quick. So I assume the blanket bond tables, the values that you put into those are based on reclamation costs.
You're correct. A good question, Mr. Glecki. The reclamation cost in 2002, I think, I'm trying to remember just offhand, I think it was approximately $20,000 to $25,000 per well. Again, these in 2002, when these rules were last touched, these were all vertical wells. We didn't have laterals. We didn't have 2-mile laterals and what else, although bonding predominantly covers just the vertical portion. You understand that because we're trying to isolate the water table from the oil. So we get that. But the wells are more complex and a lot deeper. And inflation has also happened. We put a lot of research into that, and some of the recent pluggings we've had have been in the $70,000 to $80,000 per well cost. And with that increase, you need at least a 3 or 4-fold increase in bonding amounts just to keep up with inflation, and we built those into this table.
Yeah, because I remember that last week. I mean, when we had a real good exercise a few months ago, I asked how much it was, and it was $75,000. But it looks like, if I'm reading it quickly, it's only $55,000 for well up to 12,000 feet.
Correct.
So that's under bonded per well.
On a per well basis, again, this where we get into the full cost bonding versus kind of the larger picture. A $55,000 well, across a number of wells gives us enough money to plug the outlier wells that may become exposed and put the state at risk. Thank you, Mr. Glecki.
Board, do you have any further questions? Let's talk about ongoing process then.
Good.
Since this will ultimately be the board's decision on what goes to formal rulemaking, I think I'd request that the board review what we've got and get any comments to you. There have been several drafts that have been circulated with the public, and if we can get the comments to Mr. Director Thomas within the next couple of weeks, we'd like to get a final draft out to the public soon enough that we could have comments back for the July meeting. And I don't know, time-wise, what do you think?
Chairman Garrison, I appreciate that. We're definitely able to do that. Ideally, I would like to get our draft 2, to the board soon, maybe end of this week.
Okay.
And you all could chew on that internally and provide comments back. I think it's ambitious but realistic to have something meaningful in front of the public before the end of July, and as soon as possible even, but it's up to you.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see as it goes along, but I'd like to shoot for July. And if the board could direct any questions or comments to Director Thomas and maybe just CC me so I know what's happening, so that we can be prepared for the July meeting, that would be great. Is everyone okay? It's an aggressive time schedule, but this has been going on for 5 years. We'd like to get it over.
But as far as, so what date are you looking about from us within
I'd say if you get the draft out by Friday or Monday, 2 weeks, is that going to give everybody enough time? That takes us, that's getting pretty close. Going to have to be faster than that in order to get the draft out to the public.
Well, again, we're working together in real time here.
Yeah.
I can get a draft to you likely by the end of day tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay? And ambitiously, you guys set your calendar, but I think if you guys could dig into it maybe next week
Right.
and have something
Give
back
us
by then.
by the following Friday. So
Yeah.
give us a week to look at it
That would,
and give you the okie dokie to release it for public
right.
so that they have time to look at it.
And
Companies.
we're in a good place here. Remember, formal rulemaking hasn't even started yet.
Right.
And it's important to get this out for comments. I can feel my ears burning behind me and in the internet right now. So there's going to be a lot of opinions that are shared. The sooner we open that up, the better. Okay.
And my goal is once it goes to formal rulemaking, we have no further comments other than good comments.
That's amazing.
That's why we need this perfect
Unicorns.
draft that you're going to put together.
Wow, no pressure. That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right.
well, so 1 week is July 4th, so by Monday the 7th, or that's
Yeah.
what we're thinking.
That would be great.
That would be great.
And it's not a robust draft. There are meaningful changes. There's not that many differences between the draft you guys saw last fall and early winter.
Right.
So I don't want to say, put your heart into it, because we need good stuff here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
exactly. Is everyone okay with that schedule? It's aggressive, I know, and everybody has things to do, but appreciate everyone's cooperation. Thank you, Director Thomas.
Thank you. The next, we're actually way ahead of schedule, and I'm glad about that. Our next presentation is from the IMA Financial Group. We said approximately 10 o'clock, and I don't know that they're here right now, so we could probably move forward with some of the other items and come back and finish
Right.
the surety discussion.
Right.
Okay. So moving down, it actually comes out pretty easily. I don't have any additional items to cover beyond what we're covering so far today, but if there's anything before the board you specifically want to ask for, you can.
Let's check to see, this is our opportunity for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the board? Okay, seeing no hands. I guess can we move into the formal docket and just kind of interrupt it with IMAs?
I don't.
Do you want to wait?
I'm curious how long that first formal docket item will take, because I would like to give a guaranteed 10 a.m. to the IMA presentation. Do you think that formal docket could be resolved within 30 minutes?
We're going to, whoever is here for Scout Energy, How long will your presentation be, do you think?
It won't take very long, but it's just a matter of questions and all that kind of stuff. It would be pushing it right to your 10 o'clock.
Thanks, Ricky.
It might go a little bit longer than that.
We're going to call an audible. I did find out that the presentation is ready
Oh,
to go
okay.
right now. So
Oh,
we can
okay.
move into the surety and address.
Great.
Thanks, Fred. I appreciate it, though. Good job.
Thank you.
So let's go ahead and move into that.
Great.
Thank you to Desiree for being so flexible.
Good
Now
morning,
we-
everyone.
Very good.
Stand by, we'll get you pulled up. Desiree, do you have a PowerPoint presentation at all?
I do, yes.
If you would just go ahead and share that in the Google Meet meeting, then we can make that available to the room.
Can you see that?
Yeah, okay, we should be good to go.
Okay, so really I just wanted to make myself available for any surety questions, and first an introduction to who I am. My name is Desiree Westmoreland. I am the Vice President in Surety Bond Department out of our Wichita, Kansas office. I have been doing bonds for about 20 years and have been focusing on oil and gas and the energy industry since 2007. So IMA Financial Group is an insurance broker. We're actually the third largest private broker in the United States. We have offices all over the country and handle clients all over the country, and then plus some internationally as well. My presentation is kind of long. I know that you guys are pressed for time, but I wanted to have it for you available to review later as well. Just kind of talking about maybe expanding your understanding on bonds. And when I say bonds, I specifically mean surety bonds, and how they are underwritten and how the industry sees the surety industry sees the energy industry right now. So, I mean, just to go back to basics, I won't go into all of the details on all of these slides, but bonds are a third party or three-party relationship between the principal, which is the operator, the surety company, and the obligee, which is the state. One very important thing to understand is that insurance and bonds are very different. Even though surety bonds are an insurance product, they're underwritten, and the losses that the insurance carriers expect to take on them are very different. With insurance, it's a two-party agreement. With surety, it's a three-party agreement. With insurance, the main thing is if you have a claim, the insurance company pays the claim. You guys have paid your premium, and then you go on your way. With surety, if a claim is made on a bond, then the surety company has to pay out on that bond. Then they expect to recover their losses from the operator. And they underwrite those bonds based on a zero loss expectation. So they don't want to pay losses. And if they do pay losses, they expect to be reimbursed or indemnified for those losses. And feel free to stop me and ask any questions that you have. They're underwritten very similar to a loan product. The type of information that they collect is just like if you're out to get a loan, but surety is considered an unsecured instrument. So they're trying to underwrite them based upon the fact that they don't have collateral for that bond amount. This slide, it's funny, when I first did this presentation, it was back in 2020. And this talks about the surety companies that were interested in doing oil and gas bonds in 2020. So, there's 100 plus surety companies out there. Really, back in 2020, there was really 9 that were truly active in this space. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that I have crossed out some of those markets that are no longer interested in providing bonds for the energy industry. Some of the others have said that they would not be doing it unless you are a publicly traded company or you have revenues of X amount, which takes out, most of the smaller operators. Some of the other markets have sold off their smaller books of business and are not interested in providing any bonds for small operators at all, which is making our job as brokers a lot harder when an operator comes to us and says, we have new regulations, so we have to increase our bond amounts. Can you find us a solution for just paying a bond premium and not having to put collateral directly in support of those bonds? Why are bonds so hard to write? It's because of the non-cancelable nature of oil and gas bonds, how long they stay in place, and that when claims occur, it is on the high-risk wells that are at the end of their life. What they look at when they underwrite is the financial strength of the company, their capacity to operate the assets, and then what their character and their reputations, relationships, and references are in the industry. The things that they look at is the financial review. They also review the asset itself using reserve reports, where their capital is coming from, how leveraged the company is, and how they're protecting themselves through hedging. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to any questions that you have. But before I do comment, Holly Hill had mentioned the collateral requirements that are now coming into terms that operators are getting from their surety companies. And when you look at rates, typically it is 1 to 6% of what the bond amount is on an annual basis. But it can be have a collateral component to it. And the collateral component could be anywhere from, 20% of that bond amount up to 100% of that bond amount. Which then, makes it extremely difficult for operators to have money to plug wells if they're having to secure their bond requirements with 100% collateral.
I think there's always a question on how much it costs to, an annual premium sort of thing to hold a bond. Can you give us?
And that's that 1 to 6%. So it's 1 to 6% of the bond amount on an annual basis to the surety. And that is if you qualify. So if the surety underwrites everything and say, okay, we feel like you're a good risk, we're going to charge you 1 to 6% of that bond amount annually. If they don't think that you qualify, or they think that it's a higher risk, or they're concerned about your liquidity, or where your funding is coming from, then they could put a collateral requirement so that they aren't in such an unsecured position, and they'll ask for a cash deposit or a letter of credit to support the bond.
So that's at the bonding company's discretion, what that premium is.
Correct.
Okay.
So for instance, say you have $1 million bond requirement and they're only comfortable providing half of that unsecured. They could say, I need $500,000 in cash or a letter of credit to support that bond.
Board, do you have any questions? Mr. Church.
So the objective is to have a zero risk for the surety company. Are there actual figures available on that, whether that goal's attained or not, or if surety companies actually suffer losses?
They have actually suffered quite a bit of losses over the last few years, which is why you're seeing that marketplace shrink because of the amount of losses. The Cox and the Fieldwood issues for the last few years have caused significant losses in this space, and reinsurers are decreasing their appetite for providing capacity for those carriers to issue oil and gas bonds. I don't have the exact numbers of which ones are unsecured and which ones are secured, but just in my experience watching the markets harden and how difficult it is to find homes for especially the smaller operators.
Thank you.
So I assume getting out of the business as a bonding company, you still have to respect the bonds you have. That's kind of a go-forward thing. We're not going to do any more of them. There's no way
Right.
you can just say we're
Yeah.
canceling these bonds. Okay.
Correct, because they can't be canceled. So they handle it in a couple of different ways. They come to the agents and say, you need to find replacements for us.
Okay.
And so we'll have to find a replacement program, or they'll say, we'll stay on the bonds that we have currently, but we want you to provide us 100% collateral.
Thank you. Board, do you have any further questions? Mr. Galecki?
I'll see if I can phrase this right. So you said mainly, it's the smaller operators, and it's based on the assets or the value of the company. Are there certain components of those assets that are generally more at risk when you look at a smaller company? I mean, is it the reservoir? I think you had a few slides ago is what components you use for determining those assets, but are there certain components that fail more often in a smaller operator?
What they're doing is they're looking at the asset overall, what the production level is of that asset. So if you have, they're looking at the reserve reports and the value left in that field. And so, obviously, if you have an asset that's not producing, that's shut in, that has lower production, that's going to be considered more risky for a surety company.
It appears that's all the questions the board has for you. Thank you for your presentation. Could you provide us with your slideshow for if people want to keep a copy of it?
Yes, I'll get that over to you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more thing. Could you maybe discuss the September board meeting?
Certainly, Chairman. Before I get into that, though, I'd like to offer a little bit of feedback on the presentation we just had,
Okay.
broadly involving the board. It is no secret nationwide that surety companies are carefully evaluating their backing of the extractive industries as a whole. All right? Oil and gas, you just saw some of the scenarios. Mining is in a similar boat and has been for some time. The limitation of vehicles or instruments that the federal government has, as well as many states, has made it difficult. Desiree did a very good job of saying what we all know. A surety company isn't in the business of losing money, and it's not a good business venture, so folks are getting out of it. A reminder that currently this year, the division is moving forward with a study where we evaluate, are there ways that we can modernize the bonding mechanisms specifically for mining in Utah to help that industry out. I hope that some of the models we learn there could perhaps be applied into other industries such as oil and gas. But I just wanted to let you know that the division especially and the state is aware of these challenges, and we are taking steps to figure out what we can do to help.
Yeah, it's getting more and more punitive for the small operators to find bonding companies and things, and anything we can do to help provide surety would be good, but it's an evolving question, I guess.
A good example, especially for the smaller operators, something I may be familiar with in Idaho, we had a bonding pool where operators came together and were able to pool their money together to cover cost. It worked out really well because as they reclaimed, their bond amount went down. It was a self-motivating tool, and it's been in effect for some years there. It's a good analog.
Yeah.
Just putting that out there. Thank you.
Certainly something to consider as we go forward.
Definitely. And also, I think a point back to the oil and gas, in a multiple mineral scenario, for example, the vertical hole is on state land, but it crosses federal and tribal and fee and, in that long lateral. Well, who's liable? My proposal is if the vertical hole is on the state land, the state would cover that. If the vertical hole is on federal land and crosses over state, it's where's the work going to need to be done and who has ownership there. That's our proposal, because there's nothing definitive in federal law that I've found that says they're going to cover the whole well bore regardless. They actually have in many circumstances, but I can't find it where it's been consistently applied. So that's our recommendation there.
So, Selma, I don't know if you have the answer. If a well bore is on federal, do they concur that their bond is responsible for that entire length? Do you know?
There's nothing in writing indicating a concurrence there.
I guess the plugging gets done on the vertical part.
That's
so
right.
Probably they would accept it, but
That's right.
it's kind of that gray area
It is.
if something happens down hole.
It is. So thank you for that discretion, and let me cover those last few points. To wrap this up before we get into a robust docket, next month's meeting is going to be on July 30th, 2025 at 9 a.m. Currently, we only have a couple of dockets on there, so yeehaw. It's either boom or bust, I think, before you all. Today's a big day. And I think we've addressed any opportunities for public comment. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
The September board meeting.
Thank you. The September board meeting, we're proposing, and I think some feedback from you board members, is that we hold it in Vernal. It's logistically an effort to do that. We did it last year, but it's simpler to do that than move the date around because of the notices and everything that plays into the calendar leading up to this. So we're hoping, if you could confirm this, chair and board, that we're going to hold the September board meeting in Vernal.
I think we have a quorum consensus to do this in Vernal, so I'd like you to proceed with, making the appropriate arrangements. The Uinta Basin Energy Symposium is a really important meeting, and I think the board members would like to attend, and so this really solves a couple of problems and takes care of it. So if you could assign whoever needs to be assigned or notified that we'd like to move it, I'd appreciate it.
Thanks. We'll be on it.
Thank
Sure
you.
thing. That's all I have.
Very good. We're going to move right into the formal agenda, if everyone's prepared. Docket number 2025-027, cause number 470-18. In the matter of the request for agency action of Middle Fork Energy Uinta LLC for an order establishing overlapping special stand-up drilling units for production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons. This matter has been continued to the August 27, 2025 board hearing. We're going to move on to the next docket as they're setting up here. Docket number 2025-028, cause number 600-08. In the matter of the request for agency action of Scout Energy Management LLC for an order modifying the board's order entered in cause number 213-11 to reduce the heel-toe setbacks for horizontal wells to 100 feet or 200 feet from the northern boundary of portions of the Greater Monument Butte Green River Unit, Townships 8 and 9 South, Ranges 16 through 19 East, SLM, Duchesne, and Uinta Counties, Utah. And now we have appearance of counsel.
Fred McDonald of counsel with Lear and Lear on behalf of petitioner Scout. If you could just give me a second here, Madam Chair,
Great.
just to get set up.
Hey, that's great.
While we're doing that, I'll just let you know, Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining. And I'm also joined here today by Peter Pankey and Spencer Niche from the division.
Great. Just let us know when you're ready, Mr. McDonald.
Okay, we're ready to begin.
Okay, please commence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today testifying on behalf of the petitioner are Mr. Matt Short, the senior landman, Mr. Dan Lancaster, the senior geologist, and Mr. Don Muth, who's the senior development planning engineer. I would ask that the vice chair swear him in at this time, or the chairman.
Yeah, I'm taking over his duties this morning.
Okay.
Could I have you raise your right hands, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The resumes of all three witnesses were collectively submitted as Exhibit A in this cause. If separately and individually asked about the contents of their respective resumes, the witnesses will confirm the same. Mr. Short will be a fact witness only. As this is Mr. Lancaster's and Mr. Moose's first time appearing in front of the board, we'll qualify them as experts in geology and petroleum engineering respectively at the commencement of their testimony. Also, just to confirm, as is our normal practice, we will be submitting the exhibits for admission at the end of our presentation in chief.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members of the board, as outlined in the request for agency action, Scout is the operator of the Greater Monument Butte Green River Unit, an enhanced recovery unit located in Duchesne and Uintah counties. It's the successor by assignment to Ovintiv USA, Inc., which itself was the successor and name change and merger to Newfield Production Company, which served as the original unit operator. Newfield and Ovintiv originally proposed and developed the unit utilizing a 5-spot vertical well pattern. It sought and the board entered an order approving the suspension of the general well siting rules, provided no well could be located closer than 460 feet from a unit boundary. A true and correct copy of that order, entered in cause number 213-11, was submitted as part of Exhibit C in this cause. As you will hear today, Scout now intends future development of the unit through long lateral horizontal wells, but is limited in potential resource recovery by the 460-foot setback. Operators of the lands adjacent to the north boundary of the unit requested, and the board has entered orders establishing 1,280-acre or larger stand-up drilling units for long lateral horizontal wells with a 100 or a 200-foot, applicable only where the meridian boundary is at a steeper angle, heel-toe setbacks. Data presented to the board in those hearings established that the reduced setbacks recover additional resources without adversely affecting the correlative rights of the adjacent production interest owners, in this case, Scout as the operator of the Greater Monument Butte unit. True and correct copies of those orders, entered in cause numbers 600-03, 470-05, and 600-05, were collectively submitted as the remaining portion of Exhibit C in this cause. As today's testimony will reflect, the data used in those causes for the reduced setback is equally as relevant to the unit along the northern boundary. As a consequence, Scout is seeking reciprocal heel-toe setback reductions to 100 feet or 200 feet as applicable. As the division has pointed out, there was an inadvertent omission in the request, whether it was due to just a print off or whatever, that specifically sections 23 and 24 of Township 8 South, Range 17 East are among the lands for which Scout seeks the reduced setback, and I would move to amend the request this morning to include those lands as well.
Any objections from the division?
No objection, thank you.
From the board? So accepted.
Thank you. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code annotated sections 40-6-5 subparagraph 3B and 40-6-6. A copy of the request was sent via regular mail to all owners, as that term is statutorily and regulatorily defined in the unit area and in each of the drilling units in the lands adjacent to the north. Notice of the request in this hearing was also duly published in the Salt Lake Tribune on June 1st and in the Uintah Basin Standard and the Vernal Express on June 4th. On June 10th, the division filed a response to the request stating it had non-opposition to the granting of the request, presuming Scout meets its burden of proof at today's hearing, which we will do. No other objections or other responses have been filed, and no other party has made a formal appearance today. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Short. Mr. Short, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Matt Short, 13800 Montfort Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75240.
And what's your current position with Scout, and how does it relate to the Greater Monument Butte?
I'm the senior landman with GMBU, the Greater Monument Butte unit being within my area of responsibility.
Since this is Scout's first time appearing in front of the board, would you please provide the corporate and bonding status, and then also address just a little bit about the company itself?
Scout is a Texas limited liability company in good standing with its principal place of business in Dallas, Texas. Scout is duly qualified to conduct business in the state of Utah and is fully and appropriately bonded with all the relevant federal and state of Utah agencies.
Okay, on the screen, you will see what has been marked as Exhibit B. This is a 2-page exhibit. Was this prepared by you or Scout personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
All right, would you just kind of summarize for the board a little bit about Scout and what this slides show?
Sure. Scout Energy is comprised of two particular endowments for the Utah assets with over 600 million in oil and gas assets and 500 million in equity. Scout Development Partners is founded in 2004 as the development portion of a subsidiary of Scout Energy Partners. So Scout Development Partners has over 15 years of experience in basins developed with long lateral horizontals in Permian, the Delaware, Bakken, Eagle Ford, and Barnett.
All right, turning to the second page of that slide.
This slide represents, shows the GMBU location, which is outlined in black, in relation to the Uinta Basin wells, as well as the existing long lateral wells that are currently operated by Scout.
All right, now turning to your attention to what have been marked as Exhibits D, E, and F, which is a 2-page exhibit. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Were they prepared by you or Scout personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Okay, turning your attention to Exhibit D, would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance to today's hearing?
Sure. Newfield and Ovintiv developed the GMBU on a five-spot injection pattern utilizing vertical wells. In the order 213-11, the board suspended the general well sitting rules, but a 640-foot setback from the unit boundaries.
460 foot?
I'm sorry. Yeah, 460 foot is correct.
Okay.
It is now Scout's desire to develop the unit through long lateral horizontal wells for the reasons outlined in the upper left corner, more details to which to be provided from Dan and Don.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit E, please explain what this shows.
With the reduced heel-toe setbacks of 100 or 200 feet, Scout anticipates the recovery of at least an additional 260 feet of resource that would otherwise be left in the ground.
And again, the technical witnesses will provide more support to that effect. Okay, now turning your attention to Exhibit F, this is a 2-page exhibit. Would you please explain what this shows?
Sure. As reflected in Exhibit C, under the 600-3, 470-05, and 600-05 orders, Ovintiv, now 4 Point, Finley, and also Scout, have been able to drill long lateral horizontals within 100 or 200 feet of the GMBU boundary. The board expressly found no adverse impact upon the correlative rights of the offsetting acreage, being the GMBU. Scout's asking for reciprocal setbacks, which may result in an additional 16,600 feet of perforated lateral length.
All right, on the second page here.
So that basically defines all the drilling and spacing units that Ovintiv had in the 213-11 order. And we're not seeking a reduction along all of the northern boundary, just those lands described in the RRA as amended this morning.
Right, so again, even though the dashed line shows the whole northern border, Scout is only interested in the lands that were specifically described in the request and as amended this morning with those 2 additional sections. Okay, now turning your attention to Exhibit G, would you please explain what this shows?
Yes. The green areas are the drilling units with offsetting 100 or 200 feet setbacks. Otherwise, 460-foot setbacks are under the general well sitting rules.
And the lighter green section there is the areas that you're talking about, what Scout is asking for today.
That's correct.
All right. I'm now going to show you what his the certificate of service that was filed in this matter. If you give me a second here. This is a pleading that was prepared by my office. Do you recognize the names and addresses that are shown on that
I do.
And who are those parties, and how were those names and addresses derived?
Those were derived by compiled with Scout's internal land records, including title opinions and a search of BLM, BIA, SITLA, Duchesne, and Uintah County records prior to the filing of the RRA itself by Lone Wolf Energy, Inc., Scout's contracted land service company.
All right, and again, those parties are the working interest owners in the Greater Monument Butte and the offsetting drilling units?
That's correct.
All right. For the board's information, these were mailed out regular mail, not certified mail, and that's why there's no Exhibit Z showing return receipts. Madam Chair, with that, that concludes the examination of Mr. Short.
Division, do you have questions for this witness?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions for Mr. Short. First of all, the original order in clause number 213-11 was done by another operator. At what point did Scout become operator of the GMBU?
So Scout purchased GMBU from Ovintiv in 2022. I believe around July was the.
All right, thank you. I'd just like some clarification. We can stay here on Exhibit G right here. The dark green is, what does that represent? I guess the darker shade of green, I guess, in there.
Those are the working interest owners we noticed outside, in drilling units outside of the GMBU to the northern border.
Okay. The lands requested go further west than what is shown on there. They go to section 21, which is a couple, about 3 sections longer. Were those parties notified? And if not, why?
So as far as the western portion of it, we had already drilled horizontal wells on that side with the 460-foot setback in mind. In fact,
Okay.
in some cases, I believe it was even longer with a 500 to maybe 600-foot setback. So we couldn't put any more horizontal wells in that area. It's for the horizontal wells going forward, in which we supplied notice to the working interest owners.
So your requested setback then for 100 or 200 feet, those sections will not be affected then?
Correct.
Okay. That works then, because the other question I had involved section 22, which is also not included in there, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be
An issue.
affected. All right. Thank you for those clarifications. With that, the division has no further questions.
Board, do you have questions for this witness? Seeing none, I think we can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Lancaster, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, it's Dan Lancaster, and it's 13800 Montfort Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75240.
And what is your current position with the company, and how does it relate to the Greater Monument Butte area?
I'm the senior geologist with Scout, and I'm currently assigned for all the horizontal drilling and development of the Greater Monument Butte.
All right, though your resume was submitted as part of Exhibit A, just since this is your first time testifying, would you very briefly outline your work education, or your education, your work experience in the Uintah Basin or analogous basins, if you've been recognized by any other commissions, things like that?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree in 2009 from Brigham Young University, Idaho, and my master's degree from Baylor University in 2011. Since then, I've been working for the oil and gas industry, primarily focused on horizontal drilling and development in South Texas and West Texas and the greater North America. My experience in the Uintah Basin has been this previous year that I've been with Scout. Prior to this, I spent 14 years with Pioneer Natural Resources. Once again, primarily focused on developments very similar to this one.
All right, unless the division wants any board.
Division, do you have any questions for this witness?
We've already reviewed Mr. Lancaster's resume, and we're okay with him.
Board, are you?
So you
Please
recognize him as
proceed,
an
yeah.
expert in geology. Thank you. All right, I'm going to show you what have been marked as a replacement Exhibit H, Exhibit I, and Exhibit J. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes,
Were they prepared by you or Scout personnel with your review and input?
they were.
Starting with replacement Exhibit H, would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance to today's hearing?
Yeah, there's a handful of images on this slide that have importance. First of all, if you look at the downhole log on the top right-hand side of the image, this indicates our formation that we're targeting in this development, the Uteland Butte. This is part of the Greater Green River Formation, which is wholly within the Greater Monument Butte unit. So all our developments could be within that unit. It won't be going outside the unit itself. This is also the formation that has been targeted by previous wells drilled by Scouts or partners, as well as other horizontal wells north of the unit that encroach within that up to that 100 feet offset to the northern line of the Greater Monument Butte. Another useful piece of information on this slide, on this exhibit, is the cross-section in the lower left-hand side. This is a cross-section that stretches from the northern or more central part of the Uinta Basin down to the south through the edge of the Greater Monument Butte unit, marked in outlined in black. The purpose of this is to show relatively consistency in geology, particularly from the lands that have been approved for tighter offsets and the Greater Monument Butte, to show that some of the assumptions and some of the data that we're leveraging from offset operators is applicable as well within the GMBU.
And why isn't there an east-west cross-section then?
Oh yeah, generally when you're trying to show the larger difference in geology or reservoir characteristics, it's most useful to show a cross-section along depositional or structural dip. And in the Uinta Basin, this would be a north-south trend. So the goal for this cross-section is trying to look for the highest odds of seeing varying geology that would suggest differences in fracture propagation or drainage. So in that dip direction, we still don't see large changes that would suggest that our fractures should propagate differently than the operation to the north of us.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit I, would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance today as well?
Of course. So when you're looking at how fractures are going to propagate from a horizontal well, it's very important to look at the stress regimes in the area, what direction the direction of maximum pressure is. That will dictate the direction that your fractures are going to propagate, and it's impactful for how much offset you want from other operators' lands. Both these maps you have on here are showing similar data, just in a different way and over a different range. They're showing direct indicators of how the direction that fractures propagate in this basin. There's two different data sets leveraged for this. If you look at the top right-hand image, you'll see little red indicators and little blue indicators. The red indicators are microseismic data, so that would be the direction that fractures propagate that are being stimulated by hydraulic fracturing. And then the blue ones are actually fracture directions done by downhole image logs. This would be capturing the way that natural fractures have propagated in the formation at depth over time. Both the natural fractures as well as the stimulated fractures propagate in the same general direction, which is the east-west direction in the Greater Monument Butte. This would suggest that as we stimulate these wells, the fractures extend east-west, and through industry experience, we don't see very much fracture propagation contrary to that, perpendicular to that, which in this situation would be a northwest direction. So we expect the fractures to go east-west primarily.
All right, and turning your attention to Exhibit J, again, would you please explain what this shows and its significance to today's hearing?
Yes, sir. So this is actually just a zoom in, essentially, of the previous exhibit to show you some proprietary microseismic data that we have within Scout. Those two diagrams, the blue and the orange that you have there on the left-hand side of the slide, these are Rose diagrams showing the direction of fracture propagation from microseismic data, so from stimulated fractures, once again showing a consistent primary east-west direction. On the bottom right-hand side, you just see kind of a conceptual idea to give you an idea of what that propagation would look like with the orientation of our wells. Our wells are drilled essentially north-south, so the toe of the well or the heel of the well will be approaching that northern boundary. So east-west propagation would be perpendicular to that.
And that's fairly much consistent with what your understanding is of the operators to the north as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Is it your expert opinion then that the uniformity and thickness make the unitized formations an attractive target for longer lateral horizontal drilling?
Yes.
And is it also your expert opinion that the fracture orientation supports a north-south well orientation?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that concludes my examination of Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you. Division, do you have questions?
Division has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Board, do you have questions? No questions. Let's move on.
Thank you. With that, I'll commence my examination, Mr. Muth. Mr. Muth, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Don Muth, and business address is 13800 Montfort Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75240.
And what's your current position with Scout, and how does it relate to the Greater Monument Butte unit?
Yes, sir. So I'm a senior development planning engineer. I'm involved in reservoir characterization, development planning, reserves, and financial modeling.
All right. Again, because this is your first time in front of the board, and although Mr. Muth's resume was submitted as part of Exhibit A, would you just briefly give the board a brief outline of your education, your work experience in the Uinta Basin or analogous basins, and if you've been recognized by any experts or any other qualifications so that they can recognize you as an expert in petroleum engineering?
Sure. So I graduated from Texas Tech University in 2008 with a Bachelor of Science degree in petroleum engineering. Since then, I've worked for major operators like Chesapeake, now Expand Energy, and Pioneer Natural Resources, private equity, and now Scout. Major basins include Eagle Ford, the Barnett, the Fayetteville, the Marcellus, the Delaware Basin, the Midland Basin, Central Basin Platform, and Uinta Basin.
All right. With that, Madam Chair, and unless the division needs any voir dire, we would ask that Mr. Muth be recognized as an expert in petroleum engineering.
Division, do you have questions?
We don't have any questions.
Board?
Again, we're fine with recognizing him.
So recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Muth, I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits K through N. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
Were they prepared by you or Scout personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go a little bit out of order here. I'm going to start with Exhibit N. Would you please explain to the board what this shows and its significance to today's hearing?
Yes. So what we have right here is, let's turn our attention to the bottom left-hand display with a gold star that represents the Knoll well that was previously represented by Oventive in docket number 2023-048. It's relevant because this well is a direct offset to the GMBU. The inputs and the reservoir characteristics are very similar for porosity, permeability, viscosity. Frac designs, well location spacing, pretty much is a direct analog to our development program. And so this example is modified from Hales and Evers from 1981 frac design geometries. To the top left-hand display, you will see your outputs from a map view. And this is not a gun barrel, this is a map view where the wellbore will be placed north-south and the maximum stress orientation is east-west, and that's where your fractures propagate. In addition, you'll see that your largest frac half lengths are an A, that's in the west to east, and your minimum is B, which is your north to south. And a 5-year drainage is very limited in retrospect at 76 feet. And so in conclusion, your fractures go sideways, east and west. You do have a lot of height growth up and down in a 3-dimensional space, but limited apertures going parallel to the wellbore, which in this point would be a north and south due to the maximum stress of the area.
Right now, turning your attention to Exhibit M, would you please explain how this relates to today's hearing?
Yes, sir. So the azimuth of the current development program is set about 15 degrees north. So since the fractures propagate mainly to the east-west side, you have to look at your primary stress A and see that distance away from its angular distance away from the unit line. At a 100-foot setback, you're looking at around 61 estimated feet with 200 to 161. So we see minimum risk for outside lands, given the rock characterization, the frac designs, and the research done on Knoll.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit K, would you please explain what this shows?
Yes. So a 100-foot setback is actually an industry standard for multiple basins where horizontal drilling is the main development method. Also, not just major basins, but major operators. So in the top left-hand display, we'll have a Midland Basin example operated by ExxonMobil, where you have 100-foot hard lines for all the targets. That's why you see the stick count. It's so densely populated, going across multiple units. To the right-hand display is a Delaware Basin of Texas and southeast New Mexico by major operator Chevron, once again showing 100-foot hard lines. And the examples continue with the Bakken and ConocoPhillips, and also in the DJ Basin, which is in the Rockies with Occidental Petroleum.
And again, this is also the way that the operators to the north of the Greater Monument Butte are operating as well. Is that so? It's
Yes, sir, that's
consistent
correct.
also in the Uinta Basin as far as this area.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Now, turning your attention to Exhibit L, just this is kind of a summary, but would you please outline again what it shows?
Yes, sir. So we'd like to update the field rules based upon development techniques. 100-foot setbacks are industry standards for across the unit line by our offset operators and also across different basins in the United States. And the main point is to capture all the resources in place and to prevent waste is the main reason.
All right, so then is it your expert opinion that the reduction of the heel-toe northern south boundary setbacks to 100 or 200 feet is necessary to recover additional resource that would otherwise be left in the ground?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the requested reduced setback should not result in adverse drainage or waste and will be protective of the correlative rights of the adjacent owners?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that concludes my examination. Mr. Muth?
Thank you. Division, do you have questions?
Yes. Could we pull up Exhibit N, please? Mr. Muth, the data used, you indicated it was from the Knoll well, from an inventive well, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you currently have horizontals that are being drilled in the GMBU?
Yes.
Are your fracture half lengths in the wells you have drilled, are they the same as what we would see in this exhibit?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't know if you're the one to answer this, but I would like a clarification though. The exhibit where you have 100 and 200 feet, that was M. The RAA indicates that 200-foot setback would only be needed in sections 21 and 15 of 8 South 16 East. But I believe those are the lands that were not noticed. Do we still need a 200-foot setback in this request?
That's the reciprocal, that's the oventive setback. And so all Scout is asking for is the same reciprocal setback from the line. And that one was because of the angle of the...
So do we need those lands, though? I think that's my question, because Mr. Short indicated that those wells have already been drilled. There's no intent to have that setback in those lands.
I'll have to clarify with the
Okay.
court. If it's the case that they've already drilled and they don't intend to drill any well, we'll remove those from the order.
And the reason that's important is because, as was testified, that those parties were not noticed. So if those are not removed, that is an issue. So that's something we need to figure out.
We'll make sure we clarify that. If they weren't noticed, then we will not include them in here.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. That's all.
Board, do you have questions? Mr. Galecki?
Just one comment is that I appreciated the exhibits and comparing them to the other, the other areas that have been drilled, and that was good. I appreciate that.
Seeing no other questions, please proceed, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes our presentation in chief. At this time, I would move for admissions of Exhibits A through G, replacement Exhibit H, and Exhibits I through N.
Great. So admitted.
Any objection?
Any.
No objections.
All right, thank you.
So admitted.
With that, Madam Chair, I'll just reserve my closing arguments or closing statements after the division makes their presentation.
Division,
Thank
do you
you.
have final comments?
Yeah. So as has been mentioned, the division filed a non-opposition to this request. We reviewed the request and the exhibits, and we didn't have any issues with what was being presented. After hearing the testimony today, we're in support of this request. with the caveat that sections 21 and 15 of 8 South, 16 East are removed from the request, and those sections 23 and 24 of 8 South, 15 East are added to the request. But other than that, the division is in support of this request.
Board, do you have any final comments? Mr. McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we believe that the statutory and regulatory requirements have been made with the changes that Counsel for the Division has stated, and we will clarify that in the order as well. Again, the whole idea here is to allow additional recovery by reducing the setbacks. That's the same equivalent relief that the offset operators to the north have received. I think the testimony shows that there shouldn't be any adverse impact upon those adjacent owners, and we would ask that the board approve the request as amended today.
Board, do we need deliberation time? Are we ready to move? Make a motion? Can I get a motion from someone, please?
I move that we approve the request for agency action as amended.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please note it passes unanimously. We are without board member Moon and Walker. It's unanimous among the 5 attending. With that, Mr. McDonald, if you would write the order as amended.
I will, and I'll make sure the council for the board and the division both have an opportunity to review it ahead of time.
Thank you. And I think that concludes that matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doesn't look like it. Let's see what's next here. Oh, yeah. The next matter, before we begin, I think I'd like to take a short 10-minute break. We'll try to come back at 10:35, and with that, we're going to go off record.
1.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going back on the record and commencing with item number 2 on the docket. This is docket number 2025-035, cause number 470-19. In the matter of the request for agency action of Robert L. Bayless, producer, LLC, for an order 1, authorizing the drilling and production of the proposed Harding State 11-32D-6-20 well. 2, establishing a special drilling unit for the commingling production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the Green River and Wasatch formations, comprised of parts of Section 32, 6 South, 20 East, SLM, Uinta County, Utah. And 3, compulsory pooling of interests of Stephen D. Harding and Jane Iden in the special drilling unit and declaring them as non-consenting owners in said well. With that, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Fred McDonald of counsel with Lear & Lear on behalf of petitioner Robert L. Bayless, producer, LLC.
Division.
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining. And I just want to point out that I'm also joined today by Colton Goodridge and Spencer Niche from the division.
Anthony Hunter for respondents Stephen Harding and Jane Iden.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald.
With me today testifying on behalf of Bayless are Mr. Cranford Newell, the land manager, and Mr. John Thomas, who's the chief operating officer. And I would ask that you, Madam Chairman, swear them in as witnesses.
Could you please stand? You're fine. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
The resumes of both witnesses were collectively submitted as Exhibit A in this cause. If separately asked, each would verify the contents of their respective resumes are true and correct. As indicated by the resumes, the witnesses have been previously recognized by this board as experts in petroleum land management and petroleum engineering, respectively. We would ask that the board again recognize them for purposes of this cause, subject to the respondents and division's request for voir dire, in which case we will instead allow the questioning of the witnesses on their qualifications at the commencement of their testimony.
Thank you. So accepted.
Well,
oh, I'm sorry.
Respondents have no objection.
Division.
Yeah, no objection from the division.
Board. So accepted.
All right. Just to clarify again for the record that Mr. Newell will be recognized as an expert in petroleum land management and Mr. Thomas as an expert in petroleum engineering. Thank you. Also, again, as standard practice, I will be moving for admission of our exhibits all together at the end of our presentation in chief.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Bayless today is seeking the board's approval of 3 things. First of all is an exception location for the proposed Harding 11-32D-6-20 well with a bottom hole location within the southeast quarter, northwest quarter of Section 32, Township 6 South, Range 20 East, pursuant to its state lease, but which is outside the allowed window under R-649-3-2, the general well siting rule. True and correct copies of R-649-3-2 and R-649-3-3, which is the exception location rule, were collectively submitted as Exhibits B in this cause. Because of that location and the resulting estimated drainage, establishing a special drilling unit, we're also asking the board to establish the special drilling unit comprised of the southernmost 30 acres of the southeast quarter, northwest quarter, and the northernmost 10 acres of the northeast quarter, southwest quarter of Section 32, and allowing for the commingling production from the Green River and a portion of the from the Green River and the Wasatch formations. The interval will be testified to later. Due to their failure, the third element is due to the failure of the timely response of the notices of opportunity to participate relating to the proposed well, Bayless is also seeking the compulsory pooling of the interests of the respondents, Stephen Harding and Jane Iden, who are owners of unleased oil and gas in the 10 acres within the northeast southwest, and declaring them as non-consenting owners in the proposed well. As to the exception location, as spelled out in the request for agency action, which will be addressed in more detail through the testimony today, there are surface and technical drilling obstacles which prevent Bayless from drilling the well in the allowed window of the southeast quarter, northwest quarter, as required under R-649-3-2. Although requested by Bayless, the respondents have not provided their written consent for the proposed location of the well and the exception location, and thus Bayless has to come to the board. As to the special drilling unit, but for the need for the exception location approval, since the lands are not currently spaced, Bayless would be able to drill the well and produce the well under the rule of capture in the Cowling decision, reaffirming that the rule of capture applies in the absence of spacing. However, as the testimony today will reflect, the estimated drainage of the well will slightly extend into the northernmost portion of the northeast quarter, southwest quarter, 10 acres at the most. Recognize that, and since an exception location request of the board is already necessary, Bayless is proactively seeking the special drilling unit establishment as a fair and equitable basis to allocate production from the well, and which will protect the respondent's correlative rights. As to the commingling, the well is targeting production from both the Green River and the upper portion of the Wasatch Formation as defined in the request for agency action. Under R 649-3-22, commingling approval is therefore required. Finally, as the testimony and evidence presented today will reflect, Bayless provided the requisite notices of opportunity to participate to the respondents, including offers to lease or purchase, but the respondents failed to respond in the manner required under R 649-2-8A. As a consequence, they should be declared as non-consenting owners in the well. Because the only other lease involved is a state lease, the respondents would be entitled to a 16 2/3% royalty by statute during the cost recovery period. They are also deemed by regulation subject to the joint operating agreement that Bayless proposed. Bayless has requested a 300% risk assessment award based on the risk that will be assumed in drilling the well, particularly given the need for directional drilling, as well as the percentage being the standard throughout the Uinta Basin. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code sections 40-6-5, subparagraph 3B, and A and B, 40-6-6, and 40-6-6.5, as well as Utah Administrative Code Rules R 649-2-8A, R 649-2-9B, R 649-3-3, and R 649-3-22. A copy of the request was sent via certified mail and received by the respondents. A copy was also sent to the Utah School and Institutional Trust Lands, being Bayless's lessor. Exhibit Z, prepared by my office, reflects the receipt by all of these parties. In addition, notice of the filing of the request and the hearing was published in the Salt Lake Tribune on June 1st and in the Uinta Basin Standard and Vernal Express on June 4th. On May 27, 2025, and on June 10, 2025, both the respondents and the division, respectively, filed responses to the request. The division expressed concern over stranding the remaining 10-plus acres of the southeast northwest quarter and the remaining 30-plus acres in the northeast southwest quarter outside of the proposed drilling unit, and requested the board address their development in its order that it enters in this cause. With leave granted by the board, Bayless filed a replied memorandum addressing those issues, which we will reiterate today. The respondents object on 3 grounds. First, that the special drilling unit fails to prevent waste by leaving resources undeveloped. Second, that their correlative rights are not being adequately protected. And third, that the non-consent penalty is inappropriate under the circumstances. Respondents instead suggest that an 80-acre drilling unit comprised of the entirety of the southeast quarter, northwest quarter, and the northeast quarter, southwest quarter, instead be established with production equally allocated to the state lands and the respondents' lands. Bayless obviously disagrees and will show the respondents' objections have no merit. No other objections or responses to the request were timely filed. With that, I'll commence my examination. Mr. Newell. Mr. Newell, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Cranford D. Newell Jr. Business address is 707 17th Street, Suite 2975, Denver, Colorado 80202.
And what's your current position?
My current position is land manager with Robert L. Bayless Producer, LLC.
All right, would you please state the corporate and bonding status for the record of Bayless?
Bayless is a Colorado limited liability company in good standing with its principal place of business in Denver, Colorado. Bayless is duly qualified to conduct business in the state of Utah and is fully and appropriately bonded with all relevant state of Utah agencies.
I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits C, D, E, and F for purposes of this cause. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Were they prepared by you or Bayless personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
All right, starting with exhibit C, would you please explain what this exhibit shows?
Yes, Exhibit C is a regional map highlighting the proposed well location of the Harding State 11-32D-6-20 in Township 6 South, Range 20 East, Uintah County, Utah. Specifically, the Section 32 lands at issue are approximately 5.5 miles southeast of the US 40 State Highway 88 intersection in Uintah County.
All right, turning your attention now to Exhibit D, would you please explain what this shows?
Yes, again, this is a map showcasing Section 32 and the proposed Harding State 11-32D-6-20. Also on this map is showcasing the existing wells within a 1 mile radius of the proposed well. One thing or a few things I would like to point out as part of this map. First, in regards to the mineral ownership, the east half of the northwest quarter, the west half of the northeast quarter, and the west half of the southwest quarter of Section 32 are state minerals administered by the Trust Lands Administration. The oil and gas and associated hydrocarbons are leased to Bayless under lease ML 53561-OBA, which has been in effect since September 1st of 2017. Also regarding the mineral ownership, the northeast to the southwest of Section 32 are fee minerals owned by the respondents which remain unleased. There are currently no spacing orders applicable to Section 32, and therefore only the general well siting rule R6493-2 applies. Also of particular importance on this map, I would like to highlight the location of the two existing Pelican State wells. First, the Pelican State 2-32D-6-20, which was directionally drilled and has producing intervals in both the Green River and Wasatch within the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter. And secondly, the Pelican State 13-32D-6-20 well, which was directionally drilled and has producing intervals in both the Green River and Wasatch within the southwest quarter of the southwest quarter. Commingling in both wells has been approved in accordance with regulations. Both the Pelican State 2-32 and 1332 were drilled and are operated by Bayless pursuant to its state lease. And also, I would like to point out on the map, Bayless ideally wants a well equidistant between those two, which is why we have the proposed location of the Harding State 11-32D as it is shown.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit E, would you please explain what this shows?
Yes, Exhibit E is a survey plat with the allowed window under R6493-2 for the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter. A few things to point out in this. You will notice in the northeast of the southwest, Bayless has a surface agreement with the surface owner, who is Ouray Park, for a pad location located in that quarter section. Bayless intends to directionally drill the Harding State 11-32D-6-20 well from that pad to the bottom hole location as shown. Mr. Thomas, during his testimony, will address the reasons for that bottom hole location in more detail. I would like to please note that the actual survey reflects that the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter and the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter are not regular 40-acre quarter-quarter sections. And as a consequence, the proposed special drilling unit is comprised of the south half of the north half of the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter and the south half of the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter, comprised of 30.86 net acres attributable to the Trust Lands Administration, and the north half of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter, comprising 10.28 net acres attributable to the respondents.
And for the board's edification, again, this plat is required as part of the requirements for an exception location approval. Now turning your attention to Exhibit F, would you please explain what this shows and its significance to today's hearing and the location of the well?
Yes, this is a Google Map imagery of Section 32, and I'll point out a few things. First off, you'll see there is a reservoir on the west side of Section 32, in the northwest portion of Section 32, I should say. That is Brough Reservoir. That, along with a concrete dam, irrigation drainage, topography issues in the northern portion of that quarter section, make it impossible to locate a surface or to have a surface location located in the southeast or the northwest. As a consequence, the chosen well pad is the closest feasible surface location to drill the Harding State 11-32D-6-20. And also of note, drilling the location from the 232 pad would create concerns over pressure depletion, which Mr. Thomas will address further in his testimony.
All right, now I'm going to show you what have been marked as Exhibits O and P for purposes of this hearing. These are very large documents, so there's no PowerPoint on those. Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
Were they prepared by you?
Yes.
And what are they, starting with Exhibit O and P, I guess, just explain what these are.
Sure. These are correspondence sent to Mr. Harding and Ms. Iden with proof of receipt by them on March 22nd and March 31st of 2025, respectively. As reflected in the exhibits, Bayless first requested the respondents' written consent to an exception location for the Harding State 11-32D-6-20 to be drilled as proposed within 30 days, and that failure to do so would be deemed a refusal. Additionally, in this correspondence, offers to lease or purchase the respondents' minerals were included. Finally, the offer to participate as unleased owners outlining their specific share of the AFED costs and including a proposed JOA were included in this packet, all in accordance with the regulatory requirements. Bayless, of note, never received any response or had any communication from either of the respondents, thus leading to the filing for the request for agency action on May 9th, 2025. One final point I would like to make note of. Recently, through council, Bayless upped its leasing and purchase offers to the respondents, but again received no response.
Objection. That negotiation was covered by Rule 408, settlement negotiations.
That's fine. All right, now I'm going to direct your attention to the part of those exhibits. This is the joint operating agreement in front of you. You recognize this document?
I do.
All right. This was also attached as Exhibit 1 to the request for agency action. Please explain what this is and the provisions that are relevant, and you know, is this considered a regular or utilized form?
Yes. The form utilized is a standard industry form supplied by the American Association of Professional Landmen, specifically Form 610. This is the 1989 version. The terms and conditions contained therein, including the modifications made, are consistent with those commonly found for conventional well development within the Uinta Basin. Bayless has prepared identical terms for other drilling units it has operated, and also has agreed to such terms in other drilling units in which it has a non-operator working interest. Exhibit C to the JOA is the industry standard COPUS accounting procedures. Exhibit E to the JOA is a gas balancing agreement that has been utilized in the nearby East Bluebell field to the south. Mr. Thomas, again, will discuss the risks with our operations, justifying the 300% risk assessment that we have requested. That is all.
All right, is it your expert opinion as a recognized expert in petroleum land management that the terms and conditions of the proposed JOA are fair and reasonable and consistent with those commonly accepted by industry and in particular the Uinta Basin with respect to conventional well operations?
Yes.
All right. Madam Chair, that concludes my examination. Mr. Newell?
If the division has questions immediately, they can go. It's fine.
Let's start with the respondent.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Newell, to your knowledge, Bayless isn't looking for a free ride down its own well, is it?
No.
All right. Let's turn to Exhibit D real quick, if we could. All right. On your Exhibit D, Pelican State 1332D 620. By my eye, it looks about to be a quarter mile away. Is that about right from your proposed location?
Potentially, yes.
And the 232D 620, that also looks to be about a quarter mile away. Is that about right?
Yes.
Yeah, just as an estimate. As
an estimate, yes.
All right. And as you testified on direct, the D indicator means that both of those wells were directionally drilled. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And you also testified on direct that the equidistant space between those two wells was a particular concern or a priority for Bayless in choosing that location.
Yes.
All right. So the median position was a driver in putting it so close to the property line between Mr. Harding and the state minerals. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Turning to Exhibit E, if we could. Thank you. Will you tell the board where on your map the window, the well siting window is for the northeast quarter, the southwest quarter?
where the legal window is for locating a bottom hole location. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, for on the northeast quarter, southwest quarter, the Harding acreage. Where,
Yes, the
where
Harding
is that
acreage.
depicted?
We do not depict a legal window in that quarter section.
I see. Would you argue with me then if I told you that your surface location is in the southwest corner of where that window is?
I would not.
All right. And would you also, if we turn to Exhibit F just for a moment, would you also quibble with me if I pointed out that your well location, which is outlined in blue, yellow, and green, takes up a very large chunk of that allowable window in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter?
If we were specifying on the surface location, is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
Yes.
All right. We turn to Exhibit O. Oh, we don't really, actually, it's a long document, but you testified it was prepared under your direction?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're familiar with that document?
I am.
I'll just ask you a few questions about it then. That pad that we just talked about in Exhibit F, that exists right now, is that correct?
I would have to confer with Mr. Thomas if that has been constructed at this point or not.
I can bring that up with him during his examination. But you plan to spud on July 1st, 2025?
When initially the notice packets were sent out, obviously that timing has been pushed back due to the need for this hearing.
All right, and so when you sent out the packets in late May, I believe your testimony was?
Correct.
There was anticipation that you wouldn't need to have a hearing on this?
We were providing the unleased mineral owners an opportunity to participate if they'd like to, so it was unsure if a hearing would be needed or not.
All right, and so, but the assumption was when you sent the letter that there wouldn't be a hearing on this?
No assumption was made either way.
Okay, but you specified the July 1st, 2025 date?
Correct.
Knowing that a potential hearing date would be only a week prior to that?
Potentially.
No prudential date thinking maybe there might be a hearing?
We listed the date that we listed on the notice packet.
All right. This particular proposal was previously offered in a prior cause for the board, is that correct?
Objection irrelevant.
If I may respond. The relevance here is that part of the board's mission is to determine that correlative rights have been protected. A big part of that is how Bayless approaches its potential partners in dealing with those rights.
It's still irrelevant as to the relationship with Stephen Harding and Jane Iden.
Madam Chair, your mic is muted.
Let's move on. Do I have to accept or deny? Sustained.
Thank you.
Get my verbiage correct.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. One small question though, you've got the right owners now though, correct?
Correct.
All right, and the reason for that was because a probate was filed.
Correct.
All right, and did Bayless pay for that title curation probate?
For the specific probate that was filed, it did not.
All right, and you sent an NOP to the proper owners, Notice of Opportunity to Participate?
We did.
All right, and that contained an offer to lease.
Correct.
Mr. Newell, you deal with a lot of contracts, don't you?
I do.
Offers, acceptances, negotiations, amendments?
I do.
All right, and you're aware that offers have to be made in good faith, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and part of an offer and contracts in general is negotiating in good faith, is that correct?
Correct.
You testified that you sent the NOP and never heard back from Mr. Harding or Ms. Iden?
That is correct.
All right, and did he didn't call you?
I never received a phone call.
Did you call him?
I did not.
All right, going to turn once again to look at Exhibit O. You offered a 16 2/3% royalty?
That is correct.
And that was based on the weighted average of all the other owners in the proposed spacing unit, which was only the trust lands.
Several factors, not just that.
But then that was the minimum you had to offer, isn't it?
Not necessarily, no. Well, in this instance, we understood that if there was a compulsory pooling hearing, that a statutory royalty rate would be awarded to the respondents in 16 2/3%. The market rate in this area does not necessitate or point Bayless in the direction that a higher royalty rate was required in this instance.
Right. But if you wanted to negotiate, a higher royalty may have been required.
We never received a counteroffer to respond to.
All right, you've asked for a 300% non-consent penalty on your joint operating agreement?
That's correct.
300%, Mr. McDonald indicated, was standard in the basin.
It is a standard accepted rate, yes.
But your notice of opportunity to participate letter states that the minimum penalty is 150%.
That's correct.
All right, so you're asking for 4 times the penalty on this well.
Mr. Thomas will explain the risks associated with drilling this well and why it necessitates that percent.
That's fine, but my question was, you wrote the letter, you asked for 4.
Correct.
You asked for 4 times. All right. In a previous filing, you offered to stipulate to an exception location in
Irrelevant. The prior matter was dismissed, and it's the same objection as being irrelevant.
Sustained.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I'll rephrase the question to make it more clear. In a filing in this matter, Bayless offered to stipulate in the response to the division to an exception location for the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you offer to stipulate to the use of your surface location in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter?
We did not.
No further questions for this witness.
Division, do you have questions?
Yes. Did you? I believe you indicated that these leases were taken in 2017. Is that correct?
There was a single lease taken with the Trust Lands Administration that was effective September 1st, 2017, that covers the, I believe, 240 gross acres in this section 32.
When you obtained these leases, were you aware of the well siting rule, the statewide well siting rules that were in effect?
I would rely on Mr. Thomas to confirm that or deny that.
When you took these leases, were you aware of limitations in developing this quarter-quarter section under the statewide spacing rules?
I would not be able to say that we were aware. We needed to test the concept in the 2 locations that we drilled in the first and second spot.
I don't know if this was touched on by the respondent, but under R649 3-3, an operator is allowed to ask for a location exception with the division if they are able to obtain written consent from the affected owners. Have you tried to obtain written consent from the affected owners before bringing this request before the board?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Board, do you have questions? Going back to Exhibit D.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Could I have an opportunity to redirect?
Sure.
All right. Yeah, if you give me a second here. Again, to emphasize the point here, you did, as part of Exhibits O and P, you did ask for a exception location, and there was no response from the respondents, correct?
That's correct.
Did the respondents ever come back and ask for a different amount for purchase or a different amount for the royalty?
No.
All right. Have they ever asked you about the possibility of using the pad for development of their own lands?
They have not asked me, no.
All right, thank you. That concludes my redirect.
Thank you, Board. I'm sorry, Division. Do you have any further questions?
No further questions.
Could I just ask, on Exhibit D that shows the other wells in this area, are all these other wells drilled at legal locations? Are there any other exception locations?
Not to my knowledge.
They're all drilled on legal locations.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Church.
I'd just like to make a comment. With all these fractional descriptions of the land,
Yes, sir.
it would have been extremely helpful if you'd have provided an exhibit outlining the special drilling unit you're asking for.
Apologies, that wasn't
Exhibit.
included.
Yes.
And I think the ownership would have been valuable.
Apologies for not including that for your review.
Thanks. Okay, I think we're moving on, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'll commence my examination. Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
John D. Thomas, 707 17th Street, Suite 2975, Denver, Colorado, 80202.
And what's your current position with Bayless?
I'm currently the Chief Operating Officer for Robert L. Bayless Producer, LLC.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit G, which is a two-page exhibit. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Was it prepared by you?
Yes, it was prepared under my supervision.
And you reviewed it? And
Yes, I
okayed
have.
it. Yes, okay. Would you please explain what this shows, starting with the first page?
So both of these exhibits are a torque and drag model. This is used for sizing the what a rig is capable of drilling directionally. I want you to focus this. The first page of this is using our surface location as proposed and drilling north to a legal window inside the 40. And this model was put together, and as you can see, I want you to focus on the blue line. The blue line is as you get to total depth, the foot-pounds of torque created, and what type of rig is capable of drilling that. The rig that we have contracted to do this well, and the reason we've contacted for economic reasons, has a total load of 17,500 foot-pounds of torque. As you'll see in that blue line, the foot-pounds to drill the legal window reaches 20,000 foot-pounds of torque. If you go to the next slide.
And second page.
In the next slide and the second page is a model of the proposed location. As you'll notice, the blue line reaches 12,500 foot-pounds of torque. This allows us some engineering factors and unforeseen difficulties or increases in torque, whether that be dogleg severity or other things, and gives us room below that 17,500 foot-pounds of torque that the rig is capable of. To get a larger rig to drill to the legal window would make this uneconomic. It would cost about 25% more to drill the well to the legal window for the size of the rig, and we would not drill this well.
If the conditions, as you're drilling, allowed you to go further than where your bottom hole is to drill more onto the state acreage, would you do that?
Yes, what we typically do is, as we're drilling the well to account for unforeseen directional problems, is we stay what we call above the line, which means we'll be staying north of the line and above, trying to get farther to the north. If we see as we're drilling that the well is drilling smoothly, that we're not seeing operational problems, we will land this well north of the 50-foot step out from the quarter section.
But the current location is based on what you feel confident you can drill to with the rig that makes it economic.
From our experience in the field and the drilling that we've done, I'm very confident that we can reach this point and beyond, and maybe slightly beyond it, but I'm very confident that this point we'll be able to reach.
Is there any other way or technical viability to access the regulatory window in the southwest northeast quarter? In other words, could you use the 2D location to drill from there?
No, our plans would not be to use the 2D location. The step out would not be ideal for the full development of the field coming from the 2D location. I'll show you later how the development of the 10 acres on the north and the 40 acres to the north on Sitla lands will be developed using that 2D location.
All right, let me turn back to Exhibit F. Would you just go in a little bit more from your understanding of the surface hindrances as well?
Yes, I've been on the ground out there. I was in field management for drilling the 1332D as an asset manager for Bayless, and then under my supervision last year drilling the 2, which is the northern well. And This area was developed by the Ouray Park irrigation group, and the Brough Reservoir was dammed up. There is no access point. This is the farthest north access point and the closest that we could get to the Sittler lands and put a surface location. As you'll notice, on just to the south of the 2D location, that is the only flat spot in that 160 that we would use for development. We had to put that location there and then drill directionally to the east to get to the 2D location. There's a massive hillside and drainage all coming down to what you'll see right on the corner, that the dark area in that section line. That's a large natural drainage that fills Brough Reservoir.
Okay, now I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit H. Would you please explain what this shows? Or first of all, was H and I, let's get the foundation. Exhibits H and I, were these prepared by you or Bayless personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
All right, turning now to Exhibit H, please explain what this shows.
This is a type log from the Pelican 13-32 well. It reflects the target of the Green River and Wasatch Formation. The Wasatch and Green River are drilled together. We typically drill through the Green River. As you'll notice here, the Wasatch accounts for less than 20% of the productive interval. It's not economic to drill a Wasatch well without completing the Green River interval with it. That's why we're asking for spacing of both formations. Bayless will typically drill through the Green River and then 300 feet on the Wasatch. We sometimes complete the Wasatch, usually a single upper sand that will be commingled with the Green River.
And that's what makes the well economic.
That's correct.
All right. One of the things that keeps being kicked around here is an 80-acre drilling unit or even larger, and that there's horizontal well drilling out in the basin. Why not drill a horizontal well here?
I'll have you focus on Section 20 of 7 South 20 East, and
that's where Pelican Lake.
That's where Pelican Lake is to the south. The horizontal concept was tested in this field. There's overlap spacing unit that was approved by the board that I'll show some exhibits for, with reduced north-south setbacks for those wells. But those are uneconomic wells, and drilling horizontal, because of the thickness of the section here, you'll notice that the section's 1,800 to 2,000 foot thick that we'll be completing. Drilling a horizontal well in a single one of those sections is not economic to drain this interval.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit I, would you please explain what this shows?
Exhibit I is a cross section. It's just showing the continuity of the Green River and Wasatch across Section 32.
All right, and one of the things that Bayless is requesting here is commingling approval. Can you kind of address that? Why?
Again, commingling approval, it does not. It's not economic to drill the Wasatch by itself. We'll be drilling through the Green River into the Wasatch. This is done with all the wells in this field, and commingling is approved on a percentage basis of the completion or thickness of the production.
And again, I believe Mr. Newell testified, but can you also confirm that you did receive commingling approval for the 2 Pelican State wells in this section?
Yes, yes, we did.
All right. Now turning your attention to Exhibits J through N and Q, which are shown here. Would you please confirm that these were prepared by you or Bayless personnel with your review and input?
Yes, they were.
Okay, starting with Exhibit K, we're going to go a little bit out of order here too.
Oh.
Would you please explain what this shows?
This was taken from Finley spacing hearing for wells nearby. It was used for overlap spacing and a request for agency action in Township 7 South, 20 East, where north-south setbacks were reduced also because of the orientation of the fracture. This was produced by microseismic data that was obtained by Bill Barrett in Section 32 of 7 South 20 East. Of particular note here is the fracture orientation on the wellbore to the right is 73 degrees northwest. The north-south half length of the fracture is 91 feet, and the east-west is 297 feet. Offsetting the line by 50 foot to the north will put over 75% of the north-south fracture on state lands, and less than 25% on the fee lands to the south.
And we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit L. Please explain what this shows and its significance to your calculations.
Yeah. Exhibit L is a calculation from the type log of the offset well. It was used to calculate oil in place per section, and it'll be used in drainage calculations that I'll show here shortly.
All right, and again, this was from the 13D well within the section, right?
This was taken from the 628D, which is in just 3 miles south and 7 south, 20 east. I apologize.
Okay, my bad.
No worries.
Okay, turning to Exhibit M, please explain what this shows and why and how it relates to your drainage calculations.
Exhibit M is the decline curve for the 1332D, which is the offset well to the southwest. It's used to calculate the ultimate recovery of a vertical Green River Wasatch well in the section.
All right, and now to Exhibit N.
Using all these, using the data that I provided above, we've calculated a drainage area. This is the drainage calculation, and we'll give a drainage area of a north-south of 310 feet and east-west of 930 feet.
All right, and this is a standard recognized drainage calculation?
This is a standard recognized drainage calculation.
All right.
And has been used in other exhibits.
All right, now turning back to Exhibit J, and I believe, Mr. Church, this helps show what you're looking for.
Yeah,
please explain what this shows.
This shows the a sketch of the drainage ellipse on the proposed drilling area. As you can see here, the landing, the ellipse shown in Exhibit N will show the half length and the orientation. As you can see, there is no more than 10 acres of drainage to the south, and the majority of the drainage is on state lands.
And if you drilled further north, then there would be less drainage on the respondent's land, but they would still benefit from the special drilling order.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, let's turn now to Exhibit Q. And would you please explain what this shows and particularly how these risks relate to the well as you've got it proposed?
This is a compilation of general drilling and geologic risks and production risks, as well as specific to this project. I want to point out in the operational risks, this is a complex well. We're having a big step out to the north. Directional control, directional drilling makes this extremely complex and extremely risky. And we have no other choice to access this but to drill an S-curve and to get directional to the north. This can cause, what directionally drilling does is it lifts all the other operational risks of drilling, whether it's hole instability at an angle, whether it's loss of circulation, and it also increases geologic risks. And what we may be seeing up hole, and as we're drilling, we're stepping out farther and farther from the vertical well, and we may be seeing those things.
Do you want to address any of the other risks that you see?
I'm happy to address it. General risks, there's always risks of equipment failure. With directional drilling, I again, focusing on lost circulation, focusing on stuck pipe. There's a larger chance of sticking and having issues when we're directional drilling. There's much larger risks of hole instability. There is environmental risks, though Bayless does everything in their power to avoid any kind of environmental risks to the well. This area, the Green River and Wasatch are not necessarily contiguous sand zones. They're lenses that pinch out and come and go. And you might see some in one well and not see them in the other. So a geologic risk for drilling these wells, even between two offset wells, is pinch outs. Because this is a lake bottom, we could see mineralogy changes. We could see fluid changes. We could see gas where we're looking for oil. Production is a major risk with directional wells. The farther we try to step out, the larger chance of late life production failures with sucker rod pumps and drag on those and losing late life reserves. So trying to push this farther north, we might lose late life reserves for the well itself too.
All right, is it your expert opinion that in addition to the surface constraints, the technical constraints justify the proposed well location, both surface and bottom hole?
Yes.
Is it your expert opinion that no more than 10.28 acres of the respondent's land will be drained with that bottom hole location?
Yes.
Is it your expert opinion that based on the drainage, the proposed drilling unit represents a fair and just allocation of production?
Yes.
And is it your expert opinion that the risks that will be incurred in drilling justify a 300% risk assessment award?
Yes.
All right. Again, one of the things that the division raised and the respondents to a certain extent are what are the development operations, and I'm going to refer back to Exhibit J. The development plans, or how would you develop the northern 10 acres of the southeast northwest and the respondent's land, the extra 30 acres of the respondent's lands. Could you address that, please?
If this well is successful, Bayless plans to drill a well in the southern portion of the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter with an exception location that will capture much of the north half, southeast quarter, northwest quarter if possible, or the 10 acres on the northern portion of this 40.
And that's all under the state lease, right?
Correct.
So that the Sittler would get the 100% of the royalty.
Correct.
Anyways. Okay, in production. Okay, what about the respondent's land?
Though Bayless has no rights to develop the respondent's land, Bayless will provide the respondents its written consent to an exception location so that they may independently develop the remaining offsetting 30-plus acres as they see fit.
Okay, and one of the questions that has been kind of raised then is the pad that was shown. Would you be willing to allow the respondents or their operator a right-of-way to be able to utilize that pad?
Bayless has negotiated with other operators and in many other cases has dual operations on single pads.
Okay, so it's
yes,
possible that you would
it's
do
possible we could do that, yes.
All right, okay. If as is requested here, if there's just one well on the 80-acre drilling unit that's being requested or suggested, do you think that that one well is going to drain the 80 acres?
It will not.
All right, thank you. With that, that concludes my examination of Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thomas, I asked the same question of your colleague. You're not looking for a free ride down your own well, are you?
No.
All right. Let's take a look at exhibit. Actually, if I could get my laptop screen up on the board here. There we go. I've got just a little demonstrative matrix up here, and I was hoping you could help me out just to make sure that we're all on the same page as far as the...
Objection, I haven't been provided a copy of this.
This is merely demonstrative, summarizing the evidence that's already been testified to.
I'd like to see it, and it's kind of hard to see it on the screen.
I've got a physical copy. Justin can give you a physical copy if you
All
need.
right.
Will you provide? Okay.
We can provide.
Thank you.
We can provide copies to. Probably have to make more copies though. I can zoom in a little too.
Yeah.
That makes it easier to read.
Okay, we'll see. Let's look at it first.
Mr. Hunter, could you make it slightly smaller so we can see the whole exhibit?
Yes. A little smaller even.
Thank you.
It's most of it. There's just
Yeah,
it cuts
that's
off the bottom
fine.
just a little bit.
I'm going to object to the use of the term acreage stranded.
I can make that adjustment on the screen. Potentially undeveloped? Is that acceptable, Mr. McDonald?
I think all you have to say is the respondent's acreage not included in the special drilling unit or requested drilling unit.
That would be a difference of opinion and a difference of characterization, but
Let's change it.
two.
Something similar to what Mr. McDonald, just so that we know stranded might be prejudicial. Thank you.
Does that work? Okay.
Mr. McDonald, are you ready to proceed?
It's up to Mr. Hunter at this point.
Oh, I was waiting for any additional objections. If that
Oh,
was the
that's
only
okay. Division, do you have any comments on this exhibit?
Nope.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just starting off at the top and just working our way down. The request is for a offset 40-acre special drilling unit, split 75% for Bayless, 25% for the Harding. Is that right?
That is correct.
And our reply asked for a 50-50 split of 80 acres. Is that correct? To your understanding?
Pleading speaks for itself.
I'll take that as a yes. Our request also asked for a 2-well density on the 80 acres. Were you aware of that?
I did not see that in your reply.
Moving on. Then what we've got next is the risk penalty that was requested by Bayless is 300%,
Correct.
and we've countered with 150. Is that your understanding?
No, you just said that it was inappropriate, or you didn't feel it was appropriate under the circumstances.
Your colleague testified that the minimum statutory penalty is 150% according to the notice of opportunity to participate. Were you aware of that testimony?
Yeah, and that's in the statute.
I was asking Mr. Thomas. Were you aware of that testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. The Harding share of drilling under your proposal then would be 300% of their quarter, or they'd be responsible for 75% of the drilling costs with the non-consent penalty. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I quite follow that logic.
Well, I'll rephrase the question. The non-consent penalty, 300%, means that Bayless will recover 3 times the amount of the non-tangible drilling operations from the Harding's interest. Is that right?
Of the money we spent, yes.
Okay. And they own 25% of your proposed spacing unit.
That is correct.
Right. And so 3 times the 25% that they own would be 75% of the drilling expenses by the time it's all said and done.
That is correct.
All right. Our counter proposal, or the statutory minimum, would be 150% of 50% of the spacing unit, which would result
Are
in the
you
same-
testifying that is what your clients have asked for?
I'm testifying that's a statutory minimum. I'm not testifying to anything.
All right, then don't say that. Then say that if it was the statutory minimum, then this is what it would be.
I think that's, yeah,
All right.
that's correct.
But the profits after payout, after Bayless recovers its drilling expenses under your proposal, the after payout profits would go 75% to Bayless, 25% to Harding.
That's correct.
And under our proposal would be split 50-50.
If it was the 150%, if that's what the board decides.
Is that an objection, or?
It is, from the standpoint that it hasn't been requested. You simply said that it wasn't appropriate based on the circumstances. That's all. You didn't say that you were asking for 150%, and your witnesses haven't testified to that yet.
Under this proposal, you would have the right to drill 100% well, so therefore you have 100% well of yourself too, to the south.
not in the spacing area, not in the spacing area. It would be to the south.
And the 30 acres to the south, correct?
But we're talking just about the spacing unit today. In this context, we're talking just about the spacing unit.
I believe when you're putting the 80 acres in there, you're including the acres to the south, though.
Right, but they would not have, if the 80-acre proposal were to go through, Bayless would still be the operator of the spacing unit, isn't that right?
That hasn't been decided yet, and it would have to be agreed to by your client. I'm going to object to that in the way you're framing the question.
All right, are you familiar with the, I'll rephrase, are you familiar with the operatorship rules in Utah?
I'd have to review that.
All right, well, would you have a reason to argue with me if I told you that under R649-2-4, as long as under 1.2, an owner owns 50% or less of the working interest and has the written authorization and designation by additional owners who operate on their behalf?
Have your clients designated that? That's the point. It's not been decided yet.
Is it possible that the Hardings could authorize you to be the
You're asking us? We don't know. That's your witness. Ask them.
Could I ask the board to remind Mr. McDonald that I'm asking his client the questions and not him?
But okay, it's a formal objection to the form of the question.
Could you rephrase?
I'll rephrase. If you engaged in negotiations with the Hardings, is it possible that you could come to an agreement for you to be named operator under the 80 acres?
I do not know that.
Thank you. All right. There's been testimony there could be potential surface access problems on the Harding acreage. That's why that Bayless offered to stipulate. Is that correct?
Could you re-ask that question?
Sure. If the spacing hearing goes through as you requested, there are potential surface access problems on the northeast southwest, which is why you had to offer to stipulate to an exception location for the Hardings. Let me break that up. That was a lot of questions.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, please.
Bayless stipulated or offered to stipulate to an exception location to the south of the proposed spacing unit.
Correct.
And that was because there are potential surface access locations if your spacing unit goes through.
No, that's incorrect.
So there are no potential surface access issues on the South 30.
The potential surface access issues would have to be negotiated with the surface owner, as we've done, or with, or become party to our agreement. So that would be a business arrangement that the owner would have to figure out, as Bayless has.
So the Hardings or any potential lessee of the Hardings would have to negotiate not only with the surface access owner, the surface owner, as you have, but they'd also have to negotiate with Bayless also.
Not necessarily. They could negotiate with either.
But your colleague testified that a good chunk of that standard window has been occupied by your current pad.
There is, the pad is near the standard window, yes, on the northern portion of it. I'm not a surveyor, the owner would need to get a surveyor, but I have looked at the ground out there. There is potential for surface locations to the south of that pad or extension of the pad. There is potential to use the existing pad through negotiations with Bayless that we've done with many other operators, reputable operators, that brings no risk to us from an environmental or operation standpoint, or any kind of risk to the to what we're doing there.
Sure.
So operationally.
So, but I guess, and thank you for that answer, because Bayless would need to approve of any access to its surface location.
We do not own the surface.
Let me repeat the question. It would have to approve any access to its surface location.
Yes.
All right. And if the surface owner granted separate authorization, then Bayless would have nothing to do with it.
Correct.
Okay. So there is at least one potential negotiation that the Hardings or their lessees would have to go through.
Correct.
And as many as two, if they had to negotiate both with the surface owner and you for an extension of the pad to extend the boundaries of that pad outward, for example.
Potentially.
Okay. There's further exception location problems due to the proximity of your well to the property line, isn't there? Are you aware, let me rephrase that question. Are you aware that no well can be drilled within 920 feet of an existing well under the current Utah regulations? If you're not aware, that's okay.
I'm not aware of that
All right.
stipulation, so.
Are you aware that according to your exhibits that the well is 904 feet? The bottom hole location of your well is 904 feet from the surface location of your well.
That sounds correct. I'll have to look at the directional plan, but that sounds approximately correct.
And 904 feet is less than 920.
Yes.
All right. And so the bottom hole location of your proposed well is less than 920 feet from the surface location.
The two wells would not be drilled on top of each other.
Right. But but the arc of that 920 feet sweeps over a large portion of that area.
If a vertical well was drilled here, common sense would put the location to the south of the well, and these are pumping wells, and therefore a 50-foot setback from the existing wells would be required so therefore you would be 920 foot away.
Right. But a good chunk of the northeast quarter, southwest quarter has been eliminated from the standard drilling siting location due to the fact that the proximity of your bottom hole location.
No.
All right. Are there infill drilling problems later on down the road if Bayless tries to downspace?
I do not believe so.
And that's because Bayless would be willing to stipulate to adding a second well to that 30 acres down to the bottom?
I'd have to evaluate the data at that time. I don't know until we drill this well.
Right. But that would be, again, it would be the decision that would be in Bayless's hands or subject to Bayless's approval and analysis.
I think it'd be subject to the board's analysis.
You would be testifying at any hearing that the board does for that.
I would review the data at that time and come up with an answer on what we believe is in our best interest and best interests of the resource and to state lands.
All right. And the reason that you testified, you testified the fact that there was a possibility of drainage problems with the well bottom hole placed so close to the property line between the state and the Hardings. Is that right?
Rephrase that question one more time.
Your bottom hole location causes potential drainage problems over the property line.
And that's why no more than 10 acres.
Right. And so your testimony is that no more than 10 acres would be affected.
Correct.
All right. I want to run through your exhibits real quickly, if we could. We can switch back to Mr. McDonald if you're still willing to drive on the PowerPoint.
Well, I will be happy to do that. The question is what was the purpose of the demonstrative exhibit? Did you already go through it?
To the extent that I needed to, I think, yes.
Okay, all right. Then what exhibit do you need up?
If we could go to, I think, G.
Which one do you want?
First page, or second page, next one. All right, just to help me out here, the vertical axis is depth and the horizontal axis is torque, is that right?
That's correct.
And we don't have a horizontal distance on this, a horizontal distance from the vertical on this depiction.
We do not. This is based on the directional drilling design.
Okay.
That was put together by our directional drilling contractor.
All right. So, but this does tell us that the more you deviate from the vertical, the harder it is to turn the bit. Is that basically this?
That's correct. That's exactly correct.
And so there are some areas of there where you don't work any harder. I'm looking at, for example, between 4,000 and 6,000 feet, there's just a vertical blue line there.
So as you look at this, so what happens with these wells is you have, when you're directionally drilling, you have slide portions where you're actually building the curve and then hold portions. So it's going to be linear across those hold portions. And then you have, as you see at just above our productive zone at 6,000 feet, you'll have a drop portion where torque will actually stay static, and then it'll build as we drill down.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that is a good way to think of it, or maybe
Yeah.
a rule of thumb is that's kind of where you're turning back vertical for a little while.
Correct.
All right. And so it's not adding any additional power requirements or energy requirements to the
Correct.
drill.
Yep.
And more deviation makes things harder. I mean, that was your previous slide, right? Deviation from the vertical, the more you do it, the harder it gets.
Yes.
All right. And so going at it from let's say a steeper angle is easier than going at a shallower angle if you're looking from deviation from the flat plane.
I'd probably have to look at a diagram or what exactly you're saying there.
Sure.
I
Well,
can't
we
just
can
picture it,
use
so-
your exhibits.
Okay,
If we're looking at the first page of Exhibit G now.
Mhm.
That is basically, I mean, it looks like a 45-degree angle down, but we know that that's not exactly right. This is a torque curve, not
The reason that this is actually showing a J well, because you'd have just to get that reach and get out there, you'd have to continually be building across the entire interval.
Right. There would be very little opportunity to turn it vertical for
Correct.
a while. Yeah. So you just have to go.
So in order to get to the window at that point, we'd still be building.
I believe there's testimony that that's way more expensive, requires a bigger rig.
It cannot be drilled in this environment. It would not be drilled in this environment economically.
And that the environment you're talking about is a financial environment. It's just too expensive.
Correct.
Okay. So by using a smaller rig, allowing you to take some vertical sections, it makes it financially possible to drill this well.
It makes it technically possible to drill this well with the rig that we have, that was contracted to do this.
Yes. And the reason you have the rig you have is because it made financial sense.
Correct. Yes.
All right.
It was the appropriate size rig for this project.
Because if you went bigger, the well couldn't be drilled, I think was your testimony earlier.
Yes.
Thank you. You also testified that the bottom hole location gives you a margin of error of sorts?
It is the position that I am confident that we could reach from a step out, given the technical constraints.
Right. But you also testified that you could go a little farther north.
We will try to go farther north from this line. We will try to stay above the line, and we'll make those evaluations while we're drilling, and we will, if we can, land this north, but we will not know that until we start getting into the drop into the upper sections. You'll see the majority of the steepness of this line is taking place in the upper 4,000 feet. We'll be able to make that decision at that time, that whether we have enough remaining torque and runway to land above the line and farther north.
And your colleague testified that the equidistant position between the two existing wells was important.
It was important for us to be in the southern portion of the southern legal drilling window of the 40, and not to try to drill to the northern legal window of the 40.
So how much farther north are you thinking you can go?
Typically, we'll stay 50 foot above the line. That'll be where we're sitting. So that would be a maximum.
All right. So maybe I didn't ask the question properly. How much further north do you think the bottom hole could get?
50 feet.
So rather than the current 60 feet from the property line, you might go to 110 feet.
That's right. And then the fracture length will be 110 feet, and the fracture length is 91 feet, 100% of the fracture, and will be on state lands majority, and more than 75% of the drainage.
Conversely, if you encounter difficulties or you don't keep above the torque curve, you might have to land a little shallower, right?
That's always a possibility, correct. That's one of the risks.
So the bottom hole could move a little south.
I'm very confident that we will be able, given the bottom hole location as proposed, that we will reach it.
Okay, but it could move a little south.
I'm extremely confident that it will not, given my experience out here and the wells that I have drilled and that I have planned. We have not landed short, and we will not.
So we talked about there's no horizontal numbers on your exhibits. Can you tell me where the drill bit is going to cross into the spacing unit, at what depth?
I'll have to get back to you on that with the directional plan.
And we also, I mean, if you have to change on the fly due to your torque concerns, that number might change also.
This is a plan. This is a plan. We're very good at directionally drilling, but it is a plan.
You've drilled 2 wells in the same section. You're very good at this.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, all right. That's good. We want people to be good at drilling directional wells. Can we go to Exhibit H, please? Exhibit H, the bright blue lines are those potential pay zones?
Those are lime mineralogy as limestones. The yellow lines in there are sandstone. So this is a mapping of the mineralogy of the formations.
All right. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there seems to be kind of shallow and deep potential pay zones on this. I think you testified.
The entire section is prospective.
But you're concentrating on a deep Wasatch and a shallow Green River?
The Green River is above the Wasatch, correct?
Yeah, and I'm looking at TGR3. Is that?
That's a member of the Green River Formation. It's a marker that we use to identify depth as we're drilling.
Right. And so anywhere from 6,800 down to, where would you say the bottom marker of the Green River would be, approximately?
It's the Uteland Butte section, which is 8,400 feet.
So anywhere between there's potential pay zones that could come in?
Correct.
Okay, and then there's some deep Wasatch stuff down at the bottom of your
correct
spacing request.
What typically happens when we're drilling this is drilling is very difficult in the Uteland Butte, and things slow down, and so we hope to get in the upper section of the Wasatch Formation, and we typically do, but sometimes there's sands and sometimes they pinch out here.
And the Wasatch sands down deep tend to be tighter, a little difficult, more difficult?
Well, the risk, when you're at that depth and you have that much open hole, the risk increases significantly as you get down there, and the possibilities of sticking, the possibility of losses. Right. Those sands, when they are there, are very permeable. And the entire upper section, when you're drilling these wells, there's a lot of fracturing going on. So, and we can't understand where those fractures are. So what we've had here, one of the major concerns that when you're drilling these wells is when you start hitting upper hole fractures, it becomes very expensive and becomes very difficult to drill farther ahead. So it's a major risk.
Understand. But the sands up top make the well economical. The sands at the bottom are high risk.
Every interval here adds to the economics of the well. That's why we have to drill it vertically.
All right. Directionally, you mean?
We're vertical at this point in the wells.
You're not doing horizontal wells.
We are not doing horizontal wells.
Thank you.
This is a directional well.
All right, let's do Exhibit I, please. All right, and we're looking at your comparison wells here. That's the same sort of idea. You're going to try to do shallower wells where there's a little less risk, but the deeper wells may show if you can get down there.
It adds to the economics of the wells, correct.
All right, let's go to Exhibit J for me, please. Oops. Did we miss J?
That's J.
Oh, sorry, there's J. It's up in the corner. That bottom hole location is 60 feet from that line, right?
Correct.
And the distance, the vertical distance, the north-south distance of that 10.2 acres, that's 330 feet. Is that right?
That's probably approximate, yes. That's a quarter. I mean, that's a quarter section.
There was testimony that's irregular, but it's
correct.
About 300.
It's approximately that. I have to go to the surveyors to get the exact distance of that.
But it's about 400 feet then from your intended target location to the edge of the spaced section you're requesting. 60 plus 330?
Yes, approximately.
About 400 feet. All right.
Yep.
We go to Exhibit K. All right, this was taken from a previous hearing.
Correct.
All right, and this was the Finley presentation.
Correct.
That Finley presentation indicated a fracture orientation of 73 degrees north of west?
Correct.
Oh, sorry, west of north. How far away was that well that they used for that?
That's the spacing under Pelican Lake, so it's approximately 3 miles to the south. It's just and you'll see on a cross section this section is pretty consistent. Right. And this was used for reduced north-south setbacks by Finley.
Right. And so, but you used that 73 degrees as your baseline for calculating your drainage over?
For orientation, it's based on the closest microseismic out here, which is the best indication of fracture direction and length, is in section 32. Bayless is a non-operated interest owner in the well that was the microseismic was conducted. It's in section 32 of 7 South 20 East.
So you didn't conduct any microseismic survey on your directional wells?
The microseismic surveys were directed on a well that Bayless participated in.
Let me rephrase the question. You have 2 directional wells in section 32, right?
We did not conduct that. This is widely accepted as the orientation.
Well, it's widely accepted as the average orientation. It says so right there, average.
Okay.
So there could be a more northerly tilt to it? Matter of fact,
From the data that I have, this is the orientation. This is the orientation that's used for north-south drilling in the basin and horizontals. This is the regional orientation of fracturing.
But that doesn't mean every single fracture is oriented at 73 degrees. Does it?
I do not know.
Okay. Well, it's an average, so there's going to be some that are less and some that are more. Would that be correct? To get an average, that's how you do it, right?
This was again, you saw earlier, a rose diagram was used, and this is the center of the rose diagram. So there is some on this well. This is an average on that well to find a center point.
But there are other wells out there that could have slightly different orientations.
This is going to be the average orientation for the wells.
And some are going to be more and some are going to be less.
Asked and answered.
I don't think I ever got a yes or no answer to this question.
You're answering your own question.
Could we move along to your point, Mr. Hunter?
Are you certain that the 73 degrees is what the fracture orientation is at the bottom of the proposed well?
We're dealing with things completely outside of our control when we're drilling wells. I cannot be certain of anything.
All right. I would ask the board to take administrative notice pursuant to Utah Code annotated 63G-4-2061B4 of its previous exhibit, Exhibit K, and docket number 2017-008, cause number 139-143, which is referenced at the bottom of our current Exhibit K here. If there's any objections to that.
No, that's fine, as long as the board also takes notification of the blue asterisk on Exhibit K,
Okay.
which is in docket number 21010. Or cause number, 21010. So if the board's going to take administrative notice of the one, then they need to take administrative notice of the other.
Okay, so noticed.
All right, and I have one minor correction. It's actually Exhibit L in 2018-05-015-210-10, which is what Mr. McDonald was referring to.
Okay.
If I could get my screen up here. Mr. Thomas, I think this might be the rose diagram you were thinking about or referring to. This is from Pelican Lake to the south.
That looks correct.
Okay, and we're looking at over here on the right-hand side, the main thrust of the fracture goes at
73 degrees north, yes.
But you do have minor stresses or lower stresses in a wider range, isn't that correct?
I can't read but yes, there is. I don't know what the difference is from here, but yes, there is a slight range there.
Okay,
correct.
there's a range there.
Yes.
And that well, if you look on that, that's the green circle. The location of the well is this green circle down at the bottom underneath the proposed spacing.
In section 32 of 7 South 20 East.
Right.
Correct.
So that's actually 6 miles away, isn't it? 6 miles away from our current proposal.
Okay, 6, yes.
All right. All right. So what happens if you encounter those shallower zones on a directional well? Does that make the productive, I want to use the phrase bottom hole or the perforation, farther south?
No, it does not.
And why doesn't that happen?
Because we'll be back vertically above it, above the target Green River Formation. it's an S curve. So all the directional portion will be in the section above the Green River, above the productive interval. So we'll be vertically above that target and drilling vertically down through the formation at that point.
So let's move to exhibit, and then if we could, on Mr. McDonald's. Yeah, switch over to Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, if you could switch over back to my screen, IT people.
Oh, no, it's fine. You're helping me out a lot. Thank you, Fred.
Matt, could we switch back over to my computer on the PowerPoints? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is an average draining pattern for the different stratigraphic targets, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so any one stratigraphic perforation or depth might have something a little different than this.
Smaller or larger, yes. It's an average across the 2,000-foot interval.
All right, and that with the average, like you said, could be smaller, could be larger, and that 600 feet of pay that you have here is coming from all the depths. Is that right?
Correct. That's a calculation of oil in place across the entire interval from the log.
Okay. Now, I think we've established in testimony that it's very unlikely that we're going to turn that oval sideways, right? It's not going to be 932 feet north-south.
Correct.
And 310 north east-west.
Correct.
It is somewhat likely, or even possible. Let's just say possible. It's possible that it's going to lay down like this, 932 feet long and 310 feet from top to bottom. Given the 73 degrees.
Somewhat possible.
Somewhat possible.
Yeah.
It's also somewhat possible that maybe we'd see something as steep as a 45, maybe.
I don't know whether that's possible or not.
Okay.
So.
All right. We look at exhibit. No, that's good. All right. One final question here. What's the cost for plugging a vertical well in the basin?
It's variable. I would estimate. So what I use in our plugging costs when I do evaluations here are anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000.
Okay.
I use an average of $85,000 to $90,000, and that's running the economics for abandonment of the well when we're looking at the economics of the well.
So you're not intending for the Hardings to pay for the whole plugging costs, are you?
No, I am not.
Okay. You want there to pay the proportional share?
Their proportional share.
And so you're not asking for the board to give $100,000 to order the Hardings to pay $100,000 for the plugging?
No, I'm not.
All right. There's some ambiguity in the wording of the document, so I want to make sure that
No,
that's
no
clear.
worries.
Okay. All right.
No.
So the proportionality of the drilling expenses and the well plugging costs apply both.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure that that was the case. One last slide. Let's look at Exhibit Q. All right. You've identified the risks of drilling the well into operational, geological, and production factors. These factors are present in all oil and gas wells, isn't that right?
These are, because of the complex nature of this well, these are, especially on the operational and production, all three items are escalated because of the complex. This is a complex well.
I understand that, but these are the types of risks that every single oil and gas well bears, right?
At some level, yes. At some percentage level, every single oil and gas well has some risk. Depending on the complexity, that risk increases and decreases.
Your testimony, though, is that each of these factors is so much higher because it's directionally drilled.
Each of these factors increases because it is directionally drilled.
And you also testified that you're pretty good at drilling directional wells, right?
So we have drilled directional wells. We have had failures. We have had all of these issues. These are issues that we've encountered in every single well that we've drilled on some level. And we know, and we've drilled, and the reason that we came up with this plan is because we've had some failures because of pushing farther to the north and drilling farther out directionally. And that's why we've said we cannot do this. It is not an economic project from a risk standpoint for Bayless.
And so taking on, I'm going to use the term loosely, taking on a partner like the Hardings helps reduce your risk.
No, our risk is still the same.
Well, but you testified earlier that you can't drill to the legal location in the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter.
It's not technically feasible to drill that location.
So by taking on a partner like the Hardings, you turned it into a feasible project.
The Hardings are not our partner.
I'll let you, I understand. But by coming before the board and asking to space the Hardings into your well to get the exception location, you've reduced your risk.
I don't believe we have.
I'm sorry, maybe I'll rephrase that again. Before taking on this spacing request and spacing the Hardings in, you weren't going to drill a well in the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter.
It would not be, we cannot drill a well economically to the southeast quarter.
But with this spacing request and bringing the Hardings in, you can.
We are trying to drill a well that is in the best interest of the state and the best interest of Bayless.
And part of that is by reducing the risk of drilling the well. Rather than stretching and pushing.
We are willing to take on 100% of the risk to drill this well.
But you're going to penalize the Hardings for not consenting to taking on any risk in this well.
We would be happy for them to consent to being part of this well. So.
But again, by doing the spacing order this way, you turn a unrecoverable resource into a recoverable resource.
We think that this is in the best interest for development of this to recover the resource, correct?
I'll move on. You also testified that you can maybe stretch a little farther, maybe go a little shallower if the rock says so.
Given real world analysis as we're drilling, correct?
And those risks are under your control. You'll be able to make the decision as you're drilling.
Those risks are outside of our control. That's why they're risks.
But you can respond to them as you see
We will
fit.
be able to respond to them as we're drilling, correct?
And so if you make a decision to take on additional risk, that's up to you.
That is what an operator does.
And if you make the decision to reduce a little risk, that's up to you.
We will manage the risk appropriately.
And
so, yes. And management of risk is risk and return, and how big of a risk you should take for the return and the value that you're creating, correct?
And part of that management is deciding whether the bottom hole location goes a little north or maybe it goes a little south.
We will be drilling farther north than the 50 feet. So
You say that with certainty.
I say that with certainty.
Even though you testified earlier
I
that
can't be certain of, I understand what you're saying, that I can't be certain of things, but I feel very comfortable that we will be drilling north, at least 50 feet north of the line.
But it would be legal for you to drill closer. Under the spacing request.
I would be fine to
legal.
agreeing to drill legally north of the line, and if we drilled south of the line, we need to come back to talk about that at that time.
South of the line or
south of the proposed bottom hole location.
South of the proposed bottom hole location.
Yeah. If we thought we were draining more of the position.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay.
Division, do you have questions?
Yeah, we just have a couple questions to clarify the division's position in this request. Would it be possible to go to Exhibit N? Thank you. So this exhibit, you indicated this represents drainage of your proposed well. Is there a time factor on this drainage?
This is the economic life of the well, correct? That's what we use for its economic ultimate recovery, if you saw in the previous.
Okay.
It's at what point the well will no longer be economic, and therefore there no longer be reserves.
Okay, so would it be fair to say this would be the anticipated maximum drainage?
Correct, maximum drainage.
Okay, great,
Correct.
Thank you very much. With that in mind then, could we go to Exhibit J? Yeah, so just a clarification here too, maybe it's our eyes. Is the ellipse centered on
The ellipse,
bottom hole location.
the ellipse is a sketch on the,
Okay.
on the plan.
So that's just more.
It's
of
an
a-
interpretation.
All right.
Correct.
And you talked about the maximum life. You have the 2 current Pelican wells. Have they paid out? Are they, where are they in their life cycle right now?
They're producing economically.
Okay.
And we would not be drilling this well between if we weren't making economic wells north and south.
All right. And then lastly, you indicated as to the state lands and that those 10 acres that we had a concern with, that you would anticipate drilling a well in the southern portion of the northeast quarter, northwest quarter, to try to capture that resource there. Do you have an anticipated area where a well pad location would be for that well?
We could use the 2D well pad for that. That is the only location to the north that we could reach that position from.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Board, do you have questions? Mr. Church?
Yes, Mr. Thomas, would you know offhand what the EUR is for the 2 Pelican State wells?
Approximately 180,000 barrels is calculated.
Okay, so you would anticipate a similar EUR for this well?
Correct.
So if you were not able to drill with a bigger rig, let me rephrase that. That would be stranded reserves or wasted reserves if you could not justify bringing a bigger rig in then.
That is correct.
Okay.
On this exhibit that's up, words are good, pictures are better, Mr. McDonald. This goes to ownership.
It was a matter, yes, it was simply a matter of order of the exhibits that we've presented, and I apologize for that. The ownership part we thought was fairly simple from the standpoint there's only 2 parties here.
Yeah, let me be clear, surface and minerals. So the southeast to the northwest is Sitla land,
Correct.
and then the northeast of the southwest is the Harding land.
Correct.
Harding Minerals or Ouray Park
Ouray
surface.
Park surface.
Who has a surface?
Ouray Park.
Okay.
Irrigation. That's what Mr. Newell testified that.
Okay,
Actually, both surface is owned by Ouray Park.
okay.
So,
Okay,
and working with them to negotiate a optimal location for their operations and what they're trying to do out there as a surface owner, and meeting with them in the field to try to find an optimal location for drilling this 40 went to a big part of this.
and so the Hardings own 100% of that stuff in the northwest to the south, the northeast to the southwest, 100% of the minerals.
Correct.
So, and you don't have that you don't have any part of that under lease.
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Board, do you have any further questions? Mr. Church?
Just to help me clarify then, should this be granted, so the well to the north would be a spacing unit including the north half of the southeast of the northwest, and then the whole northeast of the northwest. So that would that would lump that part of both quarter sections together.
If I could answer that, Mr. Church, from the standpoint that it's uniform ownership, it's all under Sitla's lease, so it wouldn't necessarily have to come in for a spacing unit because it's one lease, one owner. But the idea would be, as they've testified, is to try and drill to capture more of that 10 acres as well based on a location of a well.
Okay, that clarifies that.
And the Hardings do own that 40 acres, the south 40 acres, is that right?
I don't believe it's uniform ownership, but I'd have
So
to talk to
once you
Frank.
leave the 10 acres on the north part, the stuff in the northeast of the southwest, you've got the part that's included in the spacing unit,
Yes,
which
the
is
remaining
Harding land.
the remaining portion
The
of the
30.
southeast northwest, the 30 acres, is owned by the respondents, the minerals.
The minerals.
Mhm.
All right. I guess we're back to you, Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, just the conclusion of our presentation, Chief. I would move at this time for admission of Exhibits A through Q inclusive and Exhibit Z.
Division?
Yes, no objection.
Seeing no, oh, I'm sorry, respondents? Mr. Hunter?
No objection.
The exhibits are admitted.
Thank you, and I'll reserve commentary after the division and the respondents' presentations.
Okay, respondent.
At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Stephen Harding up on the screen, if we could have him dial in.
Oh, yeah. We're going to need to swear these people in if they're testifying. Do you want to do it one by one, or you have more than one?
We have two. Do you want to swear them in together?
Are they together?
They
or
are right together, right there.
Yeah, let's do it together then, if she could appear.
Lyle, if you can just break the one rule I gave you and join your father on screen. Okay. All right. They're all yours, Madam Chair.
Could I have you hold up your right hands, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Lyle, if you'll step out of frame. Thank you. Mr. Harding, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Stephen Dale Harding, 16 Wishram Trail, Gray Eagle, California, 96103.
All right, Mr. Harding, thank you. Now, it's your understanding you owned half of the minerals under the spacing area with your sister Jane, is that right?
That is correct.
How'd you find out about that?
Lyle, through an attorney, had the mineral rights shifted from my father, Stephen T. Harding, to his heirs, which is myself and my sister.
All right, and this land's been in your family even farther back than that, right?
It's been in the family for 115 years, since around 1910.
All right, and was there more than just this parcel? Was there more of a family ranch?
Yes.
Land holding? All right, but this is...
Yes, there's more.
This is one of the few parcels that haven't been sold off or lost over time, right?
Correct.
Has Lyle, do you have you and Lyle had conversations about the land prior to this hearing? You guys talked about the land before?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Did he keep you informed of everything that was going on with it over the last few months?
Objection.
Yes.
The relevance is the witness can testify as to his ownership.
Sustained.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Harding?
I own a grocery store in Gray Eagle.
All right. So you're a businessman, huh?
I have been for 54 years.
You do a lot of negotiating?
A lot of it.
All right. Well, what's a negotiation look like to you?
To get the best deal I can.
All right. Tell me more. How does negotiation typically go with you?
Well, if a beer or a soft drink or a grocery shelf company wants to sell me something, I make the decision as to if I'm going to carry it.
All right. Do they?
I'm limited. I'm also limited by space. It's not a giant store.
So they try to pack your shelves full of your stuff, and you try to say, well, not so much.
Correct, according to what my clientele would like to buy.
All right. So there's some haggling, let's say, over exactly the numbers that you're going to take from them.
Yes.
All right. Now, you got a letter from Bayless in this matter, didn't you?
I got a big, scary package.
Oh, big, scary package. What'd you do with the big, scary package?
Well, I looked at it and said, my son is in better position to take care of this than I am.
And why was your son in a better position to take care of this?
He's only 54, I'm 82.
Oh, that's one reason. Are there any other reasons?
He's probably smarter than I am.
Has he had to deal with this land before?
Objection.
Say that again.
Objection.
There's an
Again,
objection.
Testimony on his lands, as long as it's limited to his lands.
Sustained.
Well, these are your lands, Mr. Harding, is that correct?
Can we move along to your point, Mr. Hunter?
Yeah. After you got the package, did you ever receive a phone call from Bayless?
No.
Did you ever get a follow-up letter?
I don't think so.
Are you aware of anybody from Bayless contacting anybody in your family?
I'm aware of the Bayless contracts, or contact through mail only,
All right.
and which I sent to Lyle.
All right. And are you aware of Bayless contacting anybody else in your family prior to you?
Objection.
I'm not
Again,
aware.
Okay.
it should be limited to the respondents.
All right. No further
Sustained.
questions. No further questions.
Mr. Harding, my name is Fred McDonald. I'm the counsel for Bayless. I'm going to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
It's fine.
All right, thank you. You acknowledge that you received the letter from Bayless that is labeled a notice of opportunity to participate or about this well on your lands, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever make any attempt to contact Bayless about that proposal
No.
to discuss any of the terms? So in a negotiation, as you state, you never made any contact for a counter proposal on lease terms or purchase amounts?
No, I did not.
All right. Did you ever make an offer to change how much land of yours would be included for this well?
No.
All right. Did you ever indicate that you would want to participate in the drilling of the well?
No.
All right. Do you have any independent intentions to develop your minerals?
Would you restate that? in a
Do you
different way?
intend, if you don't have a deal with Bayless, do you intend to develop your minerals underneath your land that you own there in that quarter section?
No.
All right, thank you. Did you retain oil and gas counsel when you received that notice, or did you already have counsel that knows about oil and gas?
No. I sent the package to my son.
All right, so you had no contact with counsel at all about your minerals?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, objection. That's attorney-client privilege.
All I was asking is if there was contact. All right. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Harding. Thank you.
Brief redirect on that. Mr. Harding, did you authorize Mr. Rammel to represent you in this? Did you sign a letter of engagement?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Harding, why didn't you contact Bayless for all those reasons that Mr. McDonald said? Why didn't you do that?
I left it in the hands of my son.
So you left it in Lyle's hands, and he's the one that has the most knowledge about these matters.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Division, do you have any questions for this?
No, the
witness?
division has no questions for Mr. Harding.
Board? No questions from us. Let's proceed.
All right. We'd like to call Mr. Lyle Harding to the stand, please. You guys can switch seats. All right, Lyle, a few questions for you to follow up on my discussion with your father. He got a big, scary package from Bayless, and he said he turned it over to you. Is that-
Objection. He received a package.
Witnesses' words were big, scary package. I'm just repeating what the testimony said.
Let's move on.
What did your father do when he received the package from Bayless?
He informed me and sent the package to me.
Okay. And what did you do when you got the package?
I called an attorney that I knew.
All right. And was that attorney Mr. Rammel?
Yes.
And how do you know Mr. Rammel?
Well, I forget exactly when, but I think it was between 7 and 8 years ago. I hired Mr. Randall to represent me on a different matter where I was the surface owner but not the mineral owner, and had to negotiate a surface use agreement for a well.
And who are you negotiating that service agreement with?
Well, it was between me and the attorney and Bayless.
All right. And how did that negotiation go?
Objection, again, relevance to the matter in hand
Yeah.
here.
Let's move on to the matters at hand, please.
The matter at hand is the protection of their correlative rights, and part of that is how they treat their correlative rights holders.
Objection, it's irrelevant. It's the situation between Bayless and the respondents.
Sustained.
All right. When your father handed you that package, did you contact Mr. Rammel to deal with this matter?
Yes.
All right. Were you aware of any negotiations between Mr. Rammel and Bayless?
No.
Well, are you saying Mr. Rammel never talked to Bayless?
Well, I'm aware that there may have been conversations and contact. I'm not aware of the details that were discussed.
All right. Did
Exactly.
Mr. Rammel ever communicate to you that Bayless had offered more than a 1/6 royalty at any point?
Yeah, I believe that there was some sort of recent effort to I don't know.
Mr. Harding,
change.
very specific question.
What was that?
Very specific question. Are you aware of any time that Bayless offered you more than a 16 2/3% royalty?
Objection, offered to his father and to Jane Iden.
And Mr. Harding, Stephen Harding, has already testified that he handed this off to Lyle to handle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as long as his answer is relating to the offers made to Stephen and Jane, yes, then that's no problem with it.
Oh, sustained. We're only talking about the father, not any involvement of the son.
I'll rephrase that. Are you aware that your father, are you aware if your Bayless ever offered your father more than 16 2/3% royalty in this matter?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms.
No questions.
Division, do you have any questions for this witness?
Mr. Harding, the letter that your father received indicate that if you do not respond to Bayless's request within 30 days, you would be considered a non-consenting party to the well they were proposing. Do you know what a non-consenting party is?
At the slightest level, sure. Yes.
Are you aware of penalties that can be imposed because you are non-consenting in a well?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Board, do you have questions? Seeing none, let's proceed.
No further witnesses, although I would like to reserve time for closing remarks.
Okay. Back to you, Mr. McDonald. Oh, Division, I'm sorry. Do you have any final thoughts?
We always have thoughts.
But just final ones, only final ones.
Just final ones. Thank you. The division filed a response in this request purely because we are the regulatory arm and we permit these wells. These lands, as being testified to, are currently unspaced by a board order, which means they fall under statewide spacing. Statewide spacing allows a window that we've seen in every quarter. That's a legal location you can put a well. There's been a lot of conversation today about this unit that's being proposed and wells and participating and so forth. The division's concern right now is, as the request currently stands, if it were to be approved, there is no longer a legal location in the southeast quarter, northwest quarter. Sorry, I got to go back to my directions. Where the 10 acres of Sitla remains, or in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter, where the remaining 30 acres of the Harding family remains. How those will be developed, the division doesn't have a stance on that. That's up to the parties, the mineral interest owners. from the division standpoint, though, we need some kind of regulatory certainty. There's been the proposal by Bayless that SITLA can apply for, they can have a location, they would still need a location exception. That should be clear. They can't just develop those lands, those 10 acres. And we just want, the division just wants clarity of how those lands would go forward. Are we creating a new 30-acre unit here? Are we creating a 50-acre unit to the north? That's where the division's concern is. The can could be kicked down the road, and when this arises, we could end up in front of you again. The division would just like clarity of how these lands that are not being developed will be developed when an order comes about in this request.
Is there a legal location in the northeast of the northwest? I mean, could that be a 50-acre spacing unit? Or is there a well?
Sure, a unit could be created there that is.
There is no existing well
There's
there.
no existing unit that exists there, a board order that creates one. There is just still currently the statewide spacing, which is in the quarter section. But with that in mind too, I'd just like to remind the board that, you know, creation of units is governed 40-6-6. You can't have a unit that's smaller than the maximum area that can be drained, and units should be, that are created should be fair and reasonable. There's some guides that cover you, but that's the guidelines you guys have to create those units.
And could you remind me again, who owns the minerals in the southeast of the southwest? Do you know? Mr. Crandall, do you know?
Why don't you have Mr. Newell?
Or Mr. Crandall. I was close.
And a reminder, Mr. Newell, you're under oath.
Madam Chairman, would you please repeat the question?
What's the mineral ownership in the southeast of the southwest?
In the southeast of the southwest, according to the records we've reviewed, Mr. Lyle Harding owns the minerals underneath that quarter section.
So does he owns both of those quarters?
The northwest or the northeast of the southwest is owned by Stephen Harding and Jay Nyden.
Okay.
50-50. The 40-acre tract immediately to the south is owned 100% by Lyle Harding, according to the
Lyle
records we've
Harding.
reviewed.
Okay. Thank you. Board, do we have any questions?
For the division? Yeah. Madam Chair, at this point, I'd ask that Ms. Stephanie Barber Renteria from SITLA make a statement, since they are involved in this as well.
Does she need to be sworn in? Is this
I think she can just make a
testimony or
statement.
just a
I don't think
comment?
she has to be sworn in.
Okay. Please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, Stephanie Barber Renteria, the Managing Director of the Energy and Minerals Program at State of Utah School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration. And for the record, we'd just like to say that we are in support of the request for agency action in this matter.
Thank you.
I think that comes to me then, Madam Chair.
Yes,
for
back
a
to you.
statement, and then Mr. Hunter has his opportunity.
Right.
I'll have a closing shot, I think.
Sounds good.
Members of the board, you've heard good technical justification for the reason for this well. You've got expert witnesses that you recognize providing that justification. If they could drill to the middle, they would, and we wouldn't have to go through this. But what they're doing is they're going to the point that they think they can technically drill comfortably, and at that point, they're recognizing that there could be some drainage of the respondent's lands. They have to seek an exception location because of it being outside of the window, which they asked for, and there was no response. They then also made a proposal in accordance with the regulation of a notice of opportunity to participate to the respondents. You heard testimony. There was no response, period. They even hired Oil and Gas Council, who's aware of the regulations involved here. I recognize Mr. Rammel's credentials, and yet there was no answer within the time frame scheduled in the requirements. There was no counter proposal. There was no saying, well, we'll agree to participate if you make it an 80-acre drilling unit, which, of course, the logic there is they become from 25% to 50% responsible for the costs. They didn't respond. So we come to the board with this evidence. There's no rebutted expert testimony as to what's going on here. There's no denial that they didn't respond to the offer made. The time frame is very straightforward, that if they don't respond, they're non-consenting owners, and the terms of the joint operating agreement apply. There's really no dispute on that. The only question then becomes the non-consent penalty. And you've heard expert testimony from Mr. Thomas about the risks that are involved when you directionally drill here. As far as the idea of who bears the risk, Mr. Thomas is correct. Bayless still has 100% of the risk. They still do it because they're not putting out a dime with this. And there has been no proposal about other wells. If you buy what they say about the 80 acres, do you think that one well in an 80-acre drilling unit is going to drain that? That's even less. And so you talk about waste. If there's stranded lands, one well in an 80-acre drilling unit isn't even going to be involved. The other problem with that is Bayless has no rights to drill in that southern quarter section. They don't have any rights to that. That's entirely up to the Hardings of how they want to develop their minerals, whether they lease to somebody else, whether they want to drill or not. Now, when you grant an exception location, the regulations are very clear that the board can take whatever actions it deems necessary to offset any advantage to the party granted the exception location. You've heard testimony today. Bayless recognizes that. They will grant an exception location for the Hardings to put a well in their 30 acres if that's what they so desire to do. Their non-consent to this well indicates there's no indication they intend to develop that right now. They don't even want to participate in this well that's shown. In addition, Bayless has said they will negotiate in good faith and have done in the past if a reputable operator comes in and wants to drill a well for the Hardings, that they'll negotiate to use that well pad and allow them to do it. And as you just heard, Mr. Harding's son owns the minerals to the quarter section to the south. So presumably they can make arrangements there themselves as well. Bottom line is that the regulatory requirements to grant the request as submitted are there. It's acknowledged that it's an unusual request for this well, but the circumstances that you heard today from the expert testimony is that this is justified to do this. Mr. Harding's, or the respondents' minerals, their correlative rights are protected here by including their 10 acres. Mr. Thomas testified to the fact that there wouldn't be any more drainage other than that land. And so what are correlative rights to be protected? It's your fair and reasonable share of production. This shows they're getting their reasonable share of production from that well if it is at that bottom hole location. If it goes further north, guess what? They benefit even more from that because they're getting a larger share of production allocation than necessarily the drainage of the well will be. So Bayless has done everything within their power to try and deal with this in a fair, equitable way in dealing with it. We've met the statutory and regulatory requirements for granting the request, and we would ask that the board grant the RAA as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Respondents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple points of clarification. Our response to the request for agency action, paragraph 1, is to combine the southeast northwest and the northeast southwest of section 32, township 6 south, range 20 east, into a special drilling unit for the production of oil, gas, or hydrocarbons from the formations and depths specified in the RAA, allowing for no more than 2 wells to be drilled within it, and with the ownership of the special drilling unit to be apportioned 50-50. So our request does, in fact, basically 40-acre spacing, but in a rectangle containing 80 acres. 2 well density, 80 acres. So that was our request. Any other testimony or analysis to the contrary is incorrect. But beyond that clarification, they could drill farther to the north, but they don't want to because the well that they've got proposed now is equidistant. And even if they can go a little farther north, it's only by about 50 feet. and they can't go from anywhere else, and they can't go to anywhere else because of topographical constraints on the surface. The well is in the place it has to be because Bayless wants to put it there. And they can't do it without the Harding's acreage. Everything that they've done to this point is to mitigate their risk of drilling a well. A longer directional deviation, a longer lateral run, increases their risk to the point where either they get a bigger rig or they don't drill it. And if they get a bigger rig, the EUR won't support the payout. Taking on this strategy, taking on this maneuver, reduces their risks, which is fine. What the question, though, is that does it do it in a fair manner? Does it do it in a way that protects the correlative rights of all the parties involved? The Exhibit J, the one that actually kind of is helpful with the ellipse on it, that was oriented at 73 degrees and just, you know, the drains all nice and neat right into the southern, right up to that line, right up to the southern line of the spacing acreage. If that's off, that oval could creep outside the spacing unit as requested. If it's not 73 degrees, kind of flat, it starts to get steeper. If it bumps up against what is also what's out there, if it's a little more of an outlier to a more 45 degree angle, that oval could start coloring outside the lines, which means that the spacing unit as proposed would not be smaller. It would be smaller than what is required to drain the well. So unless they sound very confident about that fracture orientation, but they can't know. Their exhibit wasn't average. It said so right on it. So there are some that go a little flatter, some that go a little steeper. They don't know what they're going to find once they get into that one. And so that's just a guess. Same thing with the ellipse. That ellipse could be a little bigger, could be a little smaller. Right now, the major axis of the ellipse, 900 feet. The half length is 460, which is longer. Again, if we go extreme, and that's not going to do that. But if we go extreme, that's already over the spacing limit because there's only 400 feet between the well and the line. It's not going to go that far. But what if it went 45 degrees? Where does that leave us? So it's a nice map. It's a good guess, but prudentially, the board should err on the side of caution because we don't want an exception location potentially down the road to come in here where there's objections because of extra drainage. Oh, no, we've drilled this well, and now it turns out that, well, these things actually drain a much bigger ellipse than we thought it did. And so now we just can't let you have that exception location in the 30 acres. I'm sorry. The division and the board would be prevented from approving that exception location because there's communication. There would be communication. And it would reduce the ultimate recovery because you're poking your straw into the same milkshake. So prudentially, an 80-acre spacing with a 2-well density prevents any of those concerns from ever materializing. And plus, we don't have to come back to you ever again. That, as the division was saying, let's not kick the can down the road. Deal with it today. 80-acre wells, 80-acre spacing, 2-well density. We're done with this. Mr. McDonald pointed out that we didn't put any rebuttal expert testimony on. We don't really have to. It's Mr. McDonald's request. He's asking to make exceptions for an exception location. He's asking for an oddly shaped and oddly placed spacing unit, not conforming to the 40-acre traditional quarter sections. It's his burden to carry. He needs the exceptions. He's got to carry that burden of proof. Also, I want to return to its comment by Mr. Thomas that they're willing to take all the risk, and Mr. McDonald accentuated that in his closing. They're willing to take on the risk, but no matter how we slice it, whether it's our request or their request, the Hardings are going to pay for 75% of whatever risk they decide to take. If they decide to push a little harder, try to get that bottom hole a little farther north, and something goes wrong, my clients are on the hook for it, 75%. 75% of those drilling costs are on them. If they decide to go a little farther south and increase the possibility or probability of drainage outside the spacing unit, oh, it's too much, we got to back off a little bit, we're going to land a little farther south. 75% of that cost is on my clients in any scenario that we do. So my clients are letting Bayless take those risks. Yeah, that's right, because an 82-year-old grocery store owner is not going to be in the oil and gas business. And we're already on the hook for 3/4 of it. But Bayless is in control, and they're very good at directional wells. None of the risks that they pointed out are any different than the 2 directional wells they've already drilled. The only difference is this time they're not paying for 3/4 of that risk. They got somebody else to foot that bill. So the only fair thing to do is to not penalize them 300%. Bayless isn't doing anything out of the ordinary from what they've already done. And then plus they should have, or hopefully they have, and I think that they testified, they have learned from these things. They know what not to do. They've learned from their previous encounters. So this is a much lower risk well than maybe their other ones because they know better now. So there's no specific geological operational factors outside of the stuff they've already done before to justify the higher penalty. The people that are going to the spacing unit are not oil and gas companies. It's not like they evaluated this project and said, well, we want to deploy our capital elsewhere. That's not a thing. They're not going to be in the oil business. And if every person who had a big scary package, which was the testimony, big scary package in the mail, knew a lawyer, you could hear more of these stories more often. But they don't. Nobody knows a guy. So this is a rare opportunity for the board to look at a situation like this and say, look, we're thankful for Bayless for making good choices, for mitigating risks, and for prudentially operating wells. But it's also on the board to prudentially space those wells and look out for the correlative rights of the people that get dragged into this without knowing what to do, without having any experience or knowledge. And just keep in mind that this scenario plays out how many times, and you just don't see it because no one knows a guy. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Division.
You really want to hear from me again? I'll just remind the board that in the absence of an agreement to pull units, that the board is required to enter orders on terms and conditions that are just and reasonable. That's the statute. So just let you know, you have leeway to decide between these two parties' interests, but those decisions need to be just and reasonable. So we'd just like to leave that with you.
Mr. Hunter, let me ask you, do the Hardings, are they aware that they will get a cost-free royalty from day one, from the first barrel of oil?
That's correct, and
They're aware of that?
That was the thrust of my 16 2/3 question, being the statutory minimum. They are aware of that, yeah.
Yeah, so that they aren't going to owe anything out of their pocket on day one, and they're aware of that.
Again, despite the way the question was phrased and the way the question was answered, Mr. Harding and I, and Mr. Harding and Mr. Rammel, both Mr. Hardings, and the four of us have had numerous discussions about the ramifications of this.
Okay.
Yeah. I think maybe they were a little confused about, again, I'm not going to go out there and drill any wells. I think that was more the answer that he was giving.
Right. Board, do you have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, last opportunity. Usually it goes petitioner, then them, and then me.
But the board likes to have input.
If that's all right with the chair. I just want to answer a couple things that Mr. Hunter is talking about. Again, they're saying 80 acres with 2 wells. Well, that obligates Bayless to drill a well on their lands when Bayless has no rights to drill there. And when you talk about risk, and you kind of just hit on it here, Madam Chair, the risk is they get a cost-free royalty for all these wells and don't have to pay out a dime. There's no risk to them when they talk about that. The risk is assumed by the consenting parties. That's why you have a risk assessment penalty. And you've had nothing but technical and expert testimony today, which goes unrefuted. I would ask that the board, under these circumstances, it's fair to grant this thing. If and when the Hardings ever decide to lease or want to develop their own minerals, they've got the exception location, which is expressly in your regulation that you have the power to grant, to offset any advantage to the party that received the initial exception location. Bayless has already said, we'll grant them the exception location. We'll even negotiate with them to allow them to use an extension of our pad. So the protections are there, and the way that this was framed and the request is fair, and it's been justified by the testimony today by Bayless, and has not been refuted sufficiently by the respondents. So again, we ask that you please grant the request as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, a brief reply. I have 2 sentences.
Okay.
All right. Number one, our request does not obligate Bayless to do anything. They would have the opportunity to develop further lands. And secondly, on the subject of obligation, the exception location and the surface thing doesn't obligate Bayless to do anything. They're not obligated. They're going to possibly negotiate or allow an exception location based on the board's ruling, based on the board and division rules, which is already the requirement anyway. Thank you.
Duly noted. Does that conclude your testimony? And we've talked about exhibits, is that correct? Okay. Well, board, it is almost lunchtime, and to be in conformance with Robert's rules, do I have a motion to go into deliberations?
Yes, I move we deliberate.
And a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
We're going to go off the record until 1:30. We'll be back and start up then. Thank you for your patience. Take care.
1.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record. I believe we have a motion in this matter we just finished.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that we approve the RRA with a 200% non-participating penalty.
Do I have a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please note the motion carries. Thank you.
Do you want me to prepare the
Oh,
order?
if
then,
you would
Madam
prepare
Chair?
the order,
Yes, and I'll make
please.
sure Mr. Hunter and Counsel for the Division and Board have it.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm going to backtrack here for just a second to talk about docket number 2025-034, cause number C0150025-NOV 0331. In the matter of Gentry Mountain Mining LLC's petition for review and request for temporary relief of notice of violation BC 0331-2025, Bear Canyon Mine, permit number C 1050025, Emery County, Utah. Please note that matter has been withdrawn. Okay, we're moving on to docket item number 3. Docket number 2025-036, cause number 997-05, in the matter of formal rulemaking to adopt R 647-1 definitions, R 647-2 exploration mines, R 647-3 small mines, and R 647-4 large mines. Division, are you ready?
Yes, we are, Madam Chair. If I can make the magic happen with this slide deck. Hold on just a second. Oh, look at that. It's working. Okay.
Very good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assistant Attorney General Gary White here on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining. To my left, we have Wayne Western, the Minerals Manager. To my right, we have Dana Dean, Deputy Director for Minerals, Coal, and Abandoned Mines. And then to my far right, we have Natasha Balliff, who is the Legislative and Planning Coordinator for the Division. I think I got everything right. So we're doing well so far. The reason we're here today, Madam Chair, is because we have been working on an overhaul of the minerals rules. This process began in early 2024. We came before the board with a portion of this last year, but we didn't quite get to the finish line. The board wanted some more time and more involvement in a portion of these rules. So after we came last year, the board actually appointed a subcommittee comprised of Rich Borden, who just recently left the board, and Mr. Galecki. And we worked closely with that subcommittee on substantive changes to the minerals rules. So what I'm going to present to you today are the substantive changes to the minerals rules that we would like to go into formal rulemaking. There are other changes, but most of those are just typographical in nature. The rules were incongruent at times between small mines and large mines, even though they were expressing the same thing. So we lined up the language. So we're not going to bother the board with that today. This presentation will be about the substance in those changes. So we'll start right into the first substantive change that the division would propose. And this has to do with permit boundary markers. And I've asked Mr. Western to explain to the board why it is that the division would like this addition to the rules and what this will accomplish.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and fellow board members. The reason that the division would like to see these rules implemented is that the number one cause of violations particularly for small mines and exploration is people going outside of their permit boundaries. A lot of times you'll have very well-intended operators and they just kind of get carried away on where they're mining, or it's a situation of the stuff, it's good here, it's better here, and it's really good over here, but over here is outside of the permit boundaries. Then we have to take enforcement action, and nobody wants to do that. And so if we have those areas staked, we feel that it will help the division and the operator avoid having to issue violations and streamline the process for getting expansions and modifications to the permit area.
Thank you. So there's a summary of this rule here on the slide before you. For the actual language of the rule, we've submitted that as an exhibit with the filing. So I have those documents if at any time during the presentation you'd like to see the actual rule language. But in summary, in order to solve this permit boundary issue, the new rule will talk about the areas. It will cause markings around the areas covered by reclamation. There can be steel or wood posts. There can be prominent features such as large rocks or trees that are flagged for visibility. The original version of this rule did not have a limit on size, but after consultation with the board subcommittee, it was determined that this shouldn't apply to all mines, and that's where you see that 160-acre limit. So very large mining operations will not need to mark their permit boundary. It's also important to note that the division can provide exceptions under the rule, so this won't necessarily apply to every mine that's under 160 acres, but we anticipate it'll apply to most of them. So before I move on to the next substantive change, are there any questions about the permit boundary marker rule?
About how many properties do you think are involved?
For the small mines, we're probably looking around 500 small mines and explorations. For most of them, they're 4 or 5 acres. So you could probably do this with maybe 10, 15 stakes. Should be a fairly simple operation.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Moving on. We have added some definitions to the rules with regard to primary versus secondary processing. The issue arises because in the Utah Code, specifically section 40-8-4, there is a definition for mining operation. And that definition of mining operation includes the phrase primary processing. So primary processing isn't included in a mining operation. But there has been in the past some ambiguity as to what constitutes primary processing. So the purpose of this rule, and again we worked on this with the subcommittee, is to make it clear what's included in primary processing versus secondary processing. And I'll again ask Mr. Western to summarize what some of these differences are.
Okay. Primary processing is usually those things, the crushing, the grinding, things on site to prepare material, particularly things like sand and gravel operations, where you can separate out the different elements to the sand, gravel, different rock sizes. Also get a concentrate that can be shipped off to a market. We also have things leaching, which is a typical thing that we would regulate. And then the secondary is those things that go on to concentrate the metal content. Right now we've only got about 17 metal mines in the state of Utah. And these secondary processes usually involve items with heating, such as smelting, refining, other things like that you would have a large smelter or refining operation that in the past we have not regulated.
Thank you. So the purpose of this change would be to help both the division and the operators have more clarity as to what is a primary processing that will be regulated by the division, and then what is secondary processing that will go outside that regulation. Any questions about this change? And this is the exact language from the updated rule. Okay. Next change in the minerals rules would be to add a definition for the bonded area. Typically, the bonded area is going to be smaller than the permit area, but in the past there's been some ambiguity as to what the bonded area actually needs to be and what's included there. There's also been some difficulty understanding at times what that bonded area is. So this rule defines what the bonded area is, and it has some requirements for example, maps showing the areas that are bonded, that the dates that surety was posted for those areas, and if bond release has been achieved when that was approved by the division. So this is a smaller change, but will just provide some clarity. Any questions about this one? Okay. The next substantive change is to discuss cultural and historic resource requirements. There has long been a statute in the state of Utah regarding cultural and historic resources, what needs to be done to identify those, what takes place if something is discovered, but the statutory mandate has not been included in the rules. So we worked with the board subcommittee on this rule. We also worked with SHPO directly and the division archaeologists to craft this rule. So I won't go through every portion of this, but this rule, first of all, recognizes the statutory requirements. It also provides different levels of reporting or inventory that are required. So for example, the most intensive survey is a Class 3 inventory, and that will be done for most of the bonded area of a mining project. A Class 2 inventory is safer for the archaeologist, and that's done where there are slopes, greater slopes than 30 degrees. And then a Class 1 report is typically just a literature review for areas that have already been disturbed within the last 50 years. The draft rule carves out some exceptions. For example, no survey is required if the operator does not have legal access to a portion of the land. It talks about surveys required for future phases if they're going to be mining into a new area within the next 10 years. The rule outlines the procedure if something is discovered, something of historic or cultural significance, and also coordination with the State Historic Preservation Office. So, are there any questions about the cultural rule? Okay, very good. This one is fairly simple. I'll keep this brief, especially considering the remaining docket items today. This update to the rules is a mirror to the statute that was passed in 2024. If the board will remember, there was an updated statute regarding large mines. It's now codified at section 40-8-4. And that statute has requirements for filings, notices of intent, review, public notice, public comment, and timelines the division is bound by. So what was done here is simply that the statutory requirements were placed into the rule, and any rule-based language that was there previously that conflicted with that statutory mandate has been removed. So this is essentially so that if an operator's or a proposed operator is looking at the rules to see what they need to do, they'll be able to find that in the rules and in the statute. Then finally, the last substantive update is what we talked to the board about last year. That same 2024 statutory update provided definitions for what an amendment means for a large mine and what a revision means. And when we came before the board last year, we had crafted a rule, and the board wisely hit pause on that, and we talked with industry, and we met with the subcommittee, and we have now refined this rule. So the proposed rule now has similar definitions to what amendment and revision means, and it has a citation to this new rule that we've crafted. It's 647-4-119 paren 2. Essentially, the way this works is that the rule defines what an amendment is as opposed to a revision for a large mine. It talks about the review process, outlines the timeline for the division to respond to a revision or an amendment. And then the rule goes through what constitutes an amendment versus a revision. So when you see that heading there that talks about insignificant changes, these types of changes that are outlined in the rule will always be considered an amendment. And they, for example, won't require public comment. The second bullet point, or the last bullet point on this, significant changes, these types of changes will always be considered a revision and will always require public comment. But because not everything will fit into one of these two areas, there is a significance analysis provision. And this is when it's a little bit more in a gray area. And we worked with the board subcommittee to craft this language about material changes. So in essence, if an operator meets two of the criteria in the significance analysis, it will be considered a revision and the change will go out to public comment. So again, this is similar to what was presented last year to the board, but it's been fine-tuned based on the subcommittee's comments. Any questions about the revision versus amendment that we can answer for you? Okay. So as the board's aware, having dealt with this recently with other rulemaking, you have statutory authority to engage with rulemaking. Under the Administrative Rulemaking Act, these proposed rules should be filed with the Utah Office of Administrative Rules. Then the UOA, if I said that right, Natasha, the UOA will then publish the proposed rules in its bulletin, and then 30 days are allowed for public comment. At this point, I would like to turn it over to Natasha to outline for the board what kind of engagement and notification that the division has given to stakeholders.
Yeah, last year there was a little bit of, you guys were curious who we had reached out to. So giving some dates, we reached out February 9th of 2024, April 9th of 2024, and then after the revisions we made, we reached out again on February 13th. And the group included contacts from the Utah Mining Association, the Critical Infrastructure Materials Coalition, SUA, Sierra Club, Trust Lands, and then we've also included that subcommittee of board members, and we never got any responses from it. There was also a notice of hearing that was published in the Salt Lake Tribune on June 1st, and again, we haven't heard anything from that. So when we do formal rulemaking, we may have comments come up, but we try to address those beforehand and haven't heard anything, so I'm not sure if we'll receive anything in the formal process.
Thank you. So in summary, our request would be that the board take appropriate action for the formal rulemaking by directing the division to file the proposed rules with the UOA and setting the effective date, assuming that there's no negative public comments requiring an additional hearing, setting the effective date for August 27th, 2025. And that would conclude our presentation unless there's additional questions.
Or do you have any questions on this or concerns if they were to go formal rulemaking? I think we're ready for this to go ahead.
Madam Chair, your mic is muted.
Of course.
I could hear you.
I don't think, I just asked Paula, she didn't think it required a motion. Is that, yeah, I mean, we can do that. We're just discussing formalities here.
Oh.
I believe we can go ahead and just have you commence formal rulemaking on this rule.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The division will get these proposed rules filed, and we will report back based on the public comment period. We plan to do that in August at the board hearing then.
Thank you. Appreciate all your hard work. All right. We are now moving on to item number 4. Docket number 2025-037, cause number 997-06, in the matter of establishing fees to pay costs for carbon sequestration activities for the UIC Class 6 program authorized under Section 40-11. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello again. Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining. Members of the board, we're here today because under Utah Code 40-11, the Geologic Storage Act, the board is required to establish fees to pay the cost to operate the UIC Class 6 program. We were here last month to commence formal rulemaking on those rules. Now we're here this month to begin establishment of the fees that will help run the program. Those fees, they're to be established according to statute 63J-1-504 is the way we establish fees. As part of the process, the board is required to present each proposed fee at a public hearing and then increase, decrease, or affirm each proposed fee based on the results of the public hearing. So today we're here to satisfy the public hearing requirement of the fee-making process. I'm joined today by Division UIC Manager Richard Powell, and he's here to present to the board the proposed fees, which were also attached as Exhibit 1 to the NAA that was filed. At the conclusion of Mr. Powell's presentation, the division would ask that the board affirm these fees so the division can submit them to the legislature as part of the statutorily required approval process. And with that, I'll turn the rest of the time over to Mr. Powell.
Thank you for the opportunity to present this. What I will do today is give you a brief overview of how these fees were determined to operate the Class 6 program. As a reminder, this we were here last month. I was here and I presented the rule. This slide is just a kind of an update of our progress there as a reminder. As we move through this process and implement this program, we need to establish a fee schedule. This is a little bit different in this program. All of our other oil and gas activities are funded through the tax on the production. Our Utah Statute 40-11 very clearly mandates that the Class 6, the UIC Class 6 carbon sequestration program is to be funded through fees. So that's mandated through 4011 in accordance with 60J-1504, which kind of gives us the outline of how we go through this fee process. The objectives that I had when I developed this fee schedule were to be out of the 63J-1504 to be reasonable and fair and reflect the division's actual costs. The fee schedule again, this slide illustrates language directly from the statute 40-11, which mandates the different fees and what has to be covered. Briefly, it boils down to applicants, operators have to pay a fee in order to cover our division costs. That ends up being broken down into 4 areas.
So first, the permitting process. An application, when we are receive an application, there's going to be a lot of work that goes into a technical review, computational modeling review. The area of review on these carbon sequestration wells can be pretty complex. It's based on rates, pressures, and so and it can be very variable based on the geologic information that we have. So quite a detailed review process on that. But the next aspect that we've got to cover is the regulatory burdens. We, as a division, there'll be construction, cement, testing, step rate tests, mechanical integrity tests, and these sort of things that the division will spend time witnessing in the field. So that's another part of the cost there. The other area is monitoring management of closed facilities. After these facilities are closed, we discussed last month, there's a long-term commitment where they could be require ongoing regulatory analysis for up to 50 years beyond. So we have to have the fees will end up covering that and unanticipated costs that might derive or things that could change during that time period. And then administering the fund. There are some other various fees. These are those are the big types of fees, but this again is just a continuation of all the language out of the statute that indicates the requirements that we were up against when we were proposing this fee schedule and what we were trying to accomplish. So the per ton fee, that's a very important part of it. Like I said, that's mandated by 40-11. One of the issues with let me go back to that one. One of the issues with some of the per ton fees is that we can only collect a per ton fee from a well that's actively injecting. And so when a well is not injecting and if it sits for a long period of time, we would of course not be able to. There would be no fee coming in from that. So when putting these fees together, I worked quite closely and had a lot of communication with other states that have primacy already. So I went back and forth a lot with North Dakota, Wyoming, and Louisiana. At the time when this was kind of put together, those were the only 3 states in the nation that have primacy over Class 6 injection wells. Since then, West Virginia has joined. I didn't talk with them a lot because their primacy is just pretty recent. But I worked a lot with them to determine what their experience had been and the amount of time that they took for the various tasks in that. And then I coupled that with a lot of communication inside of our division and then my experience with the division and how much time different tasks take, the field inspections, the review times. Class 6 is a little different. It's quite complicated. Some of the rule is 43 pages long, and so there's a lot there. But the basic point is that we based these fees on the data that we got from these other states and worked quite closely there, and a little bit of information from the EPA too. These are the basic fees. I broke this down into 5 different fee categories. And so number 1 is the application fee. $115,000, and that includes one well. Additional wells would be an additional $25,000 per well. Now, this aligns pretty closely with our other states, and again, it's based on the time frames and what we estimate this is actually going to take. It's compared to actually some of the numbers I got from other states. This is as far as times, it's fairly conservative. Number two would be this annual fee. Again, I mentioned this fee, the division has ongoing costs. Experience shows us that sometimes we'll have many wells that can sit idle or shut in, injection wells for periods of time. But that doesn't end the work that the division has to do. We've got to maintain our field inspection work and do those things. And so the annual fee is a base fee to cover the minimum work that's going to be required by the division just to oversee that facility. The facilities, as we discussed last month with the rule presentation, the facilities can be fairly large and complex. Number three is a per ton injection fee. We anticipate that to be about 8 cents per ton injected. And that number is based on comparison to other states, Wyoming and North Dakota in particular, and proposals that I've received from interested operators here, where we've based on the anticipated injection volumes that they have proposed or think that they might do. And so that fee is kind of balanced to help us keep an account that will help cover that 50 years of post-closure monitoring that we're required to do. And then number four, that is a fee to cover the division costs to determine the amount of CO2. Now, most of this is going to be determined because we require record keeping, and we require reporting of volumes and pressures to be submitted to the division. And so I don't anticipate that fee, that it probably won't even be collected, but it's there, and it's provided for in the 40-11 statute. So it's there, and the provision is there. We can use it. If it was to be used, it would be charged at an hourly rate. But again, through our reporting requirements, I don't believe that will be needed. 5-year permit renew fee. Again, this is a mandate from the rule. Our rule, as we discussed last week, has to be as stringent as the Code of Federal Regulation rules on these UIC programs. One of those mandates in that is a 5-year permit renew fee. So that is what that cost is for. And finally, number 6, the geophysical test wells. That fee is in line. I consulted with the permitting staff, and so that number is in line with what it would cost if in the oil and gas side a strat well was assessed a fee about as far as the inspection time that we would be required and so on. So those are the 6 fees that we're proposing, and a very brief description of how those were determined. So if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So if we approve these fees, what's the next step? What do you do with that information? Just prepare a schedule that goes in with your permit or application, I guess?
No, so these fees are separate. These are fees, they'd get approved by the legislature. So we would submit them on behalf of the board. And then as they went through the review process, they would either approve or ask to be amended. But this is the starting point for the fees. But confusion is understandable. We don't do fees. So this is new for us too.
Okay.
The mining side does it, oil and gas does not.
Mr. Church.
So it raised a question with me when you said these UIC 6 wells could be shut in for an extended period of time and there would be no fees. Suppose there was some reason that an operator decided not to use an injection well that they'd already drilled and they were using other wells. Isn't there an inspection requirement for the division on the integrity of the wells over a period of time? If it were shut in for years, and it brings back the fact, is it covered under a bonding rule? I know it's not related to fees.
Yeah, so there are pretty robust requirements written inside of the 644 rule that we presented last month, as far as for inspections and on long-term monitoring, routine monitoring. These wells actually require continual monitoring of mechanical integrity. We also have provisions for if the well is shut in for an extended period of time, that it must be plugged and abandoned. So those are taken care of. And then the other thing about, as far as the bonding is included inside of that rule. So it's different than the bonding for the oil and gas wells. It's actually included right in our 644. And again, that's actually one of those areas too where we had to meet the stringency requirements of EPA or the Code of Federal Regulations.
Mr. James.
So you mentioned the 8 cents per ton injection fee. Do you have an average cost of what that would be for an operation?
Well, some of these wells, some projects anticipate 350 million tons, total volume, up to much greater than that. And so we're looking at, over the life of the well, just making sure to collect enough that it's there to go with that ongoing monitoring. And so I just kind of compared North Dakota and Wyoming are both right there. One of them is 0.7 cents and one is 8 cents. And so I elected for the 8 cents, and just putting it in the numbers, it made reasonable sense. The dollar amounts that we would end up with if that well was active for several years. If they meet their, but there's so many unknowns we don't know. And then back to Mr. Church's comment, just experience tells us that we don't know. You might drill a well, it might be active for a while, and then for whatever reason, market factors change or things, and then it sits there. And so.
Okay, thank you.
And this is for wells just on state lands, of course. If it's on the BLM or if it's on federal ground, it doesn't apply.
No, this would apply to wells on federal ground. The only area in Utah, if it is on Indian land or Indian country land, not necessarily surface-owned tribal land, but if it's in what is called Indian country, then the permit authority is retained by the EPA.
Right.
Outside of that, it's ours. And so anything just outside of EPA, whether federal fee, that wouldn't matter. It just the Indian country component.
And is this rule intended for permanent carbon sequestration?
Class 6 wells are intended solely for the storage, for permanent long-term storage of CO2.
Not to include CO2 floods or anything like that?
No. CO2 floods is an enhanced oil recovery, and that would be Class 2 wells.
Okay. Board, do you have any other questions? This one I think probably does require a motion.
I'll make the motion that we, how do you say this? That we authorize the payment of fees? Or
Yeah, I think we want to approve the fee schedule they've
okay, I move that we authorize fee schedule for carbon sequestration of UIC Class 6 program wells.
Do I have a second? Been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate the presentation. All right, we're going to move on to docket order number 5. or 7 on your list possibly. Give you a chance to get set up here. Mr. Mayo, are you ready?
I am ready.
Thank you. This is docket number 2025-038, cause number 132-79. In the matter of the request for agency action of 4 Point Resources, LLC, for an order pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of the interests of certain non-consenting owners in the Armstrong 13-7, 4-3-18-16-7H well, in the drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations, comprised of sections 16 to 18, 4 South, 3 West, USM, Duchesne County, Utah. Appearance of counsel.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Mitch Mayo of Lear & Lear, PLLC, on behalf of the petitioner, 4 Point Resources.
Assistant Attorney General Gary White on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, and I'm here with division experts Peter Pankey and Colton Goodrich.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a kind of point of order clarification. Clients came with us today. The witnesses are here today. They're in from Denver, and they had scheduled flights that are just before 5 o'clock. There is a chance that we can get these next 2 done. So if I'm moving too quickly, please just tell me to slow down. But I'm going to do my best to move quickly so we can try and meet.
And we'll do our best to accommodate you.
Okay. Thank you for that. As I've said, I'm here today appearing on behalf of 4 Point Resources. You have met 4 Point in an informal briefing session and possibly in other ways, but this is their first time appearing before the board and asking for formal agency action. So we've got the witnesses here with us today. In particular, with me, sitting next to me is Mr. Clint Cook, the senior landman for 4 Point, and Mr. Brett Kovach, senior reservoir engineer as well with 4 Point. Would it be appropriate to have the witnesses sworn in at this time?
Yes, let's go ahead and do both of them at the same time. Could I have you stand? And raise your right hands. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you can see on the screen, possibly, the first order of business is the exhibits. What has been submitted is Exhibit 1, the resumes of Mr. Cook and Mr. Kovach. If asked independently, they would verify the contents of those to be true and accurate. And also to clarify, neither of these witnesses has appeared before the board, so I will be attempting to qualify each of them as experts during their testimony in this cause. Finally, consistent with past practices, I'll move for admission at the end of my case in chief.
Thank you.
This cause is something fairly straightforward for the board. It's a compulsory pooling matter. What is, I guess, somewhat unique about this is that it happened kind of during the transition. So Ovintiv recently sold to 4 Point, and Ovintiv did all of the sending out of the letters and the drilling and completing of the well, and 4 Point took over when it was time to do this pooling. So if there's any kind of gap in the information you see here today, that's probably what's happening. The good news is I was involved with both and have a good handle on what's going on. So I think we're in a good position to get this through quickly and easily. Again, it's fairly straightforward. Compulsory pooling request, a 3-section unit, an irregular unit. So it's 1,967.6 acres. And that's comprised of sections 16, 17, and 18 in 4 South, 3 West in Duchesne County. The drilling unit was established by this board by order entered in April of 2024 in cause 130-27. I may call that the current order or the spacing order. A copy of that current order, the 130-27 order, was submitted as Exhibit 2 in this cause. As is typical in pooling matters, 4 Point and its predecessor, Oventive, as you're used to seeing in those, the spacing orders that underlie the development typically call for conversion of existing production. However, there's only one well that produces from a portion of the unit at issue, and that well was expressly accepted out of conversion in the spacing order 130-27. So that's a long way of saying, although there's a producing well, there will be no conversion at issue here and no waiver of recoupment for any pooled parties in this matter. The well at issue is, as Madam Chair said, the Armstrong 13-7 4-3-18-16-7HX well. The Armstrong well is a 3-mile, what's sometimes called extra long lateral horizontal well that was drilled and completed by Oventive and is now operated by 4 Point. The Armstrong well produces from the lower Green River Wasatch formations, the subject formation, sometimes called, as more specifically described in the request for agency action. And the Armstrong well first began producing in March 24th of 2025. As alleged in the request, and as Mr. Cook will confirm in his testimony, there were 17 named individual mineral owners to be pooled here today. Those are identified on page 2 of the request, and they are subject to compulsory pooling. To be clear, each has received the notice of opportunity to participate and none have responded timely. There were 2 of those 17 that I'd like to note, Meredith Jones and Intermountain Resources. Their notice of opportunity to participate were undeliverable to their addresses of record, so they were, pursuant to board order, provided published notice of opportunity to participate. But all the named parties have received those notices and have failed to respond timely. Excuse me. In addition, there is, of course, the pooling of some named estates where distribution has failed to occur sufficient to give us confidence that all the successors in interest have been committed to the unit. So those estates are identified on pages 2 and 3 of the request. Those are the parties that we're seeking to pool here today. Again, pursuant to that same board order, 4 Point published notice to those unknown heirs or successors to those estates as well. Skipping ahead, excuse me, as to the non-consenting CP parties, the folks claiming under the estates and the named individuals, 4 Point seeks the imposition of the standard 300% non-consent / risk compensation award and imposition of the terms of the JOA, which is fairly standard and something the board has seen repeatedly. During the recoupment period for the Armstrong well, the acreage-weighted royalty that the board should apply in this cause is 19.290292%, and that will be applied to the unleased interests of any of the non-consenting CP parties. A copy of the request that was filed was mailed, certified to the parties named to be pooled, and regular mail to all other production interest owners in the drilling unit. And proof of these mailings was filed in the certificate of mailing, as well as proof of the certified mailings and their delivery status has been filed as Exhibit 35 in this cause. In addition, the published notice that we referred earlier, proof of that publication establishing it has been filed as Exhibit 34 in this cause. Finally, the board has jurisdiction over this cause pursuant to Utah Code 40-6-6.5 and the implementing regulations. And the testimony and evidence presented here today will establish that the regulatory requirements have been met. And with that, I will begin with my examination of Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, perfect. You're a pro already. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Sure. Clint Cook, 100 St. Paul Street, Suite 400, Denver, Colorado.
Okay. And before I ask any further questions, I'd just like to quickly give Mr. Cook a chance to go through his resume and explain his expertise, and the division and board a chance to question him about it if they'd like.
Okay.
So, Mr. Cook, would you walk the board through your resume and tell them as humbly as you can why you're an expert in petroleum land management?
Sure. So I have an energy management degree, which is the modernized form of the petroleum land management degree from the University of Oklahoma. Have about 20 years experience working as an in-house landman for Chesapeake Energy, XTO Energy, and now 4 Point Energy, work in various basins across the U.S., almost entirely horizontal well drilling and running the land side of the development programs for the various companies throughout the various basins they operate in.
Okay. I think that's probably sufficient for my purposes, but obviously the division and board.
Division, do you have any questions for this witness?
We have no questions and no objection to him being certified as an expert.
Thank you. He's so accepted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cook, what is your current position with 4 Point?
Senior landman. I work, as mentioned, the drilling and development programs for both the UNA and our operations in the Permian Basin.
Okay. And so as a senior landman, do you have responsibilities to manage, say, the Armstrong unit?
Yes.
Okay. Please provide, if you would, briefly the corporate and bonding status for 4 Point.
Sure. 4 Point is a Delaware LLC in good standing, having a principal place of business in Denver, Colorado, and we are fully bonded with all the relevant state, federal, and tribal agencies.
Okay. And again, before we move on to the exhibits, just quickly, I want to talk about the acquisition that brought 4 Point here. Tell the board kind of high level what you bought and when you took over.
Okay. As of late January of this year, we closed on the acquisition of substantially all of Ovintiv USA's UNA Basin oil and gas assets, and have essentially stepped into their operator position out there. And we had a transition period with Ovintiv where they helped us with various disciplines within the handoff of the operation that ended the end of April. And so 4 Point has been operating completely independently since the 1st of May.
Okay. So it's fair to say any actions taken by Ovintiv during this process, they're now 4 Point's actions. Any letters with Ovintiv's name on it, they're 4 Point's letters.
Correct.
Okay. Let's move right into your exhibits then. I'm going to start and try and do these in batches in a way that makes sense. So let's go through, if you'll look at the screen, what's been filed as exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
And were they, each of them, prepared by you or by Ovintiv/4 Point personnel under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 3. Can you help orient the board where we're talking about this unit's located, generally speaking?
Sure. This is outlined in red, the drilling and spacing unit in question here. It is section 16, 17, and 18, Township 4 South, 3 West, all in Duchesne County. It's located about 1.5 miles south of Bridgeland and just south of US 40.
Okay. That's perfect. Thank you for that. Now I'm going to turn through exhibits. Oh gosh, that was not the right way. Exhibits 4, 5, 6, and 7, and just have you kind of talk to each one. There's not a lot of information about it, but explain what this is and what it shows, if you would.
Okay, this is a plat of the mineral tracts within the DSU, and just demonstrating that there are 21 separate mineral tracts within the unit.
Okay. Exhibit 5. What does this show?
So this is a well plat. Also, it was part of like a permit plat that we would submit with our application. And it'll demonstrate here, as you can see, the vast majority of the unit is fee. There is a state track, 40-acre state track in the upper right-hand side, and then down below that is the tribal minerals that exist within the unit.
Okay. And can you confirm this is an accurate representation of the BLM master title plat relative to this?
Yes, it's just a master title plat. It'll show 18 being a correction section on the left-hand side there, and just demonstrating that the unit is 1,967.6 acres.
Okay, and just to clarify for anyone who doesn't, a correction section, you just mean what some people may refer to as an irregular section.
Right, yeah, not 640 acres.
Okay, thank you for that. Exhibit 7, finally. Can you tell the board what this shows relative to the hearing?
Yes, so this is a summary of the working interest ownership within the unit. 4 Point having roughly 88%. There is voluntarily participating working interest owners, non-op owners of 9.41% that have signed a JOA. And then subject to this pooling would be roughly 2.81% of unleased non-participating interest.
Okay, so it's fair to say you have almost 90% of the operating working interest in 4 Point's name?
Correct.
And close to 97.5% is committed voluntarily to the unit?
Yes.
Okay. How were these, you talked a lot about ownership interest, the plats. How were ownership interests in this determined?
So those were determined by the preparation of a drilling and division order title opinion that was prepared by a Utah licensed attorney.
Do you, well, we'll get back to that later. Relevant to this hearing, you know, in addition to all this, what did the title opinion state about ownership relevant to this pooling hearing?
The title identified the owners listed on page 2 of this request as owning unleased minerals underlying the drilling unit. Excuse me.
Okay.
And then the title opinion also highlights that there's 23 estates that Mr. Mayo mentioned earlier, each of which lacks sufficient proof of record showing the distribution and is therefore included in this request out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. So the title opinion gave you the list of parties that you need to get committed to this unit?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to switch you now ahead a little bit in the exhibits. We're doing slightly out of order, but I want to turn you to what's been filed, if you look at the screen, as exhibits 25, 26, and 27. The board has seen survey plats, AFEs, and JOAs before, but can you confirm for the record that these are what you would consider part of your well proposal packet, Stan?
Yes.
Okay. Are these documents official business records of 4 Point after the acquisition?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please walk through each one? Exhibit 25, for example.
Okay, so this is a plat depicting the proposed well. It'll show where it's drilled, surface hole location, and bottom hole location.
All of which is information that would be really helpful to someone deciding whether to elect.
Correct, yes.
At 26, standard AFE, its own Oventive letterhead, but anything you'd like to add to the AFE?
No, the AFE just is a line item document that line items out all the costs for drilling and completion of the well that someone who's trying to make a decision to participate or not would like to know and understand the costs and what they're made up of.
Okay. And obviously 27 is what?
This is a standard form JOA or operating agreement, and this is the AAPL form 610 1989.
Okay. A fairly standard form used in the basin?
Yes.
Okay. So in addition to these 3 documents, the survey plat of the proposed well, the AFE, and the JOA, is there anything else that you send in your election packets generally to folks who you're looking to get to participate?
Yes, there's a well proposal letter that kind of explains exactly what we are proposing. The well itself summarizes a lot of this information concisely. It also includes options for the owner, an option to lease or participate, and it also provides them an estimate of their interest in the well so that they could calculate what their proportionate cost would be.
Okay, so this letter lays out all the options available to the owner at the time, essentially.
Yes.
I'd like to show you what is up on the screen as well, and instead of going through each of the exhibits, I'd like to just direct you to what's been filed as Exhibits 8 through 24. Can you please confirm that Exhibits 8 through 24 are the election letters that were sent in the well proposal packets to the parties named to be pooled?
Yes.
Okay. Were these letters prepared by you or by Oventive or 4 Point personnel under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Again, in order not to go individually one letter at a time, I'm going to have you kind of confirm generalizations about the letters, if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you give a general date of when these letters were sent out to these mineral owners?
So the well proposal packets were sent priority mail on or about March 13th, 2025.
Okay. And have all of them received, and if so, when about?
Most of them were confirmed received between the period of March 13th and March 31st. There were 2 parties that were not confirmed received, and that was the Meredith Jones and Intermountain Resources, Inc.
Okay. So, one more time, just for the record, there's another piece of information in these letters typically that the board likes to see, and that's this estimated percent of ownership. Can you just confirm on the record, so we don't go through each one of them, that each letter contains what you believe to be the correct estimated percent ownership for each of the owners asked to be pooled?
Yes, it does. It's in each of those letters.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Meredith Jones and Intermountain Resources. They didn't receive the notice of opportunity to participate. Did you provide that to them in some way, and if so, how?
They would have been provided notice by publication, and that was done in the Uinta Basin Standard for 2 consecutive weeks, starting on May 21st and May 28th.
Okay, so they did receive at least published notice of the notice of opportunity to participate.
Correct.
Okay, and have you seen what's been filed as Exhibit 34, proof of publication in this cause?
Yes.
Okay, and was that prepared by my office under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the named parties to be pooled, the parties in these letters, you mentioned the outset the estates, the 23 estates that have been inconclusively distributed. How did you provide them with a notice of opportunity to participate? Let me rephrase, did you also publish notice to those
Yeah,
estates as well?
yeah, estates were published notice as well.
Did you receive any responses or any elections from any of the named parties or any potential successors to any of the estates following the mailed and published notice in this cause?
No.
Okay. So it's fair to say that the parties and estates as identified on pages 2 and 3 of the request remain the parties and estates to be pooled here today?
Yes.
Switching off to your last couple exhibits, I want to have you talk just briefly about a couple of things. Exhibit 28. Let me see if I can pull that up quickly. Are you familiar with what's been filed as Exhibit 28?
Yes.
And was this prepared by you or by 4 Point / Oventive personnel during your under your direction or supervision?
It was, yes.
The board has seen this several times please tell them what this is and what the ultimate acreage-weighted royalty is you're asking them to impose.
So this is just a table demonstrating the weighted average royalty for each of the parties that would be subject to this, and that's going to be your fee owners that leased prior to the spud date of the well.
Okay. And can you confirm, just because it's hard to see, what the spud date of the well was for the Armstrong?
The spud date was...
And it's on the exhibit, I think. Oh, it's hard.
Oh, there it is. April 27th, 2024, dry spud.
Thank you. And I will do my best to read it so you don't have to. But in the lease net acres column, at the bottom it says 1549.55. You testified earlier the unit is 1967 acres, more or less. Can you explain why that acreage was used?
Yeah, again, because it only is made up of fee acres, and as we showed on a plat earlier, there's 40 acres of state and 160 acres of tribal in this unit, so they would not have been a part of this calculation.
Okay. And also the parties that are being pooled.
Correct.
They wouldn't be a part of the calculation as well. Okay. And did you mention, I may have missed it, what the ultimate acreage-weighted royalty is you asking the board to impose?
Yes, that number came out to be 19.290292%.
Okay. Last but not least, I'd just like to point you to Exhibit 27 again, if I could, and that's the JOA. And I just want to have you identify a couple of provisions that are relevant to this. As you said, it's the model form operating 1989, and as you testified also, it's standard use in the basin. Are there any modifications you've made to the standard JOA that apply?
Yes, there's a few modifications specific to horizontal drilling and important operational matters.
Okay. And let's just point out a couple. I've got up on the screen here the essentially the risk compensation award, if you will, that's called for in the JOA.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a modification, and if so, do you believe a reasonable one?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And yes, it is?
Yeah, it's a modification.
I just wanted to clarify
reasonable.
that.
Yep.
My crappy question thing. And has 4 Point or would 4 Point enter into any JOAs with similar terms in a unit in which they were not the operator?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit C to the JOA.
And to clarify, it's asking for the 100%, 300% risk penalty here. That would be 100% for equipment beyond the wellhead, and then the 300% risk penalty for drilling and completion costs.
Thank you for that. I jumped past you. I'm sorry. Last questions are about the COPUS, something the board hears regularly as a fairly standard form. Can you confirm that you believe it to be a standard form used in the basin?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And a couple provisions I'd like to point to. One is on the assessment of interest. This is impossible to see. I apologize for the small print. But can you tell the board how interest is calculated under the JOA?
Yes, so the interest would be the interest rate assessed would be on late payments would be the rate published by the prime rate published by the Wall Street Journal plus 3% per annum.
Okay. And lastly, can you briefly tell the board the significance of this? What I'm showing is Section 3 of the COPUS.
This is the overhead portion.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
So this details essentially what monthly overhead costs you can charge for operating the well.
Correct, yeah, and there's a rate for a drilling well versus just a producing well.
So the rate you can charge while you're working on it is higher than the rate you can charge while it's just working itself.
Correct, yep.
That makes sense. Last question, as a qualified expert in petroleum land management, do you believe that the JOA in front of the board here today is just and reasonable and should be imposed?
I do.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions for Mr. Cook, subject to any cross-examination by the division or board.
Board, do you have cross?
We do not have questions. Thank you.
Board, do you have any questions at this point? Mr. Church?
Yes, is this operating agreement already existing with other working interest owners?
Yes, the ones that have
It's the same one.
participated, yeah, same terms you'll see here, yep.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you. You're welcome to hop back. Just stay close. My next witness is Mr. Brett Kovach. Mr. Kovach, will you please state your name and spell your last name if you could, and then state your business address for the record?
Yes, my name's Brett Kovach, and the last name is spelled Kovach, and business address is 100 St. Paul Street, Suite 400, and that's in Denver, Colorado.
Okay. And can you please tell the board, I tried to get it right earlier and I may not have. Can you tell the board what your job title is at 4 Point and your responsibilities, generally speaking?
Yes, I'm a senior reservoir engineer, and generally that entails working the Uinta Basin and working with the geoscience teams to integrate data and try to maximize value from the asset.
This is Mr. Kovach's first time appearing before and testifying before the board, so I'd like to qualify him as an expert. I will probably do similar as I did with Mr. Cook and simply point to his resume and have him walk through it, and then have the board and division have an opportunity to question. Can you do the same, Mr. Kovach? Give a brief introduction to who you are and why you're an expert in petroleum reservoir engineering?
Yes, so I went to the Colorado School of Mines where I studied petroleum engineering, and I graduated from there in 2016. Subsequent to that, I worked for Apache Corporation down in Midland and in Houston for around 8 years. While at Apache, I focused on our Permian Basin assets and also on our East Texas, Austin Chalk, and Eagle Ford assets. I received my MBA from Rice University in Houston during my time at Apache. And after leaving Apache, I went to Kimmeridge Energy, located in Denver, Colorado. At Kimmeridge, I focused primarily on deal evaluations across North America. I spent a lot of time looking at deals in the San Juan Basin, the DJ Basin, the Montney, the Uinta Basin, and the Permian Basin. And then once I left Kimmeridge, I came to join 4 Point Energy, where I work as a senior reservoir engineer on the Uinta Basin asset.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's sufficient for my purposes, but obviously division and board have it.
Division, do you have questions?
No questions and no objection to this witness answering expert opinion questions.
Board, do you have questions? So accepted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This testimony should be a little shorter and sweeter. We've got just 3 exhibits to have you look at, Mr. Kovach. I'm going to have you look at the screen and just confirm. You see what's been filed as exhibits 29, 30, and 31 in this cause?
Yes.
And are you, were those prepared by you or by Oventive/4 Point personnel under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with Exhibit 29, the kind of general cost breakdown. Anything you want the board to know or want to point out about this?
Yeah, so Exhibit 29 shows the actual costs that were incurred in drilling and completing this subject well through January 31st, 2025. It is also inclusive of an estimate for the remainder of 2025 in terms of the costs that we should incur. As you can see, also the AFE costs are coming in very close to the actual costs, with the actuals just a little bit over the 13.2 million.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm assuming, and maybe you can confirm this, the actual costs up through January 31st, I'm assuming with the transition, it's probably one of the details that's maybe slipped behind a little bit. Is that something you're willing to update if the board would like that to happen?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So in your expert opinion, the AFE and actual costs are close, but would you say the actual costs are reasonable, fair, and necessarily incurred in the drilling of this well?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 30. Exhibit 30, I'm going to have you point out anything on this exhibit that you think is relevant.
Yeah, so there's a couple things. You can see the Armstrong DSU there circled in, or I guess boxed in red. One of the things you'll notice that there is very limited drilling on this particular DSU, and there are also very few extended laterals in the area, particularly that are 15,000 feet or longer.
Okay. You mentioned limited well control. Just looking at it, it appears there's not any producing wells in 2 of the 3 sections.
Yes, that's correct.
And there's one, but it produces on the far western boundary of the 3rd section.
Yes.
So essentially 2.5 sections or more, you have no well control.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess that leads us into what is the next and last exhibit of this hearing, Exhibit 31. The board's seen this exhibit or some iteration of it a lot, but they haven't heard you, Mr. Kovach. Can you talk about risk as 4 Point looks at it and specific to this well?
Yeah, I think there's a few ways to kind of think about risk, particularly in this area. So kind of number one, in terms of the actual performance of the wells. So as you move kind of down to this area, a lot of times you will see your water cuts go up. And so, without having actual well results right around you, right in these few sections, as we kind of testified to, the water cut was definitely a major uncertainty. Kind of then moving into the drilling and the operational challenges, one of the things that we've had and run into in the basin in, recent times has been both sidetracking wells, and we have also lost, the majority of a lateral due to a casing failure. And so, that is a major risk for us in terms of the operations. And then, of course, kind of with the commercial challenges, I think we've all kind of seen the price of oil swing by $10-12 here in the last couple days. So obviously, we go in with the assumption of a certain price deck, and then a lot of times there's uncertainty in how that actually it looks when the wells come online, and makes an impact to the revenues that the wells generate.
Okay. And, given all that, in your expert opinion, does the financial, technical, operational, whatever you want to call it, risks involved in drilling this well, does it justify the 300% risk compensation award that's requested?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I'm done with Mr. Kovach's testimony as well, unless there's any follow-up questions from Division or Board.
Division, do you have questions?
Just one. On this same exhibit, the actual occurred risk, are you able to testify how often, well, maybe not often, but what percentage of your wells actually encounter a drilling and operational challenge?
Yes, given that we just took over operatorship, we have a limited number of wells that we have actually drilled. So I don't want to commit to a percentage.
Best estimate.
Okay. 10-20%?
Okay, thank you.
Board, do you have questions?
I lied about one. I have one last question.
Uh-oh.
I made a mistake. One thing I'd like to point out in the AFEs that Ovintiv/4 Point sent out in this cause, I noticed that plugging and abandonment costs were not included in those. That's typical practice, as I understand, but can you give an estimate of what you think reasonable plugging and abandonment costs would be for this well?
Yeah, I would say on the order of, operations engineer may be able to speak better to that, but I would estimate $200,000 to $300,000.
Okay.
Would that include surface restoration? Or just plugging?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Thank you. Board, do we need to deliberate, or are we going to, do I have a motion?
Oh, yeah, Madam Chair, I don't think we ever moved for admission of the exhibits.
That's right.
May
I'm
we
trying to hurry
please
this
have?
along for
I
you.
know
She's
you're
trying
doing a
to
great
give you
job. We're
fast
both
and
running through
careful.
it. I guess I'd like to move for admission of exhibits 1 through 31 inclusive.
Minus 32 and 33.
Oh, yes, and 34 and 35 also. So 1 through 35, but 32 and 33 were intentionally omitted.
So admitted.
Thank you.
Now, we're ready for a motion.
I move that we approve the request for agency action.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Please note motion passes. Mr. Mayo, if you would prepare the order, please.
Happy to. Thank you,
Thank you.
Board. Appreciate it.
Mr. McDonald, are you ready? This is item number 6 today. Docket number 2025-039, cause number 130-40. In the matter of the request for agency action of 4 Point Resources, LLC, for an order establishing on a pilot basis overlapping stand-up vertical 1,920-acre or substantial equivalent drilling units for extra long lateral horizontal wells for the production of oil, gas, and hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations in sections 5, 8, 17, 20, 29, and 32. All in Township 3 South, Range 1 West, USM, Duchesne County, Utah, with certain caveats relating to existing wells.
Fred McDonald of Counsel with Lear & Lear on behalf of petitioner 4 Point Resources.
Division.
Assistant Attorney General Gary White for the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, and I'm here with division experts Peter Pankey and Colton Goodrich.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today are Mr. Clint Cook, the senior landman, Ms. Sarah Schmaltz, who's the senior geologic advisor, and Mr. Brett Kovac, the senior reservoir engineer. I would ask that they be sworn in at this time.
Please stand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you. The resumes of all 3 witnesses were submitted as Exhibit A. Mr. Cook will just be testifying as a fact witness. Mr. Kovac was just recognized by the board as an expert in petroleum engineering. I assume that's okay. And to expedite things, if we would submit that Ms. Schmaltz, based on her resume, as an expert in geology, unless the division has any objection or the board has any objection. Otherwise, we can qualify her at the beginning of her testimony.
The division carefully reviewed her resume and has no objection.
Thank you. Board? She's accepted.
Thank you. And again, I'll be moving for admission of our exhibits at the end of the presentation, Chief, as a whole.
Thank you.
4 Point is before you today seeking establishment of 2 3-sectional stand-up drilling units for extra long laterals, or 15K wells is what we refer to. Development in the lower Green River Wasatch formations in sections 5, 8, and 17 and sections 20, 29, and 32, respectively, of 3 South, 1 West in Duchesne County. The board previously established these lands as 3 2-sectional drilling units pursuant to its order in cause number 139-134, under which Newfield, 4 Point's predecessor, drilled only 1 10K or long lateral well on the section 29 and 32 drilling unit. No other long lateral wells have been drilled on the other 2 drilling units. However, there are numerous existing vertical and short lateral or 5K wells on those 2 drilling units, and because no long lateral wells have yet been drilled thereon, there's been no conversion or production allocation from those existing wells, and they remain, the production allocation remains on a sectional or 640-acre basis as provided in the 139-134 order. The 139-134 order was subsequently modified by the board's order entered in cause number 600-05 to reduce the heel-toe setbacks to 100 feet and to establish drilling unit boundary well drilling units along the east and west boundaries of those 2 sectional drilling units. True and correct copies of the 139-134 and 600-05 orders were collectively submitted as Exhibit B. As the board is aware, the trend in the Iona Basin is to now drill 15K wells. 4 Point desires to conduct a pilot program for 15K well development on these particular lands with the 100-foot heel-toe setbacks. However, it does not desire to disrupt existing rights to production currently established under the 139-134 order, and therefore seeks that the requesting drilling units overlap and not result in another conversion. There are several other provisos in addition to no conversion to 4 Point's request, some of which are also applicable to other 3-sectional drilling units approved by the board. These are set forth in the detail in the request and will be addressed in testimony today. Because this is proposed as a pilot program, 4 Point is agreeing to report back to the board on the results within 2 years of entry of the order, presuming it's granting. Of course, if it's successful, 4 Point anticipates expanding the 5K well development throughout the central basin and will be in front of the board prior to that time. Since Indian mineral lands are involved, new communization agreements are required, and the agencies, whether under federal guidelines or by practice, require a spacing order from the board for the communization agreement to be approved. That's another reason why we're before you today. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code Section 40-6-5, subparagraph 3B, and 40-6-6. Notice was sent via regular mail to all production interest owners within the newly requested 3-sectional drilling units and to the Ute Tribe, Ute Distribution Corporation, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Bureau of Land Management due to the Indian ownership, and also to the School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration due to the state ownership. The mailings were sent to these parties at their last addresses disclosed by the relevant agency and Duchesne County Realty Records. In addition, notice of the filing of the request in this hearing was also duly published in the Salt Lake Tribune on June 1st and the Uinta Basin Standard on June 4th. On June 10th, the division filed a response expressing no opposition to the granting of the request, presuming 4 Point meets its burden of proof today at today's hearing, which we will do. No other objections or responses to the request were timely filed, and no other party has made an appearance today. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, would you please again state your name and business address for the record?
Clint Cook, 100 St. Paul Street, Suite 400, Denver, Colorado.
And are you the landman that has supervision over these two drilling units?
Yes.
All right. And again, unless the board just wants to take administrative notice of the corporate and bonding status of 4 Point from the last hearing, I won't go through that either.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's move ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving to exhibits C through H. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
Were they prepared by you or 4 Point personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Starting with exhibit C, please explain what it shows.
This is the regional locator map showing the subject units in red here, located roughly a mile east of Mighton Town Site and US 40 as it heads north towards Roosevelt.
All right, turning your attention now to exhibit D.
Yeah, this is the existing two-sectional DSUs under the order 139-134.
All right, exhibit E.
This is the requested new three-section units. The one in red to the north is what we will call the double E DSU, and in blue to the south is the PCAV West DSU.
All right, exhibit F. Please explain what this shows.
This is the gross working interest in each of the proposed 3-mile DSUs, demonstrating that 4 Point has a strong majority interest in both.
Now turning to exhibit G, please explain this exhibit and any particulars that we need to point out with relation to the request.
Okay, exhibit G is a plat showing the existing wells within both DSUs. Of particular note is the Evelyn well in section 5 in the far north end, and the PCAV well, the 2-mile horizontal well in the south end, traversing sections 29 and 32. Those are of particular note because 4 Point is asking for a 100-foot setback from the southernmost take point of the Evelyn well for Uteland Butte XL horizontal well if drilled along the same path, and that is less than 100 feet in depth from the Evelyn well. Additionally, 4 Point is asking for a 100-foot setback from the northernmost take point of the PCAV well for the Uteland Butte SL horizontal well if drilled along the same path and less than 100 feet in depth from the PCAV well.
And the idea there is to develop the whole acreage along that same wellbore path and same interval, right?
Correct, to leave no what we would call slot undeveloped.
And the technical witnesses will address the technical aspects of that as well. All right, turning your attention now to exhibit H, would you please explain what this shows?
This shows how the current allocation of production from the existing spacing units.
All right, and is there any special provisions that we want to address in there about the drilling unit boundary wells?
Pointing in here, these will remain because they will remain unchanged for the existing wells, and this would be an overlapping space.
Right, so there wouldn't be any conversion like what it provides in the 139, 134?
Correct.
Two sections,
Yep.
okay. All right, what about the drilling unit boundary well issue?
Yep, so an additional proviso concerns a 2-mile drilling unit boundary well along the sections 5 and 8 common boundary as provided for in Order 600-05. Specifically, 4 Point is requesting that it may be concurrently drilled with the first 15K well drilled on the Double E DSU, but with production from each such drilling unit boundary well to be allocated only on the sections 5 and 8 DSU basis as provided for in the 600-5 order.
Okay, are there Indian minerals in each of these drilling units?
Yes.
All right, and what is your understanding of the requirements to get the communization of those Indian interests?
Correct. We would need a demonstrate that there's a state-approved spacing order that is configured in the way that matches the communitization agreement we would need to submit.
Right, okay, and that's why, part of why you're here today?
Yes.
So, okay. I'm going to show you now what's been the certificate of service. This is a pleading that was prepared by my office. There's several names and addresses in the back. Do you recognize those names and addresses?
Yes.
And who are those parties and how are they determined?
These are the parties owning a production interest within the DSUs.
Also the governmental agencies that have jurisdiction?
Correct.
Okay, and how are they determined?
These parties were compiled using internal land records, including title opinions, search of the BIA, SITLA, and Duchesne County records prior to the filing of the RAA. Lone Wolf Energy, our land services company, works to compile those addresses.
All right, and again, to the board, they were sent out just regular mail, so there's no Exhibit Z in this matter on that. That concludes my examination. Mr. Cook?
Division, do you have questions?
No questions, thank you.
Board? Please Mr. Church has a question.
So on the two-section units, those are already communitized with tribal lands, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I can't say for certainty where those stand. We have there were a large number of communitization agreements that are yet to be approved by the BIA. So I'm not sure if they have actually been fully approved or not yet.
If there was one for the two sectionals, it would have been for the 29 and 32 where there's an existing 10K well.
Okay.
Please continue.
Thank you. Good job. Okay, Sarah, just keep the mic close to you. Okay. Ms. Smaltz, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Sarah Smaltz, 100 St. Paul Street, Suite 400, Denver, Colorado, 80206.
And what's your current position with 4 Point, and do you have relation to these drilling units?
Yes, I'm the Senior Geologic Advisor overseeing the near-term and long-term development planning over 4 Point's assets, including these DSUs.
All right, I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits I through L. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Were they prepared by you or 4 Point personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Starting with Exhibit I, would you please explain what this shows?
Yes, Exhibit I is showing the Shell Brotherson 1-11B4 log, which is being utilized as the field type log and has been recognized in multiple orders, including 139-134. The map on the lower right is showing the relationship of that field type log to the DSUs at issue today. And on the type log itself, we are showing the defined interval for the Lower Green River and Wasatch transitional formations.
Now turning to Exhibit J, please explain what this shows.
Yes, Exhibit J is a local type log to the DSUs at issue today. This is the state 11-5-3-1W. And in this type log, we're highlighting the primary and secondary targets that would be utilized for extra long horizontal development, or 15Ks, in these two DSUs.
Now, turning to Exhibit K, would you please explain what this shows and its significance?
Yes. Exhibit K is a north to south cross section through both of these DSUs, starting in the north to the north end of the EE DSU and moving down to the south of the PCAV West DSU. This is showing that the geologic formations that would be targeted across this area are uniform in nature. And also, this is highlighting the fact that the lower Green River to Wasatch transitional formations constitute one common source of supply, which is consistent with the board's designation of these formations as one pool in the Uinta Basin.
All right, and turning your attention now to Exhibit L, please explain what this shows.
Yes, this is the interpreted maximum horizontal stress orientation across 4 points position, with the two DSUs at issue today highlighted in red rectangles. We're also showing the individual stress indicator data points. When we look at those stress indicators in the vicinity of these two DSUs, the average maximum horizontal stress is north 69 degrees west, which makes the optimal orientation for these DSUs to be stand-up or north-south. Also on this map, highlighted by the red star, is the IMA UT 1-18, 3-1-18-19-1H, which is a well in which we have PVT data on, which Mr. Kovac will be utilizing in his exhibits that he'll be presenting shortly.
All right, is it your expert opinion then that the uniformity and thickness make the lower Green River Wasatch an attractive target for 15K well drilling?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the fracture orientation supports stand-up drilling units?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the lower Green River Wasatch constitutes one common source of supply for purposes of this cause?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes my examination. Ms. Smalls?
Thank you. Division?
It's been well explained. We have no questions.
Board? No questions, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Kovac, please state your name and business address for the record.
Yes, it is Brett Kovac, and business address is 100 St. Paul Street, Suite 400, Denver, Colorado 80206.
And what's your current position with 4 Point, and how does it relate to these DSUs?
Senior reservoir engineer, and it relates in terms of us working up these DSUs and putting type curves together to understand the economic viability.
Okay, I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits O, M, N, and P, a little bit out of order. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
Were they prepared by you or 4 Point personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Okay, getting a little bit out of order again, starting with Exhibit O, please explain what this shows and its significance to today's hearing.
Yes, so Exhibit O shows the Hale-Evers calculation that was used to quantify the drainage radius around the fracture. As Sarah testified to, the PVT for this well came from the IMA Ute 1-18, 3-1-18-19, 1H. And that was the PVT that was used for this well. That is a Uteland Butte well as well. We can see that the calculation there, we can see all the inputs and all the outputs from the Hale-Evers equation. And we can see that the years 1, 2, 3, 5, and 10 shown. And we can see that at year 5, there is no drainage of adjacent lands and very minimal at year 10.
All right, turning to Exhibit M, if you'd explain this, and again, a little more detail, this is the 5K well located in Section 5 and its relation to what you want to drill with a longer well, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Go ahead and explain it.
Yes, so Exhibit M is the requested setback to allow full development of the east half of the EE DSU. We can see the Evelyn well there as outlined, and we can see the setback requested from the Evelyn well. We can also see the Hale-Evers calculation and the drainage radius around the effective fracture of 110 feet. And we can see that that is also at that 69-degree orientation that Sarah testified to in the prior testimony.
All right, and Exhibit N is similar. This is in relation to the current 10K well in the Section 2932, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and please explain this.
Yes, very similar. We can also see that the fracture orientation there of north 69 west was used. And we can see the calculation from Hale and Evers highlighting the 110 fracture foot and then the 5-year drainage radius as calculated from Hale and Evers using the Amy Ute PVT data.
And bottom line is that you don't think that there, with this frac orientation and this drainage radius, that there will be much interference between the two wells, right?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, let's turn to Exhibit P. Please explain what this shows.
Yes, this is showing the economic benefit of drilling a 3-mile well relative to a 2-mile well. And there's a couple things that we'd like to call out for you here. One of the main reasons that drilling 3-mile wells is attractive relative to 2-mile wells is that well cost per foot metric. We can see that our cost per foot generally decreases by around 15% when extending from 2 miles to 3 miles. A portion of that is because you're already drilling the vertical hole regardless of if you drill a 2-mile or a 3-mile well. So there's a lot of cost efficiency and economic efficiency from drilling those. We can also see that the economics are more attractive of the 3-mile well, whether we consider the net present value, the internal rate of return, the multiple on invested cash flow, or the payout metrics.
And since this will be your first opportunity, you're requesting a pilot program just to confirm all of this. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Will you confirm that you will come back to the board with the results within 2 years of if they grant the order?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. One in the request, you're requesting up to 20 wells for possible 20 wells, whereas the 139, 134 order only provides for 17 wells. Can you explain why you're requesting an increased amount of wells?
Yes, to account for the increased amount of wells, when we look uphole, there is interesting and what look to be geologically viable targets, but there's still quite a bit of work left to do in terms of whether or not we can drill those targets and the economic viability of them. And so that is the reason for the incremental wells.
All right, is it your expert opinion then that the requested setbacks are necessary to recover additional resource that would otherwise be left in the ground?
Yes.
Is it also that the requested setback should not result in adverse drainage or waste and will be protective of corrallate rights?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that up to 20 wells may be required to recover additional resources in the Double E and Peck West DSUs, which would otherwise be left in the ground?
Yes.
And that can be done economically?
Yes.
All right, that concludes my examination of Mr. Kovacs.
Division, do you have questions for this witness?
Yeah, just a few questions. When do you plan to drill the wells?
I believe these wells, I'll have to check the exact drill schedule, but I think these are a 2026 spud.
And I believe you testified that there would be 20 wells as part of the pilot program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Assuming the pilot goes well, what do you plan to drill after that?
Yes, we'll have to evaluate where we feel we can convert the 2-mile to the 3-mile DSUs. But the 3-mile would be something that we would want to continue forth with and try to do where possible.
Okay. Thank you.
We have a very quiet board. I think we're ready to proceed.
That has a tendency to happen in the afternoon.
It's really getting late.
With that, Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation in chief. At this time, I would move for admission of exhibits A through P inclusive.
So admitted.
Any objection from the division?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
I keep forgetting about you, don't I?
It's okay. Sometimes it's good to be forgotten. We have no objection. Thank you.
All right.
Just yell at me if I forget you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, we believe that 4 Point has met the statutory and regulatory obligations for the granting of the request. Definitely these 15K wells is the trend. They want to do this on a pilot basis, make sure it works out right. And we'll come back to the board if it's successful and expand that as they go. Again, with the fact of not converting, we're going to eliminate more problems with allocation in existing wells, so that's why that's done like that. And the caveats will allow for full development of existing short K or 5K or 10K wells that have been drilled already, but it'll allow for full development of that same path and that same interval. So we would ask that the board grant the request as submitted, and thank you for your time and effort tonight.
Division, do you have any final comments?
The division carefully reviewed the request, the exhibits, and has been attentive today and has no no objection to granting the request.
Board, are you good with everything? Do we need to discuss this, or are we ready to? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the request for agency action as presented.
And a second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please note it passes unanimously.
Will do, and I'll be happy to prepare the order and submit it to division and board council.
Thank you. As you are dismantling, and this is for Mr. Mayo, Mr. McDonald, and I think Brent Chicken disappeared on me.
He's right there.
There he is, and Mr. Chicken. On one of your, just as a recurring rule, on one of your exhibits, could you please put mineral ownership, state, fee, federal, tribal, so we can see where these parcels are? It just makes it so much easier if you can actually see where the lands are. Yeah, it's just nice to have them. It gets really confusing if you can't see where the various interests are. Thank you. All right. I understand why they stopped doing that. They always used to do that. It's very helpful.
It is. I was sorry to question you on whether we needed a motion.
Oh, I didn't know, because I had just asked Paula if we needed a motion. Go ahead and start something.
Start a process.
But we needed one with the fee schedule. We needed a motion on that.
Yes.
Oh, I never booked anything with the last one.
And never worry about asking me, because I don't know what I'm doing. Mr. Chicken. I know.
Hello again.
All I had to do was walk out here. And it worked. The system heard you coming, and it did. I am ready to proceed.
Okay. Final matter of the day. Docket number 2025-041, cause number 134-03. In the matter of the request for agency action of WEM Operating LLC for an emergency order authorizing the flaring of gas in excess of the amounts allowed under Utah Administrative Code Rule 649-320 from the Arabian 44-4 well. We just go on here. We've got so many. The Walker 4-4, the Shire 4-5, and the Clydesdale 4-15 wells, all located with a surface location of Lot 1, Section 18, 4 South, 4 West, USM, Duchesne County. Please proceed.
Hey, you can hear me? Brent Chicken, Steptoe and Johnson, PLLC for WEM Operating.
Division?
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you.
So I guess before we get going, and just in the interest of transparency and background, I just want to kind of frame why we're here. I think the board is generally familiar, but as the board will recall, WEM appeared at the May 2025 board hearing on matter number 134-02, which involved the Lee pad and goat pad wells and the flaring exception granted by the board there. And in May, the board extended that flaring exception through September 24th, 2025, or the date of the board's hearing that month. Also at that hearing, we mentioned that in the same exact area as the Lee and goat pads, WEM had another pad, which is the Bridgeland 4 pad, which is the subject of cause number 13403 and the 4 wells that Madam Chair just recited, the Walker, the Arabian, and the Clydesdale, and there was one other one, Shire. That's it. Which is kind of all horses. So in any event, when we mentioned that, we worked with counsel for WEM, worked with counsel for the board and counsel for the division, both on getting the order, the supplemental order in 13402 issued, as well as dealing with the flaring issue for the 4 wells that we're talking about today. What that resulted in was on June 10th, WEM filed both a request for agency action for a flaring exception regarding the four Bridgeland 4 pad wells, which has been noticed, published, and is on the board's docket for the July 30th, 2025 hearing. Simultaneously, we also filed, or WM also filed, a request for emergency order. The 4 wells on this pad were completed and first produced on May 1st. And we received a flaring exception from the division via sundry notice that ran through May 31st. And so the emergency order that the board granted, thank you very much, that was put in place covers the flaring period from May 31st, the end of the division sundry, until today. Obviously, we have a month between now and when the RAA for these 4 wells is heard. And therefore, what we are here for today is really 2 purposes. The first purpose is to request that the board, at its discretion, amend, extend, renew, or otherwise grant a new emergency order for these 4 wells that will extend from today until the RAA proper is heard on July 30th. And so the bulk of these exhibits that we've prepared today, which we will characterize as demonstrative, I think, these exhibits cover not only that request, so that extension or amendment or renewal of that emergency order, but also in Order 13402, covering the Lee and the Goat Pad wells, there is an obligation for WEM to meet informally with the division during the month of June to provide an update on the flaring from those 4 wells, and also an obligation for WEM to appear at the July 30th hearing to provide an update to the board. Given that it's already June 25th and WEM and the division have not met, we are hopeful that the board and the division will accept an update on the Lee and Goat Pad wells today in place of that informal meeting with the division. WM will still be here on July 30th for the board's hearing, not only to hear the RAA in matter 13403 proper, but also to provide another update on supplemental order number 13402. The idea from WM's perspective being that We're trying to be as transparent as possible and keep the board and the division as updated as possible on the gas infrastructure efforts and gas capture and flaring volumes from all three of these pads, which, as you've seen, we've put some more meat and potatoes into these exhibits, but it's all in the same area. The gas infrastructure impacts all of the wells from both 13402 and 13403. And so with that background, unless there's questions, I can introduce my witnesses.
Any questions from the division before we proceed?
Sorry? Not yet, no.
I think we're good. Please proceed.
Okay, with me today as witnesses, both of whom have appeared before the board multiple times, is WAM Operating's Vice President of Land, Mr. Larry Williams, sitting to my left, and WAM Operating's Chief Operating Officer and engineer, Mr. Dustin Trike, who is sitting immediately behind me. I would ask that they can be sworn in.
Please stand. Do we need to swear them in again? Probably. Please raise your right hand. Hands. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. As I said, we're going to focus on 13403 and the request we are making today for the amendment or extension or renewal of the emergency order from June 26th through July 30th. But I guess the important point to take is that this is also going to update you on the gas infrastructure and the volumes flared from all of these wells. Now, towards the end, when Mr. Trike testifies, we did split out the Lee and Goat Pad wells and their gas volumes from the four Bridgeland 4 pad wells in these demonstrative exhibits so that you can see them separately and understand what's being flared from what. With that, I'll move to the first exhibit, if it will let me go. You're kidding me, right?
We thought that it was.
There we go. Okay, sorry. I don't know how to work my computer. This is Exhibit A, and this is going to really give you a good idea. From this, you can see where the pad locations are and those kind of things, but I'll ask Mr. Williams to please tell us what we're looking at here, not only in terms of what's completed, what still needs to be completed, but you know, what advancements have made.
Yeah, I think
What's that?
we'll let Dustin do this.
Okay, so you want to wait and you just want to make statements, or did you want to go to a different slide?
The main thing I was here for is to be able to answer any questions that might arise as it relates to land or to the regulatory purposes here.
If we'll do it that way, then I am going to actually call Mr. Trike up first.
Okay.
We'll go through the slides. It gives you the background, and then Mr. Williams can come back up to answer any specific questions that Mr. Trike can't answer.
Yeah, sorry about that, Brent.
No,
It'll be smoother.
no, that's okay. Yeah, for what we do, it's always land, geology, engineering. So we're going a little out of order here. Mr. Trike, have you been admitted as an expert in petroleum engineering in matters before this board in the past?
Yes, sir.
Subject to any questions the board or division may have, I would offer Mr. Trike's testimony today as expert testimony in petroleum geology for both matters, 13402 and 13403.
Division, do you have any questions?
Yeah, no objections to that.
He's so accepted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Trike, same question to you then. Please describe what we're looking at, where the specific pads are that are involved in these two matters, and talk about what advancements have been made since we last updated the board at the end of May 2025.
Yeah, no, that's great. Starting off with our long-term solution, this is, you know, we've talked about it at multiple hearings now. This is what WEM is working towards to solve our gas problems for the next 10 years. To orient ourselves, that Bridgeland 4 pad that we're talking specifically about today is in the northwest corner of the map. It's just south of the town of Duchesne, and it's currently connected by pipeline infrastructure all the way back to our rewater facility. The things that we've accomplished since we last met about 30 days ago, Our compressor station dirt work's about 50% complete. We ran into some rock. We're gonna end up having to blast a little bit, so we have a slight delay in the dirt work, but nothing that I think really pushes my Gantt chart around. So in the bottom right, I'm keeping the same time frame for now. In the last 30 days, we finalized our Brundage connection agreement with Williams. This was a $1.7 million capital commitment. We've cut the check, they've received it, and it's essentially the first step in kicking off to build our own tap into that Brundage system. We see that as being a very critical piece of infrastructure that we want to own and operate. And so getting that process going now and being able to get that completed in the last 30 days was a big step for WEM. We also, in the last 30 days, we are working with the Berry team. We have the opportunity to tie into their high pressure system that goes to Brundage in the interim. So we've talked about a couple options to bridge the gap here. We've mentioned Zager, but this Berry opportunity, we already have the right of way in hand, and it's only an 800-foot connection. It's gonna be cheaper and faster. So we feel like that's the route that we're gonna move forward on. We're still building our own pipeline. We've secured 90% of the right of way to get to that Williams Brundage tap, but the interim solution with Berry is looking really promising. All major equipment has been ordered. We've cut POs. We are making small tweaks to our engineering design still, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But it's at this point, we're waiting on large equipment, and we're gonna be full steam ahead with our construction on the compressor station in mid-August. In mid-August, I'm using that date for now just because, you know, we're halfway done on the dirt work, but I do have some blasting I gotta do. I'll feel a lot better after the first blast if we make good progress that we could finish the dirt work quicker, but I think starting mid-August is still a good time frame for the actual construction of the compressor plant. We have one compressor on the ground ready to go, and our second will be delivered in the November, December timeframe, and we'll have north of 20 to about 25 million in compression capacity by year end. So we've made really good progress on our long-term solution in the last 30 days, and our hope is that we can continue to shave time off of this timeline.
And Mr. Trike, as you've testified today, you have a long-term plan for this area. But what I'm hearing you saying, is it correct to say that notwithstanding the long-term plan, your focus at present is capturing all of the gas from Lee South, which has been 100% captured already, the GOAT and the Bridgeland 4 pads in the interim through whatever means necessary?
Exactly. Unfortunately, this long-term solution, we haven't accelerated the timeline to the point of gathering any of the flared gas off of Lee South or GOAT, but the short-term solutions have, and I'll talk about them on the next slide.
Okay. And then one last question on this slide. You are paying, WEM is paying royalty on any flared gas amounts, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to that, as you previously testified, WEM is still committed to the concept of not bringing any other wells other than the wells we're dealing with in these two matters online until the vast majority of the gas infrastructure project is completed?
Yes, sir. Yeah, until we're close and have line of sight.
Thank you.
Mr. Chicken?
Yes.
On the 6.7 miles, or 6.17, that's, can you go through where the permitting is on that? That's private ground, is that correct?
Yes, it's mainly private ground. We chose the route based off of the private ground. We're 90% of the way procured on that right of way. The last 10% should be really easy. It's one of our neighboring operators. We're finalizing that document as we speak. And then we've already submitted our right of way that heads south into Williams Brundage Tap. That's BLM. So our hope is that that's approved in August.
And so the private ground, did you have to do NEPA work on that, or?
No, we don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'll move on to Exhibit B. Please describe, as we just noted, the short-term things that WEM is doing to, stop flaring as soon as possible.
I hinted at this at the previous hearing. Back in May, I mentioned that we had an opportunity potentially with Berry again to tie into their low-pressure system just west of our GOAT pad. We were able to finish that connection in just a couple weeks ago. It was 180K. It was a really short connection. And so far, it's looking like we've reduced our flare volumes by 2.5 million by making this connection. We haven't had a ton of time to push the system. I had some downtime on the goat pad. But our hot news in the last 24 hours is that we've cut our goat pad flaring by 50%. So this was a great thing that came together very quickly and relatively cheap cost. And our hope is that we're going to actually capture all of the goat pad through this connection. My hope is that at the July hearing, I can give an update that shows that. I submitted these slides on Monday afternoon, so this is all kind of happening in the last 48 hours. We also, in the meantime, we submitted our air permit for a flare gas mining operation just south of our goat pad. We've named that the Ross pad. So you can see it's that yellow box or yellow square just south of goat. It checks a ton of boxes for us. We feel like we can get this approval for the flare gas mining here in the next 4 months. It would be awesome to have this up and running in September. The flare gas miner we're working with has the units available, so we're reviewing their commercial terms as we speak, and our hope is that we're getting our air permit and making another $3.5 million disappear from flares across SWIM operating. So in the last 30 days, we had 2 really good bounces on near-term solutions. Granted, these aren't, I wish they were 10 million a day solutions, but I think we're going to continue to find more ways to cobble together 2 and 3 million a day outlets and continue to cut into our flared volumes.
And just to clarify, your testimony is that since providing gas volumes for the goat pad in the 13402 hearing in May of 2025, and subject to a full system limitation test, you expect that that WEM will already be flaring 50% less gas from that goat pad from what was described last month?
Yes, sir. Yeah, our hope is that goat and Lee are no longer a problem in the next 30 days. That's what we're pushing towards, and that's what our hope is, that we can squeeze as much gas into these outlets as we can, and it's looking promising so far. So I hope in July I'm giving a really good update that our initial reason we were here at the board we've actually resolved, and then we're kind of pushing all of our attention towards Bridgeland 4.
Okay, and to be clear, as you testified at the last meeting in May, 13402 involves 6 wells, and by the May hearing, 2 of those wells had full gas takeaway from the Lee pad.
Yes, sir.
And so now we really only have the 4 wells left on the goat pad, and they're 50% less flaring than they were last month.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to Exhibit C. If you can describe, this is the 13403 Bridgeland 4 pad production.
Yeah, I'll start in the top left with the map so you can see our Bridgeland 4 pad. Like I mentioned, it's just south of Duchesne. It's further north in our acreage. It's 4 wells that are producing here. And then just south of it, I have the goat pad. You can see that still has the flare emblem because we are still flaring there. But we've just brought that flaring volume down. But just the map is there to orient us where is Bridgeland 4. And then, what I'm trying to illustrate here on this slide, this is the, cumulative rate production from these 4 wells on Bridgeland 4. The pad is still looking really strong. Yesterday's production report was just shy of 6,000 barrels a day gross produced from the 4 wells. The pad's already cumed 250,000 barrels as a whole. My gas production is hanging right in there, somewhere, just under 6 million a day. So I recognize there's some choppiness in the data, but we're looking at, less than 2 months worth of data. So granted, there's going to be some choppiness here, but as a whole, Bridgeland 4 is about 6,000 barrels a day oil and 6,000 MCF a day gas. And one thing to note, we have recalibrated our entire gas model and our 5-year plan based off of these results. These wells are gassier than the goat pad. I mentioned that last time. We're seeing 1,000 GOR plus out the gate instead of 500. So we've actually been able to make some critical design changes to our compression plant based off of this data. So unless there's any other questions on this guy. And then one final clarification on Bridgeland 4 is we are flaring all of the gas that we're producing here. So that's why the total wellhead volume gas is essentially right over the top of the total flared gas. It's the same number.
Okay. And we'll move to, from that we'll go into, this is just part of the update that I had mentioned on the 13402 for the division and board's benefit. So this is Exhibit D, and can you please explain what we're looking at here in terms of volumes from the goat pad to date, or at least
Yep.
about a
So
week ago?
top left, just starting with the map, I only have the goat and lee pads in this chart. So the Bridgeland 4 wells are not included here. I made this chart on Monday. The production was through Friday at that point because there's always a lag in our system to get the most accurate volume. I wish I had today's chart, but you can see at the end of that flared gas volume, you see a pretty substantial drop there. I was experiencing some downtime on the goat pad, so that is actually what that's associated with. But that's what I would expect this chart looks like in the next week, is that we're going from about 4.4 million a day we were flaring down towards 2 million a day that we were flaring. And that's with us not really having an opportunity to really try to push more gas out of that goat flare and into the system. We've retrofitted the facility so that whatever isn't going into sales is going to the flare. So my hope is that we're going to continue to chip away at that number and find a way to make all of the goat gas disappear. We're well into our oil decline here. I think that's pretty well illustrated. You know, at the peak, these 6 wells were over 8,000 gross barrels a day, and now we're in that 3,000 barrel a day range. So my hope is that in terms of gas flaring with these 6 wells, we're well past the worst of it. And my hope is that we're a lot closer to completely putting this one to bed than the beginning, or the painful side, where we were flaring almost 6 million.
Okay, and so I guess the last thing I want to ask you then is, based on your testimony and the exhibits you've just presented, would you believe that an extension, amendment, or renewal of the existing cause number 13403 flaring, emergency flaring order from July or June 26th through July 30th is going to protect correlative rights, prevent waste, minimize disturbance, and maximize resource recovery?
Yes, sir. We're in the early innings of this project. Delineating, I've kind of mentioned it last time, but delineating this acreage, I believe, was a huge step for the basin, and we're doing everything we can to solve our flaring issues quickly. And I believe that, you know, month over month, we're continuing to get some good bounces. Granted, we've had some setbacks as well, but I think that, you know, we've got line of sight to completely eliminating our flaring by year end.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Trick.
Division, do you have questions for this?
Yeah, we do have some questions for Mr. Trake. Let's just start. So the division applauds WEM. They're doing a great job. They got put in a situation where, you know, gas came on their earlier wells, and they're working hard to reduce flaring here. But we're here today because an emergency order for the Bridgeland 4 pad wells. So right now, could you tell us what flaring volumes are being, I guess, let me rephrase that. How much each well in the Bridgeland 4 pad is flaring each day? Do you have the volumes on those?
I can get you guys the exact volumes by day. I can tell you it's a range between 1.2 million and 1.6 million per well.
Okay. So this is a weird situation. I mean, we had an emergency order that said we need to continue flaring. We brought it up to this date. We're having a hearing again to continue that emergency order till we can have a full proper hearing next month on these Bridgeland 4 pad wells. The issue with an emergency order is it's there because it's supposed to be granted in rare situations that come up. Those situations require a prevention of waste. We're trying to stop waste. That's why you can issue one of these. For these later wells that came online, I haven't heard the exact dates, and maybe we'll get a little bit of clarification on that. But I believe the Bridgeland 4 pad wells came on after the Goat and Lee wells. Is that correct?
They did.
Do you have a time frame? Like how much later?
May 1st.
May 1st. So here we have some wells that were brought online with some knowledge of their capacity that they would produce at. They would produce at a level that there just wasn't transportation to take away the gas at. The problem the division has is this is the very definition of waste. Waste is prohibited by statute. That's why we're here. And we're told what waste is. Waste is production of gas in excess of storage facilities. That's the situation we have. So if we're going to have a hearing on extending an emergency order, the division's a little confused. What waste are we preventing by granting an emergency order today? Because I'm not quite clear what we're trying to prevent. We've heard a little bit about economic reasons. There was drilling provisions in the lease that were going to expire. I understand that, but that's an economic decision that an operator makes. That does not fall under our definition of waste. So I would like to hear a little bit more. Why are we wanting to grant this emergency order till the next board hearing?
A couple things to cover. We obviously had lease expirations. We had thousands of acres that were at risk of expiring, and they require production to maintain them. So that's first and foremost. And then second, there's 6,000 barrels of oil a day here and 6,000 MCF a day. The oil, from a value standpoint, is, when we look at the value of a new well, it's 95+% the oil versus the gas. So I believe a 6,000 barrel a day pad that's keying 250,000 barrels in the first 50 days, there is a value component to that. The last thing we want to do is shut in a new flowing well, potentially damage that reservoir. And unfortunately for us in this situation, we're really close to having gas takeaway. We're just not quite there. So, the way we would look at it is the value that you're potentially passing up by shutting in 6,000 barrels a day and harming the wells is outweighs the flare volumes in the short term.
So what I hear is the oil's more valuable than the gas, and we understand that. Why were the wells brought on in the first place, though? At that point, I've heard about lease provisions. How many leases were involved in the Bridgeland 4 pad? Do you have an answer to that? I mean, how many wells had to be drilled to hold these leases?
How many wells had to be drilled on the Bridgeland 4?
I mean, we've heard that you had to drill to hold lease commitments.
That is correct.
How many leases were there?
In each DSU in the Shire there are there's one Indian lease that had an expiration and a production requirement. In the Clydesdale, there were two tribal leases that had expiration and production requirements. In the Arabian and Walker, there was one that had a drilling and production requirement.
So
I would say in that case, without looking at my notes, I'm going to say 5 total.
So each well had tribal lease.
Separate lease. Yes.
Each well was on a separate lease. Okay. So you made a decision. It's a business risk, right? This is how it works. We want to keep.
It's an obligation that we had to our lessor.
Well, you didn't have the obligation because if you didn't drill, you just would have lost the lease. Correct?
Well, I guess that's true.
Yeah. So you made a business decision. We're going to drill, knowing we do not have takeaway capacity. We will still drill this because the value we will get from the oil exceeds our gas commitment. I just want to make that clear to the board. Like this, we're here for an emergency order. This is there to prevent waste, but it's unclear to the division what waste we're preventing. What we're really protecting was an economic interest. And because of that, I mean, we don't support this. What message does this send to other operators in the basin? Just drill and then we'll figure it out later. Because at this point, there is no penalty. This is a violation of our rules. We allow 1,800 MCF of gas per month per well. That's what we can allow. This is well in excess of that. I want WEM to be able to succeed here. Let's just be clear what's actually going on here.
Let me just interject one thing with Indian leases. The tribe only leases sections at a time, so you don't have a multiple section lease that you could drill one well and hold all the acreage.
Sure.
And so if you have expiring leases, and they come up on sales, and so you get clumps of leases, if you have to drill on each of those on each of those leases, and if you don't and lose the lease, it's likely it won't come up again for lease for a long time, and so you lose the value of the well.
Oh yeah, I understand the process.
May I interject? I would just make the there's assumption here that the flaring of gas is a dictated waste. I don't know if that's actually a true statement in the statute in and of itself. Waste can be defined that way, but I think there's other items that need to be taken into account in that there.
Well, let me
If
just...
we would not have drilled this area would not have been produced. It would have been lost. We have essentially expanded the basin by a full township with these wells here and the exploration that we've done and the risks that we've taken with that. I don't know that that's so much true here. It is true that the infrastructure wasn't here, and that becomes an interesting chicken and the egg theory is what do? Do we drill and assert that there's actually a resource here, or do we have to build infrastructure to a resource that may not be here? That changes the whole dynamic. When you talk about economic decisions, that changes the whole dynamic there with that. In this case here, we took the risk that there was no resource here. Certainly could have been the case. We tried to reduce that risk as much as possible through our science, our engineering. We've done a great job of doing that. We found a new resource, expanded that resource, expanded the technology for it, and have actually increased production more than what we had anticipated, both in oil and gas in this area here. Now our job is to figure out how do we reduce that loss, and I agree that it's a loss. I don't agree that it's a waste, but I do agree it's a loss in this case here. And we are working judiciously to try and reduce that loss by bringing the infrastructure to the product.
One key point to mention here too, we had multiple outlets identified when we drilled the Bridgeland 4 pad that we thought would be sufficient for the gas. Unfortunately, they didn't materialize. We were leaning heavily on our neighbors. They gave us numbers for estimates that we would be able to move. We ran into right-of-way issues and just purely takeaway issues. And I've highlighted that in previous, presentations, but we're trying to fuse new horizontal infrastructure with vintage vertical infrastructure, and our estimates based off of what we thought and what our neighbors thought we can move were wrong. So those were unfortunate shortcomings on our ability to place this gas right now.
Here's another caveat, and it's got to do with air quality. We're coming up on winter with hopefully snow, and you're flaring an awful lot of gas that could affect attainment out there. And you cannot cause non-attainment on any days by flaring gas out there, which puts you on a pretty rapid timetable, to get these wells down to 1,800 or whatever is acceptable out there. Because I don't know that we can go on month to month once the snow flies. I mean, this is a big problem, and we're coming down to kind of the end line, the goal.
Totally understood. And that's why our team is working as hard as we can to solve this problem by November. And our internal goal is to have it done by October. And I think our realistic time frame is November. We want to have this wrapped up by winter.
Well, hopefully by November, you're under 1,800 because it's a big problem for us to extend it and cause problems in the basin.
Okay, so we're aware you have some BLM approvals for flaring?
Yes.
Is that correct? Could you just clarify, in the motion that was filed, it says 15/65 days. How many days is the approval for BLM flaring? Is it 65 or 15? You'd have to look.
Yeah, I need to double check.
See, that's where we're confused there.
That is confusing. Granted for 15 with parentheses 65 days. It will terminate on 7/30/2025.
I would say, I'm gonna use just some legal reading on this. 15 to 65 doesn't really matter because it tells us when the termination date is on that, which is June 30th.
Okay.
July 30th.
Or July 30th, I'm sorry. So, yeah, I agree that there is a discrepancy there, but there's clarification in the next sentence.
Sure. So when that, by July 30th, what are your options with the BLM when that time frame comes up?
Actually, that approval has to do with royalty-free. We're actually not, we're gonna be paying royalty anyway, but that, I believe that's what that, was relating to.
So the approvals from the BLM are to be able to flare gas
Royalty-free.
royalty-free for that time period?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. You also indicated that you had some downtime on the goat wells. Could you explain what that means?
The wells weren't producing for a period of time. We were trying to plumb in additional parts of the facility that allowed us to, for instance, send partial gas to flare and partial gas to sales. And we were adding additional chemical treatment points, pretty typical stuff. You can experience 24, 48-hour downtime on a new flowing horizontal, and we just happened to on goat this week.
And that downtime, was that caused into, like, was that, did WEM initiate that downtime, or was it caused by the well just not producing?
We initiated that downtime.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is it possible to initiate that downtime on the Bridgeland 4 wells to reduce the amount of gas flaring?
So essentially shutting them in or choking them back.
Mhm.
We can physically turn the valve. The detrimental component of that would be, what do the wells actually produce? We're, like I mentioned, having that data at full potential is changing how we look at our infrastructure. We're upsizing stuff that otherwise, if we were looking at a choke back, we might not make those changes. So our hope is that, short-term flaring is helping us with, eliminate flaring altogether long-term. Those from a marketing component, financial component, hedging component, it would be detrimental to WEM5 to have those barrels choked back. They are funding the infrastructure.
Okay. The division has no further questions right now for Mr. Drake.
So what is the request today, Mr. Chicken?
The request today is to extend, so the provisions of the rule say that emergency order is good until and only until the next board hearing. And so it is silent on the concept of extension, amendment, renewal, or issuing a new emergency order. I would submit that because it is silent on that there is no prohibition on the extension of an emergency order, so long as that extension does not go beyond the date of the extension until the next board hearing, which is what we're asking for today, until July 30th. And that's just for not the original 6 wells, but just for these Bridgeland 4 pad wells. So that is the request. And then we would appear, give an update on all the infrastructure, an update on the volumes from the goat pad, and present evidence and testimony on the Bridgeland 4 pad RAA, which, by the way, to go to your point, Madam Chair, also requests a flaring extension through September 24th. So the point is that well before the snow is flying, proverbially, the board will have an opportunity to either, we hope we have this we hope we have the infrastructure in place by September 24th, and if that happens to be the case, then there's no problem. So let's assume that that's not the case. The board does get another bite at that apple as to all of the Lee, Goat, and Bridgeland 4 pad wells that as of September 24th are still would still require flaring. The board will have the opportunity to either, extend that based on the testimony and the status of the gas infrastructure, or quite frankly say that's enough. I'm going to curtail production, and so that was the whole idea here, is to get all of the because there's common infrastructure and these are all these pads are close to each other, to get them both on the same exact track to simplify the process for the board and the division, and give them opportunities to not only be updated, but also to have an opportunity to say yay or nay. And I believe when we were here for the 13402 RAA, I believe Mr. Church had even asked the question. We asked at that time, it was March, and we asked to go through May, and I think the question was, why are you only going until May? And the answer hasn't changed. We are trying to be transparent. We are trying to push the boundaries of this basin and increase production of oil, natural gas, and associated resources in Utah. And sometimes it's an uncomfortable process, and I think we all I definitely appreciate the position of the division and council. All of those things are true, but as division's counsel noted at the last hearing, flaring gas, in his statement, flaring gas is waste, but shutting in a 6,000 barrel a day well that might not come back on at that level and might leave half of the oil in the reservoir is also waste. And so it's the job of the board to balance those two waste concepts and, quite frankly, decide which of those two wastes is the worst waste.
Well, we'll need to discuss this, but I just want to say, when you come back in July and going forward, I would like to hear comments on basin and attainment and how you're going to hold that in check and not cause non-attainment out there, because that's a really bad thing.
Understood.
And, I can't guarantee in the fall that these orders can be extended if that's
Understood.
the case. So, Mr. Church, I think you had a question.
Yes, a couple of things.
And Mr. Church, before you ask that question, would it be helpful to have the other witness just up here to answer, or?
No, I
okay.
We're making a big supposition. The well might be damaged. We don't know that. That's a speculation point at this time. I don't know what kind of background we've got on seeing any wells really be damaged. I know I've had a lot of wells shut in. The second thing you've talked about is that, you're saying that this helps you proper size future facilities. Well, that's kind of a nebulous situation about how that prevents waste, is sizing facilities in the future. And now I'd like to ask you if you could go back to Exhibit A.
Their
A?
letter A. I'm
Letter
sorry.
A.
I'm thinking their letters.
Okay, so I've heard you say that you've already connected with Barry on June 13th, and that was for the goat pad?
Yes, sir.
And so you're talking about working with Barry to tie in Brundage?
So we tied into their low pressure system on the west side of the map at GOAT. That low pressure connection, we're going to be maxed in that 2 to 3 million number. The new connection we're talking about with Barry is into their high pressure pipeline that currently terminates at the Brundage tap. So the catch here is that it's high pressure. That means my gas needs to be at high pressure to enter that line, but I can move a lot more in that line. So that's, for us, truly the bridging the gap scenario between today and getting to the point where we have our own tap into Brundage, is that I have a high pressure opportunity with Barry right across the street from Rewater.
And you've got a comment there that the BLM ROW is already approved.
It's already approved because we buy residue gas off of that line. So when we submitted our right-of-way, our surface land team ended up just having additional, we did that really quickly.
Okay, so you're working on that. What's the projection of the completion of that agreement?
I think we can have that agreement in the next 30 days. My hope is that at the July hearing, I have that agreement finalized.
And so what does that reduce on your flaring then?
The only thing, it's going to be a very quick, easy connection, but I need to have my compressor station stood up to feed gas into that high pressure tap. So still, my compressor station remains the bottleneck for our gas.
And so again, what's the completion date of your compression station?
November.
That's November. That's your cut date for your plans.
As a team, we're not planning to come back. We're planning that the terminus of all of this is when that compressor station turns on. So we're not planning on the board extending us past that date. We want to be done with our high pressure system. And in the sizing for the facilities, it is really critical to that compressor station. When we're talking about our inlets, our outlets, our slug catchers, being able to see what pads are doing on the north side of the acreage and then run that through our 5-year plan, that gives you a much better understanding of how much gas that compressor station needs to move. So round numbers, we initially were sizing at 50. We're pushing it to 70 now because of the results we've seen on Bridgeland 4. That's invaluable data to us as a team. So we're in the middle of the compressor station build. We don't have a lot of time to make engineering adjustments anymore, but fortunately we've been able to make some of them in the last week or so, and I think that ultimately that's going to it's going to be incredibly valuable to us in the long term so that we don't find ourselves in this situation sooner than later again.
So the order we've already gotten for extension till September for GOAT. And so even then, you're saying that that's not realistic. It's really going to be November before you have your compressor station built.
Not necessarily, because we're down to 2 million a day is being flared off of GOAT, and Lee is in the line. So in the next 30 days, if I can continue to push more gas to Barry through their low pressure system and 4 Point and Scout, who we already sell gas to, I think we can make GOAT disappear. My hope is that, and I mentioned this last time, my hope is that Lee and GOAT are completely handled by end of summer.
Okay.
And we continue to make steps towards that. The flare gas mining opportunity is the same thing. That's another 3.5 that if we don't have GOAT handled by then, it will be at that point.
Thank you.
Mr. Galecki.
Do I remember correctly from last time that there was, for your compressors, that was part of it, is that he had a specific lead time on them? Has that changed, or what? Remind me what those lead times were.
No lead times have changed on the compressors. We have one on the ground already, and the second shows up in November. We're good on that front. The lead times that we are afraid of are the other materials related to the compressor station. So your D-high, your ultrafab, your slug catchers, they're all specialized pieces of equipment. We're trying our best to source them used to speed up the time frames. Our vendors are, doing their best, and our team is doing our best to track these things down as quickly as possible. But we're anticipating that the first onslaught of this critical equipment is mid-August still. So when we're talking about these lead times, it's never like, oh, I'll get that to you in a week. It's like 12 to 14 weeks. So we just haven't had any major breaks in that side yet, but we also don't have anything telling us that it's pushing further away.
And one last question. So with, can you run on one compressor? Because
Yep. So it's a 3608A. It's sized at 12 to 13 million. and we're gonna have our second one on the ground in November and December. We've pushed that arrival time up to, we wanna have 25 million a day operational by year end, and we feel like that's gonna be sufficient. And our compressor station obviously has futures for future compressors, and we'll just continue to get out ahead of our gas needs and have those on the ground before we need them. And the idea is that you're always just slightly oversubscribed on your compression. If we can just get the compressor station rolling with the first two, I don't foresee an issue after that.
Okay, board. Division, do you have any other comments?
Yeah, just closing up that, as I indicated, like we're very supportive of what WEM's doing, and we applaud them on their efforts. But as to just the matter at hand, the granting of this emergency order, the division just does not have enough information or have heard enough to be in support of that order. When we have a hearing on this next month, I mean, we've heard about lease commitments. We haven't seen any lease provisions. We haven't seen exactly what we've been told. So it's hard for us to agree with that without having those lease provisions in front of us. But at the end of the day, our job as a regulatory agency is to abide by the rules we've been given. And under our understanding, this fits the definition of waste. And, you know, WEM can proceed or not. We have enforcement rules for a reason. If you want to flare without approval, there's penalties for that as well. But as this request stands, we are not in support of it.
Okay, board. I think we probably need to deliberate. Do I have a motion?
Is there any,
I'm sorry.
any final comments?
Any final comments from?
I think I made the final comments at the end. I just believe WM has been transparent. They've tried to explain where they are and why why they're in this situation, and they're doing everything to fix it. But I mean, on some level, the simple fact is that you don't really know what a well is going to do until you drill it and it produces. Thousands of people have lost their everything on that bet, or made their everything on that bet before. And so, from WEM's perspective, they needed to have production in terms of their lease expirations, and they estimated on the front end what they thought they would need. The wells well outproduced that, and they immediately started to do everything they could to fix that problem, both short-term and long-term. And they're not doing anything right now to exacerbate that problem. There's no other wells that are going to be coming online. We're looking at what started here as 6 wells, then became 10, and quickly went back to 8 wells now. And we're hopeful that in the next 30 days, we're only going to be dealing with 4 wells. And in the grand scheme of things, we're talking about a problem that was found out about and hopefully resolved in a total of 6 to 8 months at a cost of over $30-40 million.
When was the first well drilled out here?
We drilled we drilled the Cane pad first, I believe. That would have been in February. Sorry, the first WEM operating well, or the first flaring
like
and shooting
Goat
well?
and some of these. When did you start drilling this project?
We started drilling this project in 2024.
Okay.
No, actually, it might have been 2023. It was the end of 2023, and the wells came online in the spring of 2024.
Okay.
So these particular ones, so the Lee pad, the Goat well, the Lee pad was completed in November of 24. They were drilled in the summer of 24.
Yeah. I was just referring, I mean, there's 5 original horizontal wells.
There's 5 additional wells that aren't part of this here that were drilled in 23 and put on in early 24.
Yep.
Goat was drilled
fall of 24.
The fall of 24.
Yep.
The Bridgeland 4 began in the fall of 24. Both Goat and Bridgeland were drilled consecutively, although production began on the goat wells in January of '25, and completions for the Bridgeland 4 were completed in May of '25. And so,
Thank you.
in reality, when we were drilling, we did not have the results from one to the other because we were drilling to for lease purposes.
Great, thank you. Okay,
I make a motion that we take time to deliberate.
do I have a second? Moved and seconded, and all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're going to go off the record. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
2, 1.
We are back on the record and ready to make a motion, I believe.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that that we approve the extension of this emergency order until July, and with the caveat that there will be no more extensions to emergency orders with regard to this gas system.
Do I hear a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
Because we have an opposing, we're going to do a roll call. Selma?
Aye.
Sierra? I vote aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. With that, I believe that concludes all of the items on our agenda.
So the motion passes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Motion passes. I believe we're ready for a motion to adjourn. So moved. Second. And we are adjourned.
Thank you, and I will prepare an order for division and board
Great.
council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.